Hey, I just had to jump in here real quick before we get into the video. My audio drama, Undercover Engagement, is up for a Seneca Award, which is Excellence in Family Programming. If you wouldn't mind just clicking on the link at the top of the description and voting for Undercover Engagement, that would be awesome. Thanks. Hello and welcome to my channel today. It's a bright, beautiful, sunshiny day here, which I don't know, I wish I could walk you around and show you. It's so fantastic. It's really warm. It's the kind of day when you step outside, you want to go barefoot because the pavement is warm and you're like, this feels so good. It just goes like straight through you, all the way through your soul and brightens everything. So because it's that kind of a wonderful day here, I wanted to share a beach rom-com with you. It's called Not on the Agenda. I absolutely love this series. It's the Diamond Cove series, and it's written by 7 different authors, and I am just happen to be one of them. But what it is there are 7 grandparents who live in a retirement community called the Palms in Diamond Cove, and they are trying to set up their grandkids. I shouldn't say trying because they have a very high success rate of being able to find a match for their grandchildren. So the problem is none of their grandchildren can know what they do, which is why it's called the Secret 7. They're very quiet about it and kind of trickery in good ways. So I am excited to share this with you because I love my grandmother's name in this book is Nancy, and she is the CEO, I should say, was the CEO of Nancy's Niceties, which is a cleaning company. I just adore this. I love the fact that she has this whole cleaning line, and she's got this whole company that she had to leave behind because of a health issue. She turned it over to her granddaughter. But now she wants her granddaughter to get settled in life and have more than just the corporate career. She wants her to also have love. So I will send you into Not on the Agenda, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Not on the Agenda. A Diamond Cove beach romantic comedy. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by Christina Dimmick. Prologue. Secret 7 meeting. Nancy scanned the whiteboard, or marriage board as several of men had started calling it. The name referred to a murder board police used when investigating a crime. They put up pictures and drew lines from suspects to evidence, trying to make a case. Her granddaughter Elizabeth, Anne, someone yet undetermined, were their first targets. The Secret 7 weren't trying to make a case, they were trying to make a match. She supposed some men felt like marriage was a death to their dating life, but these men were smarter than that. They understood the joy that came from shared life, family, goals, and love. The term was more of nod to their undercover operations than anything. "I thought this would be easier," said Rosa, who was standing next to her in front of the board. They'd been at this for over a week now, meeting as often as secrecy allowed to work through the logistics. "I thought it would be faster," griped Harry. "I'm missing puzzle time." Nancy rubbed her face as pressure mounted. Since it was her granddaughter they were trying to match up, it was her job to choose the victim, potential love match. "Why can't I decide?" She scanned the list of possible future grandsons and chewed the inside of her cheek. X the gardener. X the doctor. X the barber. None of them fit with Elizabeth. "Perhaps you're putting too much stress on yourself," offered Winnie. She came to stand next to Nancy and patted her arm. "If it doesn't work, we can try again." Nancy groaned. With either of her sisters, maybe. But not with Elizabeth. "We have one shot at matching her up." Elizabeth was a decisive girl. Smart too. If she figured out what was going on here, she'd call a stop to it in a New York minute. Elizabeth was also incredibly busy. Turning her company over to a 28-year-old was unconventional, but Elizabeth had been working toward becoming CEO since she was old enough to toddle around the office. Her favorite toys were pen sets and legal pads. If only she wasn't set on expanding the company right now, she bemoaned her granddaughter's ambition. She'd only found out about the partnership with Germtech Farm because one of her contacts in the company let it slip. Her family was determined that her retirement be complete, however, going cold turkey had repercussions. With all that she'd thrived on taken from her, Nancy had to come up with another way to get her boardroom fix. Hence, the Secret Seven and this new venture into matchmaking. Why couldn't she have put as much focus into dating as she has into developing this germ killer bug? Then we wouldn't be able to set her up, offered Winnie, always one to look on the bright side. Come on, let's go over the candidates again. We've been over this 10 times, said Harry. He scrolled through Craig's list, looking for a treasure. Where did he keep all the stuff he bought? His bungalow could be a hoarder's nest. The door swung open and Don strode in, a self-satisfied smile on his handsome face. I have a new cadet. He slapped a picture on the board and shoved a magnet in place. Hold it up. Everyone crowded around to take in the new guy. Nancy's eyes widened. The picture was of a healthy man in a swimsuit walking out of the surf with a surfboard under his arm. He was looking off to the side, giving them a good look at his strong jaw and Roman nose. Who is he? Asked Polly while she fanned her face. Chad Huntington. He owns the surf shop by the pier and teaches surfing on the side. Don folded his arms. Are you sure he's single? Asked Polly. If there's even a chance of a broken heart, we're looking at a rebound situation here, and those are less stable. Polly's understanding of human behavior, and more importantly the human heart, was invaluable when it came to planning romance. Don grunted in response and Nancy picked up on the defensive note. I'm sure Don wouldn't have brought him in if he wasn't sure about the man's relationship status. Nancy continued to stare at the picture. A surfer. Her mind took its time mulling over the possibilities. He was an entrepreneur, that was a positive. Don thanked Nancy for her support with a nod. That's what took so long, surveillance. He went to his seat. Everyone else took their seats, but Nancy remained at the board. There was something about this guy. What else did you find out? Walt asked. Don cracked the top off a bottle of water and took a long sip. His parents are both gone. He has one employee, a teenage girl who's graduating this year. The shop does well enough in the summer, but it's struggling now. How do you know that? Rosa's jaw fell open in awe. There aren't that many people going in and out, replied Don. And he seems to be troubled. Lots of deep thinking when he's out on that surfboard. He tipped his water toward the picture. Nancy plucked the picture off the board and out of the possibilities section. She moved it next to Nancy's picture and then straightened it. Inside of her, a light clicked on. A warm feeling filled her chest and goosebumps broke out on her arms. He's the one. Chad, confirmed Winnie and Polly. Don rubbed his palms together. Let's get started. Nancy sat down at the head of the table. Rosa, will you pose as my assistant and call Elizabeth's maid to tell her what to pack? I want cute dresses, bright colored blouses, she glanced at the picture of Chad. And swimsuits. Lots of them. Bikinis, my girl has a gorgeous little body under those frumpy blazers she insists on wearing. Let's use that to our advantage. Polly's hand clasped her chest as she explained, Nancy. Walt scowled. I feel like I should be insulted on behalf of men everywhere that you think we are such cavemen. Nancy opened her mouth to apologize. Her politically correct filter must have turned off when she handed in her key card to Nancy's Niceties main office. Before she could get a word out, Winnie leaned forward. There's nothing wrong with putting your best foot forward. Sometimes the right outfit gives a woman a boost of confidence. Besides, added Harry, Don's the one who brought in the shirtless picture in the first place and none of the ladies were upset about it. Walt rolled his eyes. Rosa spoke up as she made notes on her phone. I think we should pack them and let Elizabeth decide. The tension left Nancy's shoulders and she smiled gratefully at Rosa. The woman could talk anybody into doing anything. It was like her words were blessed by angels or something, a gift Nancy could have used in business several times over. Not that she begrudged Rosa her abilities. She felt lucky to have her as part of the secret 7 Diamond Cove matchmaking team. Dawn leaned forward, pointing at Walt. We need a list of possible activities that they can do in swimsuits. Not just surfing. Walt leaned back and tapped his chin. I have a few things in mind. In no time, he'd have the weekend planned out. No one knew the cove as well as Walt. How are we going to get her here? I mean, if she's as busy as you say. Rosa wrung her hands. Samantha, the activities director and unofficial secretary of the Secret Seven, who was busy on her laptop, looked up. She cocked her head and considered Nancy as they all mulled over the issue. It must have been hard to retire so quickly. Nancy held still, not wanting to admit that the transition had been difficult for her. Especially to Samantha, who was looking for an excuse to take this project away from Nancy, for the sake of her health of course. This darn heart issue was a concern for Samantha, more so than it was for Nancy. What Nancy found hard was sitting around doing nothing. The Secret Seven had given her purpose, and she wouldn't give them up without a fight. Samantha continued, so difficult, in fact, that one of your family members might be called upon to help ease the transition. She trailed off and lifted an eyebrow in question. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Nancy's face. Behind that beautiful, guileless face of yours is a truly cunning mind. Samantha laughed lightly. It was too bad she'd sworn them all not to set her up. Nancy had a grandson who would be a good match for her. But that was a conversation for another day. She had 3 granddaughters to find love for before she could move on to the grandsons. Just let me know when you want me to call. She went back to preparing the activities section of the weekly newsletter. Nancy grinned. Last thing, Don said as he rolled his broad shoulders. How are we going to get them together? Nancy's smile faltered. If I know Elizabeth, getting her away from her laptop will take a crowbar. They all thought for a moment. Rosa brightened. Then she will need an assistant, yes? Nancy considered her. Like a personal assistant. A very personal assistant. Rosa shimmied her shoulder and laughed. Was it really possible to hire the guy to hang out with Elizabeth for the weekend? That would certainly put them in close proximity. Nancy turned to Don. Do you think you would do it? Don frowned. I guess it depends. He shrugged. It's the best idea we've got. It's the only idea we've got, Walt pointed out. Nancy drummed her fingers. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. Money talks, right? Right, agreed Harry. How soon can we pull this together? Asked Dawn. Friday, ventured Nancy. She loved a good deadline. Everyone exchanged looks and then nodded. Excellent. Meeting adjourned. Nancy grinned as she gathered up her post-it notes and pens. She always brought extra to the meetings. The room emptied out as everyone hurried off to their afternoon activities. Nancy? Samantha called her to a stop. She paused at the door and turned around to face the music. Samantha told her, when they started all this, that they were going to have a talk about her health at some point. The piper was calling in her payment. Nancy plastered on a smile and re-entered the conference room. The space was empty for years before Nancy decided to make it the headquarters for the Secret Seven. What can I do for you? She asked politely. Samantha handed her a note card. You have a daily appointment with Dr. Nichols to have your blood pressure checked. He's to inform me immediately if he has any concerns. If he does. Nancy grit her teeth. He won't. She snatched up the card. Samantha sighed. Please understand, I'm doing this because I care about you. Nancy's angst melted away. I know. It's not you I'm upset at. She tucked the card into her folder. It's my body, for making any of this necessary. Samantha's face softened. You're the most capable woman I know, and when I look at you, I don't see a weak heart. If anything, that hole in your heart happened because there's too much love in there to hold it all in. Nancy patted her hand. Are you sure I can't marry you into my family? Samantha laughed and stood quickly, gathering her things. You know the rules, she warned. Nancy laughed. Okay. She couldn't help but think that not all of them had agreed to the rules. But she wasn't going to bring that up with Samantha. I think Friday morning around 10:30 would be the perfect time to call Elizabeth. Samantha quickly wrote it down. I'm going to make myself scarce this weekend, but if you need me, text me. Nancy nodded. Samantha was an employee of the Palms and deserved to have the weekend off. The Secret 7 was an extra responsibility she took on, totally outside of her job description. Asking more of her than they already were was too much. As for Nancy, she'd never known how to slow down, and retirement wasn't going to make her. Chapter 1. Elizabeth Mabel Matthews sat on the floor in the conference room, hiding behind the large oval table and padded chairs, hoping that nobody had seen her fall. Her ankle throbbed, stupid heels. Why did she pick today, of all days, to throw on the towering monstrosities? Because she'd read in a magazine the day before that tall people get more respect, that's why. She rolled her eyes at herself. Really, Elizabeth, this is beneath you, she mumbled as she rubbed at the sore spot on her ankle. The words came out of her mouth, but they may as well have been spoken by her grandma Nancy or her mother for that matter. Not that either of them were here. Nope. Elizabeth was flying solo as the CEO of Nancy's Niceties, where they made cleaning products to make your life better. Flying, huh? More like stumbling. She prayed that this wasn't a sign. The meeting with Germtech Pharma would start in less than 15 minutes. Billionaire genius Lucas Scott was in a town car right now, on his way to Nancy's Niceties' main offices. Elizabeth had come in to place the welcome packets at each place around the table when she'd wobbled and then fallen. The packets fanned out around her on the floor. The door swung open and she did her best to pull her knees together so she wasn't giving away all the family secrets. Elizabeth? Elizabeth sagged with relief at the sound of her assistant's voice. I'm over here. Jennifer was her right-hand woman. She could use an extra appendage if she was going to get off the floor. A hand up and an ibuprofen would do the trick. Jennifer leaned around the table and stared at her. What are you doing on the floor? Elizabeth blew some hair off of her face. Trying too hard to fill Grandma's shoes, she quipped. She waved a hand, telling Jennifer she needed help. My ankle gave out, or the heel caught. I'm not exactly sure. She worked the strap off her rapidly swelling ankle. But I am sure that I'm totally embarrassed that I'm going to have to run this meeting barefoot. Jennifer looked down at her own feet. I'd give you my flats, but we aren't the same size. She placed a hand underneath Elizabeth's arm to steady her as she tried to rise. Elizabeth felt like a brand new horse trying to get up for the first time she was that graceful. Once she was upright, she tested her weight on her sore ankle. It was tender, but it would hold. She glanced behind her at the floor where her files were spread out like seashells scattered on the seashore. I'll get them. Jennifer let her arm go and hurried to pick things up. Elizabeth hobbled to the nearest chair and took a seat. She looked longingly at the head of the table where she needed to be. Grandma Nancy was a stickler about those kinds of formalities. The weight of what she was trying to accomplish today landed heavily on her shoulders, and she slouched. Nancy's Niceties was a well-known brand of household and industrial cleaners. They had placement in all the biggest warehouse stores as well as many smaller chains across America. Annual income was in the millions. If all she had to do was manage the business, Elizabeth wouldn't be so stressed. However, she'd had an idea for a whole new product line: germ bombs. Yep. Germ bombs. They were going to revolutionize sanitation everywhere. Seriously, from the home to the emergency room, these bombs would become indispensable. And she held the patent. What she didn't have was the formula to put inside them. That's where Lucas Scott and his company Germtech Pharma came in. They had the latest research and information on which germs were floated around the country, the world even. If her germ bombs were going to do what she promised, they needed to partner up. Therefore, making a good impression was imperative. She glanced down, grateful that her toenails were at least painted. Jennifer set the stack of files next to her elbow. "Do you want ice for that foot?" Ice was probably a good idea, but she couldn't meet the founder of Germtech Pharma, a billionaire, with her foot elevated and on ice. "Let's do that after the meeting." Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway, several pairs of them. For the love. Elizabeth pushed herself to standing and pasted a smile on her face. Jennifer grabbed her shoes and tucked them behind a plant in the corner. Elizabeth gave one breath to mourning the bright blue, deadly but beautiful creations. For the short time she'd worn them, they'd made her feel powerful. Mr. Scott entered the room first, and Elizabeth had to stifle her gasp. The man had presence. His longer hair was styled off his face, and his beard was trimmed and shaped as if he'd been to the barber that morning. His cheeks had a little color, probably from spending time on his beloved houseboat in Santa Barbara, where he lived most of the year with his wife and their 2 children. She'd also read that they had several dogs and 2 cats, which seemed strange to her because he was so formal in their correspondence. Formal to the point of scary. Nancy's Niceties was a family company. When they had a party, it was like a family reunion. The employees were encouraged to bring in a copy of their family Christmas cards and tape them around the receptionist's desk so they could share in one another's holidays. No one ever ate Thanksgiving dinner alone. That was the environment Grandma Nancy insisted upon: family first. It wonderful, but laid back compared to Mr. Scott. Just getting to the point of meeting him face to face was a coup for Elizabeth. Saying that out loud felt like telling someone it was an honor just being nominated. It wasn't. Winning was the goal. She wouldn't walk out of here without a commitment from Mr. Scott, she swore to herself. If that means tucking her toes under the table, she'd do it. Her determination lasted all of 1 step. She strode forward, confident and sure, only to have her ankle give out and cause her to buckle to the side. A worry line appeared between Mr. Scott's eyebrows. "Is everything all right?" His gaze went down to her raspberry pink toenails. She grimaced, but did her best to hold in the small cry of pain as she hobble-walked around the table. Holding out her hand with all the confidence of a woman who knew exactly what she wanted out of this meeting, she said, "I sprained my ankle." Mr. Scott ushered her to the head of the table and pulled the chair out. "Please have a seat." Jennifer swooned over his gentlemanly behavior by clasping her hands in front of her and letting out a gusty sigh. Elizabeth shot her a pull-it-together look. First off, the man was married. Second, they weren't here to moon over him, although she wasn't above filling him with delicious food if the meeting ran long. She flapped her free hand through the air as if batting the pain away. "It'll be fine in a few minutes, I'm sure." Normally Elizabeth would never sit down before her competition, keeping the high ground all of that, but the ache in her ankle was quickly morphing into a stabbing pain that made it difficult to concentrate. Sweat gathered at her lower back. If she was going into shock, she did not want to faint in front of Mr. Scott. So she took the seat gladly and motioned for him and his lawyers to join her. The door swung open and her lawyer sauntered in. "It looks like we're all here, let's get started." Jennifer handed her the remote for the projector and she clicked the first button, dimming the lights slightly so that the slides would appear clearly on the wall opposite her. In her mind, she'd pictured gliding through this presentation while walking behind her own lawyers and around the room, captivating everyone. As it was, she did her best to hide the pain behind a smile and not grunt when she accidentally kicked the table leg. They were 3/4 of the way through the slides when her cell phone blasted the Beatles song, "Here Comes the Sun." The room went silent as the grave. Mr. Scott smoothed his tie down and chuckled. "I always liked that song." He turned to share a laugh with his lawyers. They all chuckled right along with him. Elizabeth's face heated to the temperature of Florida beach sand in August. "I'm sorry about that." She threw a look at Jennifer, who dove for Elizabeth's laptop bag. She scrambled through the layers and finally found it, hitting the silent button. She looked at the caller ID and then back up at Elizabeth, silently asking permission to call them back. Since the only people programmed for that ringtone were family members, and all her family members knew not to call during work hours unless it was an emergency, she gave her a small nod. Jennifer hurried from the room to make the call. Elizabeth continued on as if she hadn't forgotten to set her cell phone on silent for the biggest meeting of her career. She prayed Mr. Scott didn't take offense that easily or think she was that flighty. He was 15+ years older than her. While she was qualified for her position, and had been mentored by Grandma Nancy herself since she was 15, she knew she looked younger than her 28 years. Most women wanted to stay young forever, while Elizabeth was constantly looking for ways to appear more mature. She wore her hair back in low ponytails and opted for glasses instead of contacts. She dressed in business suits that were a few years out of date but still considered stylish. While she went through their plans to build a new facility to manufacture the germ bombs, half her brain worried over what emergency warranted a phone call in the middle of the morning. Jennifer returned a couple minutes later holding the phone to her chest as if the person on the other line was on hold, waiting for an answer Jennifer couldn't give. Her lips were pressed into a straight line. Elizabeth's heart dropped. Was it Grandma Nancy? She'd been diagnosed with a heart condition and pushed into early retirement. Or maybe it was Mom. She's gone to India for her honeymoon. Yes, it was an odd request, but she'd always wanted to see the Taj Mahal and her new husband was more than happy to travel the world with her. He was a great guy and Elizabeth was happy that they were happy together, although a part of her wondered if Mom was truly happy. She was cut from the same cloth as Grandma Nancy and Elizabeth, thick threads of achievement needs wove through them, and Elizabeth would go crazy without a challenge in her life. Mom seemed to be holding it together. Elizabeth had a bet going with her two sisters over how long after the honeymoon before Mom showed up at the office looking for something to do. She didn't have time to get into her sisters' choices at the moment. Needless to say, if either of them had wanted to be co-CEO, Elizabeth would have welcomed them into the business. But neither of them made a move in that direction. Should she pause the meeting and talk to whoever was on the phone? The balance between managing a family and managing a company was still hard for her to find. Elizabeth refocused on her presentation. She'd practiced so many times she mumbled it in her sleep. And so you can see the benefit of having a facility dedicated to manufacturing germ bombs, including a lab that I would love your input on designing, Mr. Scott. She'd hoped dangling that carrot in front of him would sweeten the pot. Mr. Scott nodded. I have to admit it's intriguing. And you say you can have the first shipment of germ bombs rolled out to medical facilities within 3 months after final testing? Yes. All we're missing is your additions to the cleansing agent. This was the part of the presentation when Jennifer, or whomever she was practicing in front of, would slap the table and say, "I'm in." Mr. Scott's face was stony and completely unreadable, which sucked the oxygen from the room. If he would just smile, she'd be able to suck in air. She kept her back straight and her face free of the tension that climbed up her spine. She wasn't going to let him leave without a firm answer. And yet she couldn't get her family out of her head. She cast Jennifer a questioning look. Jennifer shook her head quickly. Okay, so not a stop the meeting kind of emergency. Still, if she just knew who'd called. Mr. Scott stood and buttoned his suit coat. I'd like a couple days to think this over. No. Every cell of Elizabeth's body screamed at her to stop him. She would have barricaded the door if possible. Elizabeth pushed herself to standing, using her hands to support her weight on the table in place of her sore ankle. I am sure that you'll see that our company's reputation is as spotless as our cleaning products. An alliance between us can only do wonderful things for both brands. It was her last-ditch effort to get him to say something, anything that would help her relax over the weekend. Seriously, she couldn't take the suspense. I have a few questions. He glanced at the exquisite timepiece watch that gleamed, happily knowing it was worth the insane amount of money required to own it. If Elizabeth had a special man in her life, she would promise him one of those watches to celebrate the company moving from the millions to the billions. No financing needed, thank you very much. If everything checks out, I'd like to meet again on Monday. He held out his hand to shake hers. She admitted defeat and shook his hand. I'll be available to answer any questions. Which translated to sitting by her phone with her laptop all weekend long. Not that it would be any different from any other weekend. Okay, when they hit the billions, she'd find herself a life. Mr. Scott left the room, his minions following after him. Elizabeth turned to look at her lawyers. Not a word. She moved her finger back and forth. As far as I'm concerned, everything is on track. We will speak of this to no one outside of those in this room. They all nodded their heads, looking glum. The whole company was holding its breath for this contract to go through. Marketing sat on advertisements and teasers they were anxious to get out there. Accounting had 2 new hires waiting to start. Manufacturing had a building picked out and waited for the go-ahead to sign papers, all the while she prayed no one bought the warehouse space out from under them. She had so many plans, so many ways to open new doors of revenue for Nancy's niceties, including expansion overseas. And if they did, they could expand their charity work as well. Maybe she should have talked about that more with Mr. Scott here. Darn it all. There was such a fine line between making the sale and selling your soul. Jennifer didn't wait for the room to clear. She hurried over. It's about your grandmother. You left them on hold? They said they'd wait. Jennifer defended herself. Sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. Elizabeth nearly dropped her cell phone as she took it because her hands were shaking. It took a moment for her to realize that all the eyes in the room were focused on her and no one was moving. Is Miss Nancy okay? Asked Davidson, the head of their legal team. He'd been with Grandma Nancy since she started the company and they were dear friends. He was also one of Elizabeth's biggest supporters, having watched her grow up. She'd apprenticed with him one summer, thinking she might want to go into law, but eventually deciding it wasn't her future. When Grandma Nancy appointed her CEO, some of the senior staff members objected. For Elizabeth, it was a terrible blow to her confidence. Grandma Nancy pulled her aside and told her not to pay them any mind. I wouldn't have picked you if I didn't think you were ready. Remember that. When they challenge you, and they will challenge you, think of me standing right behind you holding my seal of approval over your head. She had done that very thing. And in a few months' time, she'd won over the whole team. Which made it easy to say, "I'm sure she's fine. If not, I'll be sure and let you all know." Jennifer began clearing the room in her subtle way. She helped pack up folders and hand pens to their owners. We had a nice spread set up in the break room in case the meeting went long if any of you need a snack. It should still be there, if HR hasn't found it yet, that is. She baited them to hurry, and they did just that. Elizabeth put the phone to her ear and sat down. "This is Elizabeth Mabel Matthews," she said. She'd never been able to introduce herself as just Elizabeth. Grandma Nancy explained once that there was branding in her beautiful name and she should use it. There were many times she was met with a shocked expression for dumping all that information on a person so quickly, but she'd found there was also power in a name, and she was proud of hers. "Hello, Miss Matthews. Thank you so much for taking my call. This is Samantha Day, the Activities Director for the Palms Retirement Community in Diamond Cove." Talk about a mouthful. Elizabeth didn't feel so bad about using her full name after that introduction. "Is my grandmother okay, Samantha?" Elizabeth had never been contacted by the Palms before. When it was time for Grandma Nancy to retire, in true Nancy Matthews style, she'd taken care of all of the details and informed the family of her prognosis and plans all in one concise email. Grandma was a force of nature, and Elizabeth wished she understood how to control the elements like that. Physically, she's doing quite well. She has daily check-ins with the doctors here and is quite the stickler about getting the right amount of exercise and sticking to her diet. Elizabeth was glad to hear that. When she puts her mind to something, she accomplishes it. Samantha's answering laugh was tinged with a shadow. "I'm beginning to see that. What in the world was Grandma Nancy doing at that retirement community? She probably had plans to take over the place. I'm a huge fan of your grandma, but..." Samantha hedged, "It appears that... Well, you see, Miss Nancy has been... I'm not quite sure how to say this. She's not invading the office, is she?" Elizabeth groaned. "She adores office supplies and has an underlying need to achieve in life. It's compulsive. And possibly hereditary," she added to herself. "Oh no. I mean, I noticed the thing for post-it notes." Samantha laughed easily this time. "I had no idea they came in so many colores." "No, it's not that she's interfering," Samantha coughed quickly, "it's just that I'm afraid retirement isn't agreeing with her like everyone hoped." Elizabeth rubbed the bridge of her nose. "I'm not surprised." She spoke quickly, trying to get the call to move along. There was so much to do between now and Monday. She had 10 internal emails to send before noon. "I'm sorry. I know you're busy. I tried to reach her mother, but she didn't answer the phone. My mother is on her honeymoon." Jennifer returned with a bottle of ibuprofen and a glass of ice water, which she set on the table. Elizabeth mouthed thank you to her and proceeded to twist off the cap. "If you need assistance, I'm the Matthews on call while she's gone." Her one sister was an emotional wreck right now, which was completely understandable all things considered. And her other sister was a loon. There was no other word for it. Her mother thought free spirit was kinder, but Elizabeth called a spade or a loon. At least with family. In front of anyone else, she'd say her sister had a unique perspective on the world. She threw back 2 pills and swallowed. "How can I help?" "I believe that removing herself from her company and social circle so quickly and thoroughly has left Nancy feeling a little lost." Lost? Elizabeth was starting to feel lost in this conversation. "The one thing I am sure of is that my grandmother has never been lost. That's the problem. She's always had a goal, always had a plan, always had something to do. She needs some direction in her life. But more importantly, I think she needs some friends. How much direction can she have? The doctors told her to remove all stress. I've come up with a solution that I think might work. Samantha cleared her throat. I believe having a surprise visit from you would give her a purpose for a few days. She could introduce you to Diamond Cove. Elizabeth absent-mindedly rubbed her ankle. When? This weekend. Excuse me? All thoughts of her sore ankle flew out the window. As in tomorrow? Actually, I thought you could arrive tonight. She had to be kidding. This was the biggest weekend of her life, the make-or-break-it showdown. She couldn't leave now. This is not a good time for me to up and leave the company. Your office closes on the weekend, right? Elizabeth scrambled for a way to tell her no that wouldn't sound selfish. Samantha seemed like a really nice person who cared about Grandma Nancy. She probably had to make lots of these calls. How many families did she have to convince to visit? Like I said, I wouldn't have called if it wasn't important. A wave of guilt washed over her that this stranger, this non-relative, had to advocate for her grandmother. If anyone should be there for Grandma, it should be Elizabeth. After all, the woman had handed over her entire company and a vote of confidence. How could she even think about not running to her aid? I can be there in 3 hours, she said before she thought through everything that would need to be done to get OU the door. She started scribbling notes on the back of her own presentation. Call the maid, have her pack a suitcase for Diamond Cove weekend. Pilot, ready the plane. Send emails. Jennifer's head snapped up from where she was looking at her phone. She hurried over and took a picture of the page. Then she ran from the room to get started. Bless that woman, she deserved a raise. That would be wonderful. Samantha gushed for a few moments about how much Grandma Nancy was going to enjoy having her stay. They said goodbye and she opened her laptop to inform her staff that she would be out of town but reachable by phone. Texts dinged. She scanned them for the most important ones, leaving the others to work out on the flight. Jennifer, any social events to cancel? Elizabeth rolled her eyes. For a brief moment, she wondered what it would be like if she had someone to share her personal life with, someone she could call and discuss her worries about Grandma Nancy. Someone who would wrap their strong arms around her and tell her it was going to be okay. Yeah, because men like that existed in her world. She knew lawyers and professionals and a lot of men who saw her as their sister or a conquest. No one she could really laugh with or let down her walls. She snorted and sent a quick no. She wasn't looking for a romance anyway. What she wanted was love. The kind she'd seen between Grandma Nancy and Grandpa Nate. They were partners in every way, friends, and yes, romantic too. What she'd loved best about their relationship was that they knew they could count on each other. When Grandpa Nate died, Elizabeth asked Grandma if she missed him. In some ways. But I know he's waiting for me, and there's a lot of peace in that, she'd replied. They just didn't make men like that anymore. Men who didn't let death stand in the way of their love. And love? She wanted a love that chased away all the lonely feelings. A love that was strong, stretched across the world and back, no distance could break it. She didn't know if that kind of love was out there. Her phone dinged and she shook off her thoughts. Even if true love existed, she was too busy to go looking for it. Chapter 2. Chad Huntington leaned back in the Adirondack chair on the beach at Diamond Cove. The sky was as blue as a painting and the water was calm. A few clouds floated by, obstructing the sun now and again. The breeze was a warm caress and a group of fishermen exclaimed over their lucky day, sending their congratulations to one another dancing across the sand. He'd come to this small beach town looking for a fresh start and a shot at love. What he'd gotten was a life lesson in credit card fraud and a broken heart. All he had left was his business, and from what his best friend and accountant just told him, he was about to lose that too. He shoved his feet into the sand and contemplated Rick's dire news. He knew things were bad, but the surf shop was more than just a store or a place to get lessons. At least, it was more to him. He wasn't ready to give it up, not yet. If I can hang on till spring break, I have a shot at making a big payment to the Sharks. The Sharks was the nickname he'd given the credit card company that hounded him day and night, at work or on his cell, weekdays and weekends. Even when he'd made the first payment, they continued to call and remind him another one was due. Like he could forget. Karen, the one who'd actually charged his card, was offshore, living it up with her next victim. The police were less than enthusiastic about ever finding her. They seemed to think Chad should have known better than to trust his girlfriend of 3 months with his visa. He should have. But there was a saying about love being blind for a reason. Not that he'd been in love with Karen. It was more like he'd been caught in her web, trapped by her platinum blonde hair, ocean blue eyes, and the way she made him feel like the coolest guy in the room. Her constant compliments and adoring looks should have been a warning sign. He really wasn't all that. It's going to take more than a big payment. These monthly bills aren't going away for a while. If you sell the shop, you might be able to get out from under it. Rick rubbed his shaved head and settled his fishing hat back in place. He was round in the chest and had a square head, the kind of guy other guys didn't want to mess with because he just looked solid. The tide was out and the sound of the waves seemed far away. For Chad, the song of the ocean was as necessary as air to fill his lungs. If he lost his surf shop, he'd be forced to move inland. For someone like him, that was a fate worse than death. I can teach more lessons. He turned and took in the palms. The retirement community pretty much supported Diamond Cove, with over 70% of the residents working for the old folks' home. The Palms was more expensive than any place he'd ever be able to retire. Not to mention, many of the residents weren't that old. They even had bungalows on the beach for those who drove and lived more active lives. I can advertise at the Palms. That's untapped potential over there. Surfing was part of his legacy, in his genes and pumping through his veins. His dad was a professional surfer who grew up in Hawaii. Mom was too, but she was never quite good enough to compete against the Bethany Hamiltons and Carissa Moores. If they hadn't died, they'd be riding the waves every chance they had until they needed walkers. Even then, they'd find a way. As much as Chad loved surfing, teaching it was a whole different thrill. Seeing that moment of excitement when a new surfer got up for the first time was pure gold. Unfortunately, it wasn't the type of gold he could cash in to pay his bills. "I'll take lessons in exchange for my monthly fee until you get things together," Rick offered. "Thanks." Chad glanced down at his hands, folded in his lap. Rick didn't charge him that much in the first place. It was a drop in the bucket. Now he just needed 50,000 more. "Knowing what I have in the bank and how much we sold this time last year, how long do you think I have? Until you have to close your doors?" Rick's hand twitched as if he were typing the numbers out on a 10 key. "A month, maybe 2 if you're frugal." 1 month. 1 month to save his shop, his home, his dream. It seemed so strange, because it had taken him years to build it. How could it be gone in just a month? Chad stared out over the ocean, silently calling to his angel parents. "If you have access to a miracle, I could use it right about now." He wished he'd consulted them before jumping into Karen's trap. The truth was, it felt so good to fall, he didn't even think to check in with his guardian angels. The wind picked up just enough for him to notice the change in the air. Swirling in the airstream was a hint of seaweed smell, and the tang of salt followed quickly by a citrusy orange scent. Mom, he thought. She'd always smelled like oranges. He smiled, picturing her standing beside his chair, her board tucked under her arm as she evaluated the waves. He was instantly taken back in time to his first days on a board. He'd felt so tiny compared to the ocean, so insignificant. He'd fallen off his board and swallowed enough salt water to give himself a stomach ache. Mom had grinned at him. "You're falling off too early," she called him out on dropping at the sight of a big swell. "Just hang on a little longer." Her encouraging nod was fresh on his mind the next time he caught a wave. That time, he'd ridden it all the way to shore. The image faded, the memory soft and warm. "Something will come up," he boldly pronounced, unsure why he felt so certain that this would all work out when nothing else had. "I just need to hang on a little longer." Rick nodded as if he didn't believe a word of it but hoped, for his friend's sake, that he was right. Keep it positive, right? Diamond Cove was not a tourist town per se. Being on the coast of Florida, you would think that it would be a hot destination. But the city was quiet, far enough away from the parks to discourage people from staying here and driving inland for their Disney fix. And while they had world-class beaches and a wicked reef for snorkeling and diving, what they didn't have was hotels. Oh sure, more and more people were renting out their homes, but so far, they were an undiscovered section of the map. And most of the residents wanted to keep it that way. Most of his customers were locals or family visiting locals. He wasn't interested in making his surf shop the biggest or best known, however, he often wondered if there were things he could do to make it better, more profitable and useful. Rick stood and brushed the sand off his backside. The chairs were a permanent fixture on the beach, maintained by the city and brought in during hurricanes. They were comfortable and well-used. More often than not, tired runners or overtaxed beachcombers were grateful for the place to sit for a while and catch their breath. Chad and Rick had taken to using them as a conference room despite the fact that they came with pockets full of sand. "I don't suppose you'd take a side job delivering pizzas?" Rick asked. "I heard they needed drivers." "I'll check into it," he replied. And he would. If he had to get 2 extra jobs, he'd do it. As long as he was making more at the shop than he paid his high school employee, it would be worth it. His eyes wandered over to the surf shop. The name wasn't all that original, but it got the point across. He'd read online that clever names didn't work well in Google searches, so he'd stuck with the basics. Maybe he should have been more creative. They said goodbye and Rick headed toward the small parking lot by the pier. Scott had a couple hours until the shop opened. His board laid by the seat, calling to him to get out on the water and leave his troubles with the seashells on the shore. The feeling was always there and moderately easy to put off for a few more minutes. His eyes wandered over to the surf shop. He tried to see it from a customer's point of view. The sea-weathered wood sign with the turquoise blue background and white lettering had faded over the last 2 years. Getting up on a ladder to repaint was such a pain, he'd put off the chore. Not because he was lazy, but because there were so many other things to do each day that painting was pushed to the bottom of his list. The large bay window under the sign showed a mannequin wearing swim trunks and a t-shirt with his surf shop logo. The latest surfboards lined up behind him, with a fake palm tree leaning in from the side. Karen used to help him run the business. She'd started out as his employee and moved up to being his girlfriend within a week. It was so easy to let her put her hands into everything because he'd trusted her. After she left, he'd hired Barbie, a 17-year-old high school senior who didn't know how to surf and wanted money for college. It took a while to trust her, but soon learned she didn't want more responsibilities or a raise. She was happy with her bi-weekly paychecks and every other weekend off, which suited him just fine. He'd made a solemn pact with himself never to let his heart rule his head again. As long as he was true to himself, he'd be fine. Lonely as a starfish, but fine. He surged to his feet, snagged his board, and headed out to the ocean, intent on forgetting about Karen and his troubles for a half hour. He was almost to the waterline when he heard a shout. Turning, he saw an older woman in a tracksuit waving to him. "Yoo-hoo," she called. "What in the world?" He glanced behind him to see if there was anyone there. All he found was open water. He switched directions and jogged her way, hoping to find a new student. She had chin-length white blonde hair that curved gently around her jawline. Her pale blue eyes were sharp and took his measure. She wore dark-rimmed reading glasses and an easy smile. "Hello?" He smiled down at her. "Can I help you?" Her grin widened. "I think you just might be able to." "That's great." He waited for her to continue. She took a business card out of her purse and held it out to him. "I have a rather odd request." He eyed the card wearily. "I'm listening." "I'd like to offer you a job, but it may be outside of your current skill set." His dad often got asked to do commercials and things. Producers and casting directors approached him out of the blue. Maybe that's what this was all about. It could be a chance to make some quick cash. He dropped his skeptical look and adopted a more serious one as he accepted her card. "Oh?" He encouraged her to continue. "What kind of job?" She fidgeted with her purse's zipper. "Just the easiest job you've ever had. It pays top dollar." His warning radar was back up and ringing. "Sounds like you're trying to sell me a bridge over Texas." She laughed lightly and just a little too long for a normal conversation. Something was up. "I used to be so good at this sort of thing." She frowned at herself and then dropped her hand to her side, the fidgeting forgotten. "I might have laid that on a little thick." "Hi, I'm Nancy Matthews." She held out her hand and he was surprised at the strength of her grip as they shook. She made eye contact with him and held it, a sudden confidence in her bearing. "My granddaughter Elizabeth is coming into town." The way she said her granddaughter's name was like she expected him to know her, or at least take note of her. "She needs an assistant for the weekend and I thought of you." "Me?" He listened hard, thinking he'd be able to hear his parents laughing over this one. He wrinkled his forehead. "You want me to be her personal assistant?" "Yes." "Is that something you're willing to do?" Nancy tucked her hair behind her ear. I don't have the first clue about being an assistant." Nancy relaxed her stance, as if this wasn't a problem. "Can you make calls?" "Yeah." He answered slowly. "Send emails?" she threw at him. "Yes." "Run errands?" "Sure. But there's got to be more to it than that." He'd met a few personal assistants. They were sharp people who sensed what needed to happen to keep things running smoothly. "That's all she'll need for one weekend. If you were hired full-time, there would be more required." She considered him. He glanced down at the sand. The answer to his problems couldn't be this simple, could it? "There is a small catch." She spoke low. "Aha." He knew it. "You'll have to be available 24 hours a day starting Friday night until she flies out on Sunday. And you may be asked to do some rather unorthodox things." Her eyes cut to the side and Chad's hackles rose up. He narrowed his eyes at her. "This isn't some kind of weird proposition, is it?" She let out a high-pitched giggle as her cheeks turned red. "Oh no. There's nothing hinky about any of this." "Hinky?" he questioned. "You know." She flapped a hand at him as if everyone knew what that meant. "The job is completely on the up and up." She tucked the other side of her hair behind her other ear. And it pays $2,500 a day. His mouth fell open. For $2,500 a day, I'd consider hinky. He clamped his mouth closed. Not really. It was his turn to blush. He finally read the card. Nancy Matthews, founder of Nancy's Niceties. Holy crap. He looked from her to the card and back up to her. She laughed easily. I like a sense of humor. It should keep Elizabeth on her toes. She looked him over, from head to toe. Do you have any professional clothing? I have a friend who sews. He felt like holding his surfboard in front of his body. You know I teach surfing for a living, right? It wasn't a total lie, but something told him to keep his own shop out of all this. After Karen, he didn't advertise that he owned a business. If a person liked him as a surf instructor, then that's all they needed to know. Her smile was back in place. I certainly do. He regarded her curiously. What made you think I'd do this? I had hope. She lifted her shoulders slightly. I think your laid-back personality will balance out my granddaughter's overachieving one and allow her to loosen up while she's here. I want her to have fun on her visit, and if you can lift some of her workload, then she'll be able to do just that. That made at least a little bit of sense. Nancy's eyes gleamed. And you're young enough that you can keep up with her. He chuckled. I could say the same about you. She touched his arm. Oh, you will do wonderfully. She patted his arm affectionately before turning to leave. I'll send her down here to meet you on Friday afternoon. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps you can give her a surf lesson? He nodded. I'd be happy to. Plan on it. He waved, tucked his board under his arm, and headed out to the ocean. Either that was the weirdest conversation of his life and he needed to call the retirement community and tell them one of their memory patients had escaped, or his guardian angel parents were taking his life by the hand. Thanks, Mom and Dad, he said into the breeze as his feet hit the cold water. I hope we all know what we're doing. He pushed his board out in front of him and threw his body onto it. With a big paycheck only a few days away, he felt lighter. If only Nancy had a cure for his heart too. Chapter 3. You're here. Elizabeth was enveloped into Grandma Nancy's hug on the front porch of her flamingo pink beach bungalow. Flamingo pink. She couldn't remember her grandma ever wearing pink, let alone wanting to live in a pink house. She double-checked the address twice. Once she got over the shock of the color of the house, Elizabeth bounded up the steps eager to see her beloved grandmother once again. She held on tight as a floodgate of memories and emotions opened up inside of her. When she was at work or falling into bed at night, it was easy to pretend that everything was okay with Grandma Nancy and she didn't have a heart issue and she wasn't forced into retirement by a team of doctors. When she didn't think about how close they'd come to losing her, she functioned well. But when those thoughts and fears surfaced, they easily overwhelmed her. She hugged tighter and determined to do everything in her power to help Grandma be happy in her new home and in her new phase in life. Elizabeth stood back and evaluated Grandma Nancy. Her coloring was good, with color on her cheeks that wasn't applied with a makeup brush. Her hair was highlighted and dyed the same blonde it always was, but instead of a business suit, she wore a tracksuit. There was a crease down the front of the legs and arm where Grandma had ironed it. The sight of them reassured her that Grandma was still the same woman she'd always been. Well? Grandma Nancy gave her a sassy look. Do I pass inspection? Elizabeth had never been anything but honest with her grandmother and didn't see the point of changing that now. You're thinner and you smell like the beach and you're still beautifully put together. Grandma lifted her own arm and sniffed. Elizabeth laughed. That's not a bad thing. She hugged her grandma again. This time she drew in an obvious deep, deep sniff. Grandma swatted at her. Stop smelling me, and come see what I have for you. Elizabeth felt lighter than she had in weeks. Just being with Grandma was a stress reducer. If only she could include her in the germ bomb plans, meetings, and details. What a blessing it would be to share some of her burdens. As Grandma took her hand and pulled her into the kitchen, she felt how thin her skin. The papery texture was a reminder that, while her grandma was a force of nature, she wasn't invincible. Her mom had warned her not to give updates or share news about things, because Grandma's thoughts would start spinning. Once her mind latched onto a particular problem or need, they spun and spun, disrupting her sleep and wreaking havoc on her body. The best thing Elizabeth could do would be to keep Grandma Nancy as far away from the burdens of running a company as possible. Grandma stopped them in front of a large window that looked out over the ocean. There was a line of magnolia trees to the right that would look stunning in May. She could already smell the blossoms. The beach was made of white sand and even whiter surf. Way out there was a lone surfer, cutting across the water with skill. The sound of the waves hitting the shore was a soothing background track. There was a long pier that reached out over the water, and she could hear the sound of her footsteps on the planks. This place was magical. Well, what do you think? Asked Grandma. I think you found a hidden gem. She touched the glass, wishing she had time to lay around on the beach. Not about the view. Grandma put her hand on her hip. About your workstation. She motioned to the white table set in the window. There was a multiport power cord, a camera for video conferencing, a new hardbacked notebook, and a set of Elizabeth's favorite .07 tip pens in 4 colors. This should be a good place to work while you're here. Elizabeth was touched by the attention to detail. She put an arm around Grandma's shoulders. This was so kind of you. Grandma's eyes held a note of affection with a chorus of pride. If I know anything about my Elizabeth, it's that she can't leave work far behind. She patted her cheek. Elizabeth considered the desk. Everything looked like it was going to be here for a while. The desk had thick legs and a solid top. Where had she found it, and who carried it in here? What had Samantha told her? How long do you think I'm staying? She prodded. As grateful as she was to be here right now, she couldn't stay longer than Sunday morning, and even that was pushing it. Jennifer was on high alert, ready to connect Elizabeth with any team in the company when Lucas Scott called for more information. And he would call. Elizabeth was certain of that. There would be some sort of test to see if her company could handle the volume and demands this expansion and partnership would place on it. On the flip side of all that was Grandma's expectations, which Elizabeth hated to leave unmet. You can stay as long as you'd like. Grandma squeezed her arm. I've even hired you a personal assistant. You did what? Elizabeth stared at her, certain she'd heard wrong. It wasn't easy finding someone on such short notice, but I managed. She winked and then straightened the pens in the pen holder. Elizabeth was starting to understand Samantha's concern for Grandma Nancy. Running around buying furniture and interviewing assistants wasn't the prescribed rest she so desperately needed. I didn't mean to be so much work for you. Elizabeth frowned. Trust me, sweetheart, hiring your assistant was not a burden. Grandma's eyes had a sparkle in theorem, the same one she'd had the day she came up with the idea for a disposable dusting wand so many years ago. Elizabeth remembered it like it was last week. She'd been at Grandma Nancy's, helping with weekly chores and testing cleaning products. Grandma insisted that all her grandchildren learned how to use the products they would one day be in charge of producing. She also believed that the home is the best training ground for a child. They were in the process of dusting the knickknacks when Elizabeth bemoaned the state of Grandma's dusting rags. They aren't fit to be seen, Grandma. She'd shaken out the rag to show her the many stains. Grandma had paused, and then her eyes started to sparkle just like they did now. An uneasy feeling started in the pit of Elizabeth's stomach. It was, quite possible, Grandma had a plan to weasel her way out of retirement. She could see her now, joining meetings via Zoom and giving her new personal assistant a list of tasks. Grandma had everything in place to make this plan work. All she had to do was convince Elizabeth that this was the next logical step. Sneaky. Elizabeth stretched her arms above her head and said, I should probably meet this assistant as soon as possible. And lay down the law, she added silently. Grandma nodded sagely. She tapped her chin as she looked over Samantha's suit. You might want to change first. It was Samantha's turn to look down and inspect her clothing. What's wrong with Louis Vuitton? She expected a laugh out of her grandmother and instead got a shake of her head. You can't surf in it. That's not a problem because I don't surf, Elizabeth quipped. Besides, this is a beach community. You can't go around looking all uptight. Grandma's brow furrowed with worry. Elizabeth managed to hold back her laugh. I am uptight. Grandma let out a sigh she usually reserved for Elizabeth's younger sister. The hippie one, Grace, not the other one, Maisie. The sound was foreign to Elizabeth, who was used to being the apple of her grandmother's eye. Was there more to her desire for Elizabeth to fit in? You're right. I should change into something less formal and then you can introduce me to some of your friends. Panic raced across Grandma's face. Elizabeth's heart sank. Samantha had mentioned something about her fitting in, or not fitting in. It's okay, Grandma. We can skip introductions. She couldn't help the note of pity that attached itself to her comment. Grandma's hands, which had curled into fists, relaxed. Perhaps Samantha's assessment of the situation wasn't thorough enough. Grandma had been here for 6 months, she should have made friends by now. Elizabeth vowed to get to the bottom of the situation and help Grandma fit in. And if walking around in a business suit was going to make her stand out, then Elizabeth would change. I'll get my suitcase off the porch and find something more appropriate for a beach community. She smiled reassuringly and soon Grandma was leading her down the short hallway to the guest bedroom. On her way, she surveyed the personal touches Grandma had added to the bungalow. The front room hosted an overstuffed couch done in gray. The walls were lined with white boards that brought the beach theme from the outside to the inside. The wood floors, fabulous for sweeping up the beach sand that inevitably found its way inside, were adorned with a couple large rugs. On the wall were family pictures along with pictures of Grandma Nancy with different political figures and celebrities who had been spokespeople for Nancy's niceties through the years. The guest room was painted a much paler version of the flamingo pink. The blush color was soft and inviting and seemed just right. The contemporary headboard was done in white and the bed was covered in a white coverlet with seashells embroidered into it. There were no less than 7 pillows. Elizabeth would bet her next paycheck that 2 of them were soft and 2 of them were hard. Grandma insisted that no one would ever need to bring their own pillow to her house, so she provided a variety. A large mirror hung over the dresser and a palm tree and beach painting adorned the wall above the headboard. The other wall had a large window that faced the street, which meant that Grandma Nancy's room faced the ocean. Even now Elizabeth could hear the soft sounds of surf and tide. It was quite a change from the street noises outside of her old house. When Grandma Nancy retired, she'd offered her home to Elizabeth, saying that she could leave it to her in the will so she would eventually inherit the property. But Elizabeth insisted her sister, Grace, take it. She was floundering through life right now, and Elizabeth enjoyed having her in the same city and hoped that being in a place where so many good memories were made would be therapeutic for her. Grandma clapped her hands together. Let's get you ready for your surf lesson. Elizabeth drew her eyebrows together. What surf lesson? You can't work all the time. Grandma unzipped Elizabeth's suitcase. So I set up a lesson for you. But, Elizabeth's mind raced. I came to spend time with you. I know. And we will. But this is your vacation. She flipped open the suitcase. I overheard someone talking about this particular instructor. He's the best there is. Elizabeth rubbed her forehead as she tried to come up with a way out of a surf lesson. Oh, this is nice. Grandma held up a tan and turquoise one-piece. There's a matching cover-up too. Her eyes danced. Elizabeth stared at the swimsuit in shock. I've never seen that before. She double-checked the tag on the suitcase. It read, Elizabeth Mabel Matthews. What in the world? She sorted through the other items and found an alarming collection of swimsuits with matching cover-ups, running shorts and tops, and 3 sundresses. 2 of them she'd bought in college, before her hips curved. They'd bust open at the buttons if she tried to put them on now. I'm going to fire my maid, she mumbled. Don't be so dramatic. Grandma flicked through the clothing. Dramatic? I have nothing to wear. Elizabeth caught her own petulant tone and then laughed. Okay, that did sound dramatic. But, she pointed to her suitcase. This is ridiculous. Nonsense. It looks exactly like a vacation suitcase should look. She found a light blue bikini bottom and a dark blue top and held them up triumphantly. You can wear this to meet your assistant. I'm going to have you evaluated by the psychiatrist on staff. Grandma rolled her eyes, something she had never done in all of Elizabeth's life. You have such a cute body. And you're always hiding it in these suits. So that I'm taken seriously in a board meeting. Your meeting's on the beach. Grandma shoved the bikini at her. I'm so confused. I thought this was a surf lesson. She pushed the bikini back toward her grandma. It's both. Grandma sighed heavily at having to explain the details. Your surf instructor is also your personal assistant. That's not giving me any confidence in either position. Elizabeth reached for a pair of flip-flops in the bottom of the bag. I'll have to wear what I have on. She glanced over the rest of the clothing strewn across the bed. Is there some place in this cove where I can buy some clothes? Grandma brightened. There's a darling boutique on Main Street. I'll take you there as soon as you're done with your meeting. Unless you decide to go to dinner with your new assistant. She added the last bit in a hurried rush. Elizabeth's heart broke at her grandma's lack of confidence. This place must have really done a number on her if she thought her own granddaughter would rather spend time with a stranger than with her. She reached out and touched Grandma's hand. I'm skipping the surf lesson and we're going shopping and out to dinner. I desperately need some grandma time and Italian food. She only ever ate pasta with Grandma, it was their thing. Disappointment flitted across Grandma's face but was gone again just as fast. Sounds like a fun evening. I'll make a reservation. She stared distractedly at the bed. There's shrimp in the fridge for Ringo, Paul, George, and John. Will you take it to them? Elizabeth stopped in her tracks. I'm sorry, what? Grandma looked up. The flamingos. On the beach. Will you take them the shrimp in the fridge? I meant to feed them earlier, but time got away from me. Sure. Elizabeth tried not to drag out the word and make Grandma feel crazy. But really? She'd been reduced to feeding birds to have something to do? She'd always had a soft spot for the Beatles, but naming wildlife was a desperate call for help. I'll be back, quick as a wink. Elizabeth hurried out the front door, plastic bag of jumbo shrimp in hand. How far would her grandma push the phrase "I'd do anything for you"? And at what point should Elizabeth order that psyche eval? Chapter 4. Nancy waited until she heard the door shut behind Elizabeth before she took off running for the kitchen window. She was almost there when a soft knock came at the front door. Who in the world? She hurried to answer in case Elizabeth had changed her mind and wanted to take a surf lesson after all. If only it were that easy. That girl was as stubborn as her mother. She opened the door to find Dawn and Walt standing there. "Get in here, quick." She grabbed their hands and pulled them inside. Then she leaned out and checked both directions to make sure Elizabeth hadn't seen them standing on her doorstep. Satisfied the coast was clear, she shut the door and leaned against it. "That was close." "Not really," said Dawn. "We made sure the target was off property before making our move." He wore a workout shirt and a pair of shorts, his regular gym attire. All those muscles on an 84-year-old were impressive. Actually, that many muscles at any age were impressive. Dawn took his military training seriously, even in his retirement. Nancy suspected his obsession with the gym had something to do with his wife's Alzheimer's. She'd met Naomi Dollar and heard many wonderful stories about her from before the illness claimed her. She was someone Nancy would have been good friends with. "I found these in my old gearbox," said Walt. "We thought you could use them." He held out a pair of giant binoculars. "Did you take these to the moon?" Nancy teased as she hefted the technical piece of equipment up to her eyes. Her floor suddenly came into minute focus, and she reared back in surprise. "I only worked for NASA, never flew a shuttle," Walt clarified as he adjusted the NASA ball hat perched on his head. Nancy knew that, of course, but she liked to tease him a little. She liked to tease all of the Secret Seven when they weren't in a meeting. She crossed to the back window and focused the lenses on the water, scanning for Chad. "That reminds me," she was joined by the men who both had their own pair of binoculars up. "Elizabeth thinks I don't have any friends." She colored slightly at the admission. Her own granddaughter. The idea was embarrassing at the least and positively humiliating at the most. "I'm going to use that to get her and Chad to go to the paddleboard yoga class tomorrow." Walt nodded. "What do you need from us?" Nancy thought about it for a second. She spotted Chad, but there was no sign of Elizabeth yet. "Can you work out a way to get them on the same paddleboard?" Polly said that proximity was a major factor in creating chemistry. Don lowered his binoculars and gave her a sharp salute. "We'll take care of it." "Thanks." Nancy spotted Elizabeth on the boardwalk. "And spread the word, no one knows me." "We'll let the Secret Seven know and have a couple of the ladies there to run interference if anyone tries to talk to you," offered Walt. He grinned wickedly. "Perfect. Now, let's hope these two hit it off." She concentrated on Elizabeth's approach. "What's in her hand?" asked Walt as he leaned over her sink. "Shrimp." "I thought that if Chad saw her feed the flamingos, he'd think she was a soft-hearted person." "Isn't she?" asked Dawn. Nancy nodded, twisting one of the knobs for better focus. "Yes, but she comes across as stiff when she's in business mode." She drew in a sharp breath. "Chad must have seen her, he's getting out of the water." "Here we go," mumbled Dawn. Nancy barely held in her squeal of excitement. Who knew matchmaking could be so fun? Chapter 5. Elizabeth's shoes made the flip-flop noise they were famous for. She wondered how long it had been since she'd worn sandals and couldn't remember the last time. Her toes wiggled with a sense of freedom. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and checked the number of messages. 12 texts and 17 emails since she'd silenced it to go inside Grandma's pink house. Having an assistant to sort through them would free her up to spend more time with Grandma. The sooner they got through orientation, the sooner she could start working on making Grandma's life easier. While she had her phone out, she tried to call Samantha. So many questions rolled around in her head, including if feeding wild flamingos was legal in Diamond Cove. The line went to voicemail and she hung up. It was a late Friday afternoon and Samantha probably had plans like a normal 20-something-year-old would. Not that Samantha would know she was busy getting her 4th advanced degree, this one in economics, in her mid-20s. While she didn't begrudge her education, was supremely thankful for it every day, she wondered how much she'd missed out on with her nose in a spreadsheet. She had no problem coming up with interesting stories at parties, not when she'd been on set for commercials with Olympic athletes and Hollywood stars. There was always a missing element in those retellings, her. While others talked about the time they biked Zion National Park or skied in Switzerland, her stories all had to do with the life she'd been born into and the role she was expected to take. Surf lessons suddenly sounded fun. Wouldn't Jennifer be surprised if Elizabeth came back to the office with a tan line and a stomach full of salt water? She chuckled to herself. No doubt she'd wipe out more often than not. At least she would have a story to tell. She was looking down at her phone, trying to find a general information number for the Palms, when she stumbled from the boardwalk to the sand. The change in texture beneath her feet caused her to stumble and she dropped her phone. Oh no! With a groan, she leaned over to pick it up, only to discover that it was now coated in fine particles of sand. She prayed they hadn't gotten into the speaker. She blew on it and brushed it with her jacket. Where was a can of compressed air when she needed one? While she was busy trying to rescue her phone, the bag of shrimp crinkled and crackled in her hands. A strange noise came from behind her and she whipped around to peer into the shadows of the magnolia trees. A beautiful flamingo strutted out, his eyes on the shrimp. "Well, you're stunning. You must be John." She admired his almost white body and remembered that flamingos get their pink color from eating shrimp. No wonder Grandma thinks you're malnourished. She continued to wipe her phone. When she looked up, John was joined by George, Ringo, and Paul. They advanced slowly and surely, as if they were afraid she would run away. She considered it. The birds were beautiful, and being this close to them was intimidating. Not to mention, they had beadly black eyes. No one ever talked about their eyes, and now she knew why. They were creepy. Especially when they stared unblinking. Shivers. Her gaze locked with John's, and the flamingos stopped their advance. She breathed a sigh of relief. The old saying that wildlife was more afraid of you than you were of it was probably true. After all, sayings didn't become famous because they were wrong. Some silent signal was given and the flamingos started forward again. Elizabeth hurried to put her phone in her pocket. She stepped backward, stumbling over the sand, and both her flip-flops slipped off. They stayed where they fell because she wasn't about to charge these large birds. They were so much bigger up close than they were on television. Besides, there were 4 of them and only one of her. Paul Gargle grunted and jerked his beak toward the bag of shrimp. Right. Sorry. In her Twilight Zone bird encounter, she'd forgotten all about the food in her hand. The bag cracked open. The flamingos cocked their heads. They almost looked like they were smiling fondly at her, like she was slow on the uptake and had just caught on. She chuckled to herself for anthropomorphizing them. It was Grandma's fault for naming them. Once you give something a name, it takes on a personality. "What, no Yoko?" she asked as she tossed shrimp to them. They were surprisingly good catches, and patient as she worked her way up and down the line of them. "You're well-mannered. Your namesakes would be proud." She tossed one just out of reach and Ringo did some fancy footwork to catch it before it hit the sand. You guys are pretty good. Have you ever thought about doing YouTube videos? I hear trick shots are a crowd pleaser. Great, now she was talking to them. That meant she could cross Grandma's psyche eval off her list of things to do this weekend, right? She threw the last shrimp at George and then crumpled the bag. That's it, folks. They stared at her with their solid black eyes, and she worried they'd charge. Holding very still, she hardly dared breath. Finally, John flipped around on one leg and made his way back to the shadows. The others followed. Elizabeth glanced around and threw the empty bag in one of the garbage cans nearby and dusted off her palms. That was kind of fun, she admitted out loud. Okay, maybe Grandma wasn't as crazy as Elizabeth first thought, especially if she was talking to herself. She thought back to their conversation. The bikini thing was a little strange, but she could let that slide. Throwing a hand over her eyes to shield them against the sun, she looked for this personal assistant/surfing instructor. The beach wasn't full, but there were clumps of people scattered about. One group was building a fire. They had picnic baskets with roasting sticks poking out of them. Another set carried fishing poles and buckets they'd used as seats. Still more beach combed and a few ran on the hard sand just beyond the water's edge. This was impossible. She should have at least gotten a name from Grandma before leaving the bungalow. Throwing her hands up in disgust at herself for not being more thorough, she was ready to turn around and march back to Grandma's when she caught sight of a man with a surfboard. Her breath caught as the sun sparkled across the drops of water on his bare chest and shoulders. Oh my, she whispered. He was tall with broad shoulders and a tapered, flat stomach. He wore a black bodysuit with the arms tied around his waist. His dark hair was short and spiked in the front, and he walked with the gait of a man who knew what he wanted in life. His board short rode dangerously low on his hips. Although with a body like that he could walk around in the nude and no one would complain. Startled by her own thoughts, Elizabeth was taken even more off guard as the man made eye contact with her and changed directions. She froze on the spot, and not even an angry flamingo would have gotten her feet to move. I'm caught in his tractor beam, she mumbled to herself. Instead of being pulled to him, he was coming to her. The closer he got, the warmer her lower stomach became and the more hormones raced through her body. She'd never had this kind of a physical reaction to a man before, and the lack of control over her legs and mouth made her panic. Did he intend to actually talk to her? Because her tongue had glued itself to the top of her mouth, becoming completely useless. Her eyes danced across the water droplets hanging from his dark locks and dripping down his cheeks. Oh my gosh, he was amazing. His jaw was strong and set in place as if he was determined to make this meeting happen. She glanced from side to side, wondering if this was one of those weird moments where you see somebody wave at you and waved back only to find out they were looking to someone behind you. There was no one else on this section of the beach but the flamingos. She had the strangest desire to point her finger at her chest and mouth the word me, like a math tutor when the captain of the football team asks her to dance. Not that Elizabeth knew what that was like, although she'd had her fantasies about Terrence Goodwill, just like every other girl in her high school. The closer the devastatingly handsome man got, the more she wanted to back away. She couldn't handle the intensity in his gaze or the thrumming of her heart. Since he approached from one side of the beach, she moved parallel to the surf, her feet dragging along like clumps of seaweed were attached. She didn't look where she was going, and she hooked her heel on an abandoned sandcastle. For a brief moment she windmilled her arms and then went down. Her hips hit the top of the castle, a turret perhaps, and her head ended up below her feet that dangled in the air. Sand fell in her face and she spit it out of her mouth. EW. She shifted, with no hope of getting back on her feet with any grace. A cold lump of sand rolled up her back and landed between her shoulder blades. She let out a shriek, wondering if there were sand crabs in there. Her jacket was ruined. Her reputation was toast. She moaned and threw her arm over her face, embarrassed. At least I'm not in a bikini, she consoled herself. The sun went dark and she peeked out from behind her arm to see if the world had come to an end. A beautiful, manly face hovered above her. The light created a halo effect around his short cropped hair. Was he an angel sent to rescue her from herself? Salt water dripped from his temples and onto her face. She cringed. No angel then. Sorry about that. He held out a hand for her. Are you all right? No, she threw her other arm up to conceal her identity. I'm about to do a terrific impression of a turtle stuck on its back, so if you turn around or, walk away like this never happened. That would be great. Getting up without the clump of sand sliding into her underwear was going to be tricky at best. He laughed. You're not that stuck. Without asking permission, he grabbed both her hands and pulled her to her feet. The sand, she called out in horror as it fell out of the back of her jacket with a thump. Well, most of it thumped. A third of it trickled under her waistband and created an uncomfortable sensation against her bum. She slumped and then wiggled, hoping to send it out one of her pant legs, but it only succeeded in weighing down the back of her pants. Lovely, she groaned as she tried to turn and see her own backside. Even though she had no hope of ever seeing this guy again. She did not want his last memory of her to be one of her dropping sand from her backside. Or worse, walking away with a sand diaper. I've been looking for you all afternoon. Samantha's head whipped around and she was caught up in the most stunning pair of green eyes outside of Disney cartoons. She stared and stared, drinking them in like someone who ran across the desert barefoot. His eyes spoke to her. They told her he didn't trust easily and that he was happiest when the sun was on his shoulders. Did she mention his shoulders? She worked with people every day who wore masks. Heck, she had several of her own. But if this guy wore one, he'd stripped it for her. His openness was almost too much for her to bear, and she had to look away. Did you say you've been looking for me? She shifted her weight and some of the sand trickled down her pant leg. Shoot me now. For a while now. He flicked his head and water sprayed off of him like some model in a commercial. Elizabeth glanced around the beach, wondering if she'd fallen in some weird rabbit hole of a beach. The magnolias and the pathway, though beautiful, may have been a portal into another dimension. A dimension where really hot guys were looking for her. Because that didn't happen in her normal world. So, he said casually, do you have any experience? Experience? She squeaked. Her cheeks flushed as several thoughts flashed through her mind. None of which were appropriate for the situation. Her mind was normally not so quick to jump to PG-13 situations, but then again the men she normally worked with didn't look like this guy. Yeah. Have you ever tried surfing before? Something clicked in her head. Surfing. Lessons. Grandma. Holy bats. You're my assistant? She wanted to smack her forehead at sounding so surprised and dumb all at once. For the first time since she'd met him, a trace of uncertainty flitted across his face. And surf instructor, if you want. He checked her suit. I don't suppose you have a swimsuit on under that? She wanted to cross her arms over her body and at the same time kicked herself for not taking Grandma's advice. Grandma. No wonder she'd said hiring this guy was not a chore. That sly old bird. She'd checked out the local surfer. Elizabeth wanted to both giggle and gag. The hiring situation was a little bizarre, continued the surfer. Elizabeth empathized with him. Dealing with Grandma Nancy was interesting. After the afternoon I've had, I can imagine. Elizabeth imagined Grandma out here on the beach ogling this guy and deciding he would make a great personal assistant for her. What was up with that? It was like Grandma forgot that Elizabeth was busy running the company she'd recently retired from. She didn't have time for dating games. Which meant that she would have to work hard to remind Grandma that not all of them were retired. Pulling herself together, despite the cold sand in her pants, Elizabeth held out her hand for him to shake. It was about time she found her professionalism. "I'm Elizabeth Mabel Matthews." He grasped her hand easily. She was always impressed with a man who had a good handshake, and this guy had one of the best. Strong, firm, not aggressive, but confident. And then there was that little spark that had surged back and forth between them. That was the most interesting and slightly disturbing part of all. "Chad Huntington, at your service." "And I thought my name was a mouthful," she teased lightly, testing his personality. "You don't happen to know the secret to getting sand out of your underwear, do you?" She glanced up in time to see his cheeks turn but bright red and his eyes dropped to his bare toes. He cleared his throat. Take a shower," he stammered. "I can't believe I just asked you about my underwear." She clapped a hand over her mouth. "I can give you the number to HR if you'd like to report me for inappropriate conversation. And I will be happy to compensate you for your time if you don't want to work with me anymore." He laughed, tipping his head up slightly as if he couldn't quite contain the joy that he felt inside. Elizabeth warmed all over at the sight of him and his beautiful white teeth grinning down at her. With a start, she realized that she was ogling her new assistant. Perhaps the Matthews apple didn't fall far from the tree. "Don't worry, I was assured there was nothing hinky about this situation." Hinky? Grandma. Had she lost all her good senses since retiring? She was going to have a serious conversation with her about her hiring practices. She suddenly wondered if Chad had anything more to recommend him than a great set of pecs. "I'm afraid I have to cancel the surfing lesson." She motioned to her clothing. "And find a 24-hour dry cleaner. Dave's on Maine will take good care of you," he offered. Okay, so he had some skills. She hoped he was as quick at sorting emails. "Do you have your phone?" she asked. He pulled his phone out of the zippered pocket on his wetsuit. It had a hefty case that she assumed was also waterproof. "What's your phone number?" she asked. He rattled it off and she saved it. "I'm forwarding you several texts. Read them and then respond to what you can. What you can't, send back to me." His phone began to ding, a lot. With each sound alert, his eyebrows went up. "You'll want to familiarize yourself with the content of these emails as well. I'll send you further instructions after dinner tonight." Wasn't kidding. He'd spoken so softly she'd hardly heard him. Who wasn't kidding? He blinked, surprised that she'd heard him or surprised that he'd called her out. "The lady who hired me said that I would need to be available 24/7 because you were high-strung." His eyes widened and he held up a palm. "Her words, not mine." Elizabeth blinked. She opened her and closed her mouth. Is that what Grandma thought of her? That she was some kind of a robot machine that lived on emails and spreadsheets? "I don't know that that's completely necessary. I do like to sleep," she defended herself. He smiled softly. "But not surf?" "No," she admitted. "Although, it does look like fun." "In that case." The easygoing, friendly way that he spoke sounded like the beginning of an invitation. Samantha had done enough negotiations to know that if she softened her tone now, maybe even relaxed her posture, he would ask her to reconsider the lesson. For a brief moment she contemplated the idea of joining him out in the ocean. sharing a surfboard and not worrying about Nancy's niceties and the partnership with Lucas Scott. One thought of Lucas was enough to sober her up and banish all thoughts of surfing with this magnificent specimen of a man. "I've never surfed and I don't plan to start now." The shock on his face told her that she had effectively shut down any future invitations. It was for the best, even if part of her wished she had the freedom to pursue this. Not him. She didn't want to complicate her life with a relationship right now. But even the ability to try a new hobby would be a luxury. However, even that wasn't the purpose of her visit. She was here to help Grandma settle in and then get back to her regular life where she would take her company to the billion-dollar sales level. Stay focused, she told herself, it will all pay off in the end. Having decided that she was not going to hang around and stare at him any longer, she gave him one of her professional smiles. "Be looking for my text." Feeling satisfied with herself that she hadn't turned into a puddle of goo over this guy, at least not too much, she went to leave. Her foot landed on his surfboard, which she hadn't seen him drop near them because she'd been watching the clouds float between her toes when he came to help her out. The surface had no traction and her foot flew out to the side and she landed on her hands and knees in the sand. All of the beach that had been lodged in her pants shifted to the front. She closed her eyes briefly, wondering if the universe had it out for her. Before Chad could offer to help her up, she scrambled to her feet, sound flying everywhere in an embarrassingly large radius. Chad bent down quickly to retrieve his surfboard. "You didn't sprain anything, did you?" "Nope." The throbbing in her ankle was because of her earlier fall in the conference room, not this one. For the love. She should never pretend to be mysterious or exotic. She was just Elizabeth, which truly wasn't a bad place to be. Elizabeth Mabel Matthews, a woman who made sand look good. Ugh. Okay, well, I'm going to pretend that I haven't said anything embarrassing. I wish you a good evening and be on my way. She was through trying to impress him. There was no hope of that left. As she walked back to the boardwalk and the place she thought her flip-flops might be, she kicked her legs out at whatever angle the sand wanted to travel. "And I'll pretend that I never saw you wiggle sand out of your underpants," he called to her back. Elizabeth pressed her lips together even as her cheeks flamed with an embarrassment. She'd tested his sense of humor, perhaps he was testing hers. She spun around and placed a hand on her hip. "Why do I get a feeling that you're never going to forget that, even though you just said you would?" "I suspect it's because you're a very smart woman." He grinned, tucked his surfboard under his arm, and headed back towards the pier. Samantha caught herself watching him go, and enjoying the view and gave herself a good scolding. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about him. Do not ever think the words underwear, underpants, or beach ever again. She hoped that by the time she actually saw him again, she will have put this whole thing behind her. If not, perhaps she could communicate via text only and save herself the awkwardness of having to face the most gorgeous man she'd fallen for, or fallen in front of. She fell down. She most certainly didn't fall for him. That wasn't possible in a 30-minute conversation. But if it was, this was the type of man to fall for. Chapter 6. Chad made his way back to his surf shop, not quite sure what to make of his new employer. Or the fact that he had a new employer. Having been a small business owner for the last 4 years, he wasn't used to calling anyone boss. Especially not such a beautiful person. The company he'd worked for before starting out on his own was a large one, with several tiers of management. His was the lowest rung on the ladder, that his manager made sure he knew it, day in and day out. Others may resent the guy for being such a dominant jerk, but Chad was grateful he'd made it easy to quit and move on. It's what his mom would have called a mixed blessing. Speaking of mixing things up, Miss Matthews was 2 parts uptight and 1 part baby Graf. He grinned to himself, remembering the way she tripped over everything. Was she always so clumsy? If so, he'd need to keep an eye out for her. He shook his head. Protecting her from harm was in his job description. She'd survived this long without his help. Still, there was this stirring inside of him that urged him to stand taller, be stronger, act tough. He did a quick internet search on her. His stomach cramped at how dumb he was to think she'd even need his protection. The woman was an heiress. Not like he was an heir, nope, her family had major money. She could hire a bodyguard. He needed to get his head out of the clouds and back on track. Miss Matthews would, no doubt, be used to having someone to call at all hours. That part of business he understood. When he first started the surf shop, he'd spend all day long manning the counters, early mornings and evenings teaching surfing lessons, and then late nights with an accounting book. At least he'd become successful enough to outsource the accounting. He grimaced as he thought of AUDIOBOOK's proclamation that the business wouldn't last another 2 months. They'd set up a lesson for the next morning at 5:30 a.m. to cover his monthly fee. It was the only time Chad dared take for himself, and he prayed Miss Matthews wasn't an early riser. He opened the door and made his way inside the shop. If this assistant job was a gift from his sainted parents, he didn't want to mess it up. They would have a vested interest in the success of the shop because Chad had used their life insurance money to fund the startup. He stopped in front of the portrait of them hanging near the cash register. The picture was taken on their wedding day, just as the sun set. Dad carried a surfboard under one arm and held Mom's hand with the other. Mom gazed lovingly at him, her dress trailing behind her in the breeze. They looked so happy, so in love. He wanted what they had, wanted to know he'd found his soulmate. He scowled. Karen had used his desire for true love to manipulate him. She'd laid it on thick, claiming after one date that she had fallen for him. He'd latched onto her with a desperate heart. "You look worried, boss." Barbie, the high school-aged girl he'd hired to look after the place in the afternoons, gave him a quizzical look. He hadn't said anything to her about his financial troubles and was glad for it now. With this big paycheck coming in, he would be in the black. If he'd told her he might close his doors, she would have worried for nothing. He forced a smile to his face. Just missing the waves. The excuse was as good as any, and she didn't question him further. He stowed his board in the closet along with the mop and broom. There were 2 other boards in there that he used to teach with. As much as he loved this shop, it was short on storage space. "Looks like a quiet night if you want to beg off early," he offered. He could sit up here and read Miss Matthews's emails as easily as going up to his apartment. And if Barbie went home an hour early, it would save him an hour's worth of minimum wage. "I shouldn't. Graduation is right around the corner." She stared down at her feet. "But tonight's the senior bonfire." Her voice trailed off and she looked longingly out the front window. Chad remembered all too well the fun of being in high school. He was a good student but never missed a chance to hang with his friends. He'd even gone to most of the basketball games, happy to cheer from the student section. It wasn't hard to put himself in her shoes, the whole school celebrating while she had to work. "Go on." He motioned for her to leave. "I won't dock your pay." As soon as the words were out, the warm feeling of doing the right thing washed over him. Barbie let out a squeal and darted for the front door. She wrenched it open and turned around to say, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best boss ever." She waved as she ran towards the parking lot where her beater Jeep waited. Chad shook his head and himself, he was such a softie. He drew the stool up behind the counter. He'd better get started on his new job. After the initial onslaught of texts, his phone had gone quiet. For a moment, He wondered what Miss Matthews was doing that distracted her from forwarding texts and emails. Not that it was any of his business. He needed to keep his mind on the job and not the employer. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was in over his head. The basic correspondence he could handle, requests for meetings and schedule changes, were no big deal. But the others used words like fixed and variable costs, shareholders' equity, and business to consumer transactions. From what he could gather, there was a big deal going down that every department head had concerns about. They emailed Miss Matthews about employee morale, expansion, facilities management, and more. Several texts used the word bomb. That was a little disconcerting. When he felt like he'd read enough and understood all that he was going to understand, he flipped the open sign to closed and rubbed his weary eyes. Not one customer had come in during the last hour. As he was turning off lights and climbing the stairs to his small apartment, the thought occurred to him that he might be able to learn something about running a successful business by working for Miss Matthews. With a renewed interest in her texts, he opened them up and scanned for anything that would be helpful to the surf shop. He thought back on their meeting and found himself chuckling. For all her success in the world of business, Elizabeth couldn't traverse the beach without a backside full of sand. Sand. He could help her with that. Surfing was an excellent way to improve balance. He found the idea of teaching the lovely lady how to ride the waves very appealing. Almost as appealing as Elizabeth herself. She was spirited and smart. And well out of my league. He'd do well to remember that and not focus on the way her hand fit so perfectly in his when he'd helped her stand. Get the job done. Get the money. Get out. I don't even think about getting the girl. With his mind firmly made up, he distracted himself by devouring her company information. Chapter 7. Can you send an email to Terrence Johnson asking him for the sales figures on our deodorizer last month? Alyssa didn't look up from the reports she scanned because every time she and Chad locked eyes, her brain scattered and it took her a full 60 seconds of staring at her computer screen to remember what she was working on. The man had some seriously beautiful eyes. They were expressive and interested. Though she'd caught an undercurrent of attraction running between them, one she immediately put a wall up in front of, the interest she was talking about was in what they were doing. He asked good questions, ones that made her think before answering. His thirst made working with him enjoyable as she had a captive audience as she discussed the ins and outs of Nancy's niceties. Despite the time it took to explain things, she and Chad made significant headway on her long list of to-dos. Many of them were items pushed to the back of the priority list, and her sense of accomplishment was through the roof. It felt so good to finally be on top of things that she wondered why she hadn't taken a vacation before. A pang of guilt hit her. She was supposed to spend time with Grandma Nancy. However, Grandma had slept in and Elizabeth couldn't idle hours away. With one short call, Chad arrived at the Pick bungalow, laptop in hand and looking wonderful in a pair of cargo shorts and a t-shirt with the logo from the surf shop. Why do you want numbers on the deodorizers? He typed as he asked, searching for Terrence's email address in the company database. Because we may have to use part of the deodorizer production line for the new product, and I want to know if we have enough of the deodorizers stored up to offset a shutdown of production for 3 months while we build the new facility. Makes sense. Ducking his face into his laptop, he began typing furiously. She opened a new window and went to the server to watch him compose the email. It was well done, with more explanation than she would have given, which was fine. More communication was better than too little. Grandma Nancy wandered into the front room and picked up a bag from where it had been tucked between the wall and the couch. She smiled at Elizabeth before sitting on the couch and pulling out what looked like yarn. Elizabeth's curiosity got the better of her. She'd never seen Grandma sit still, and she certainly never saw her so much as look at Yearn before. She had to ask, "What's that?" Grandma glanced up from a book with a picture of an Afghan on the front. Alyssa abandoned her mini office and made her way into the front room. She stood over Grandma, watching her try to thread the yarn through the fingers of her left hand while simultaneously holding a hook with her right. She looped the yarn around and round and pulled, and nothing happened. Alyssa continued to stare in disbelief. "Are you knitting?" Grandma glared at her. "It's crocheting." "At least it should be." She turned her glare to the pattern book once more and began mumbling to herself. "Yarn over, pull through, yarn over." Lifting her eyes once more, she gave Alyssa a scathing look that said she didn't need an audience. Elizabeth smiled. She and her grandmother were very much alike. And if she was fumbling through a new hobby, she wouldn't want her family members to see her fail. Especially her family members. She'd rather fall flat on her face in front of a stadium full of strangers. She went back to her desk, confused about seeing her grandma in a different role. All over America, she was known as the Queen of Clean. If you wanted to know how to get a stain out of a white shirt, the fastest way to dust blinds, or what cleaner was safe for wood floors, Grandma was your girl. But, never in all of Elizabeth's life, had she picked up a needle, a hook, thread, yarn, or even string. Of course she needed to find ways to pass the time, but crocheting seemed out of character for her. "Miss Matthews?" Chad's deep voice drew her out of her thoughts. She made the mistake of making eye contact with him, and her head filled with fluff. She really needed to get a handle on that. "Yes?" "Mr. Johnson sent that information. I've marked it in your inbox." "Thank you." She dropped her eyes, anxious to have her brain work right again. Grandma grumbled in the front room. Elizabeth watched her out of the corner of her eye as the hook flashed in the sunlight and the yarn slipped through the loop and landed in her lap. She grit her teeth and started again. Elizabeth decided to follow her example and clicked on the email from Mr. Johnson. She was deep into the numbers when Grandma swore. Both Elizabeth and Chad turned to her, startled. She didn't notice their mouths hanging open because she was too busy cursing the woman who'd made the pattern to always have tangled yarn. She stood and tossed the whole bundle at the couch before running her hand through her hair. Concerned for her heart, Elizabeth jumped up. Chad was close behind her. She could feel his presence as easily as she did the shirt she wore. She was uncommonly aware of him and his body in relation to her body at all times. "I'm ready for a break." She glanced quickly at Chad. "Aren't you?" He nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm totally ready to take a break." The sincerity in his voice caused her to pause. She glanced over his fit body and wondered how often he actually sat at a desk. Since she hadn't hired him, she knew little about his past or current work. Her eyes drifted to his bare ring finger and she blushed for having checked. Grandma Nancy wrung her hands, another trait she hadn't had before retirement. "I just can't seem to." She clamped her mouth shut and then started again. With a deep breath, she smiled at Elizabeth. "A break?" The sudden onset of these odd moves and habits worried Elizabeth. She put her hands on Grandma's to settle them and they stopped moving. "Is there something going on over at the community center today?" She glanced at Chad, adding, "Perhaps there's a festival in town that we could go to?" Chad gave his head a little shake. "Okay, so no help from that quarter." Grandma looked away, not meeting her questioning gaze. "There is one class this morning. Do you want to head over there? I don't want you to miss it on my account." With a sudden set of her jaw and folding of her arms, Grandma lifted her chin. "I'm not going." Alyssa gave her hands a reassuring squeeze and asked, "Why not?" Grandma searched the room as if looking for a way out of this conversation. I don't know anyone who'll be there. And I don't feel like going by myself. She suddenly sat down on the couch. Alyssa frowned as she put the pieces together. She'd never thought of her grandma as shy, but then again, she'd always been in her own arena. The Palms was a new field, with all new players. That would be intimidating for anyone at any age. Hadn't she been nervous her first day of grad school? Maybe if she went with Grandma to some of the classes this weekend, she'd feel more comfortable going to them on her own next week when Elizabeth was back to work. "We'll go with you," she announced cheerfully. She reached down to take both of Grandma's arms and pulled her to standing. "We will?" asked Chad. Elizabeth widened her eyes and gave him a stern look. "Sure we will. We'd love to go. You can bring your phone." Perhaps they wouldn't really love it, but if Chad brought this phone, he could monitor her incoming emails while she focused on Grandma. She could catch up on work tonight after Grandma Nancy went to bed. That way she could continue to move the company forward and still take care of her grandmother. Win-win. All of Grandma's fidgeting stopped and she brushed past Elizabeth. "We need to hurry. Go change. What's the dress code?" Elizabeth called after her as she hurried down the short hallway to her bedroom. "Swimsuits." She ducked into her room before Alyssa could ask any more questions or protest. She turned to Chad, her mind full of the vision of him in swim trunks, with water glistening on his skin. "I'm sorry to rope you into this. But if I'm going to get on top of things, then you're going to have to come with us." Her voice squeaked and her cheeks heated. "You don't have to change though." "I don't mind. I have a suit in the Jeep." He strode across the room and pulled open the door. Of course he didn't mind. He had a great body and he practically lived on the beach. She, on the other hand, lived indoors and hadn't worn a swimsuit in years. She prayed there was something in her drawers other than the blue bikini Grandma found yesterday. She had no idea what they were going into, and the last thing she needed was spaghetti straps. Chapter 8. Nancy rushed to her dresser and grabbed her cell phone. "Why didn't I set up a group text before now?" she mumbled as she scrolled through her phone for the secret sevens numbers. She didn't have them all and squeezed her phone as if she were strangling it. Frustrated with her lack of foresight, she hurried to send a text to the numbers she did have. "Nancy, we are a go for paddleboard yoga." Rosa, "Oh. Can we come watch?" Nancy, "No." She tumbled over her thoughts and quickly typed a correction. Nancy, "Yes. At least a couple of you. Then you can keep everyone else from talking to me." Winnie, thumbs up. Nancy chuckled. She'd have to show Winnie how to send an emoji instead of typing out the words. Nancy, "Harry, did you rig the paddleboards?" Harry, "Sure did." Her heart slowed down and she put a hand over it, only realizing that it had sped up, because it ached as it slowed down. She took several deep breaths. As much as she hated to admit it, the doctors were right and stress had taken its toll. It was a good thing she was headed to a yoga class. She could work on calming her nervous system while getting Elizabeth and Chad a whole lot closer. Win-win. Chapter 9. Elizabeth dug through the swimsuits she'd tossed into the top dresser drawer the night before. Many of them still had tags, and she wondered if her maid had gone on a shopping spree. She still needed to have a talk with her about what was appropriate to pack for a casual weekend and what was not. But she could see how the misunderstanding had happened. All she said was that she was going to Diamond Cove for the weekend and needed her to pack. It was understandable that she would assume that this was a beach vacation even though Elizabeth hadn't taken a vacation in 2 years. Perhaps the maid was trying to tell her something. Sure, her social life was non-existent, but if her maid was trying to tell her to get out more, then it was worse than she thought. Scooting aside the blue bikini, she found a raspberry-colored tankini and matching bottoms. Right under it was a cover-up that looked like a sundress. It had flowers in the same color as the swimsuit set on a cream background. Changing quickly, she came up short in the front room. Her breath quickened and she quickly looked down at the floor, but the image of Chad standing there with a shirt off and wearing nothing but swim trunks was burned into her retina. She closed her eyes and squeezed them shut, wondering if she could juice the image out like an orange. No such luck, it was there forever. It would probably pop up at random moments, and she would be left to wonder if she was ever going to see that kind of specimen of a man again. Oh my! Elizabeth was so caught up in her own efforts to not look at Chad that she hadn't heard Grandma come up behind her. Her small exclamation was enough to embarrass Elizabeth for the whole entire family, both those absent and those present. She had no misunderstanding that her grandmother was still beautiful and active and had every right to find love. Grandma also had a good set of eyes on her with 20/20's vision, and it was hard to deny that Chad was something to behold. Chad was busy typing on his phone and hadn't heard them. Or, if he had, he also had the decency not to acknowledge their gawking. Which was a huge point in his favor. We'd better hurry if we're going to make it before class starts, Grandma announced, having come to herself much quicker than Elizabeth did. Why did raging hormones have to take up all her mental pathways? Couldn't they leave one or two open so she could tell her feet to move? Chad moved to hold the door open for them. Grandma gave him a fond smile and a pat on the cheek. He chuckled in response and fell in step with Elizabeth for the walk up to the community center. The building was much better than the brochure pictures made it out to be. Elizabeth was used to companies brightening photos and using the perfect angle to get images that elevated the building or location. But the online images of the atrium didn't do it justice. The glass was clean and sparkling, and the sun filtered through, giving the whole place a bright and cheery feeling. She gasped at the giant fountain sitting under. Makes me want to throw in a coin and make a wish, Chad commented. Elizabeth whipped her head around to stare at him open-mouthed. I was just thinking the same thing. Were they already that in sync after just one morning of working together? He pointed to the top bowl where the water originated. I'll bet everyone who walks in here thinks that. Oh. Her thrill shriveled and the goosebumps on her arm flattened right out. That's probably true. Grandma waved a hand at the service dog whose leash was in the fountain. That's Sweetie and Bear. Don't go throwing your coins at them. The dog was in plain sight, sitting with his back feet tucked between his front two. It was cute and just strange enough to give the dog a quirky personality. His leash went into the fountain. Elizabeth stepped forward to pull it out and jumped back at the sight of an alligator chilling in the water, crashing into Chad's hard and uncovered chest. The leash went from Bear's harness to the alligator's harness. Whoa there! Chad's arms went around her to stop them both from falling backward. Elizabeth's toes came down on his foot and she stumbled even more. He managed to keep them upright, her just barely. Sorry, she mumbled as she stepped back. Tucking a piece of her hair behind her ear, she ducked her head, hoping he didn't feel her blush, because it was all over her whole body. Grandma had stopped a few feet away, an indulgent smile on her face. Chad inched forward and looked into the fountain. It has a leather strap around its mouth. He smiled down at the alligator. Elizabeth joined him, noting the scars over her eyes. She was blind. That explained the seeing-eye dog. That's something you don't see every day, Chad quipped. Grandma Nancy lifted a shoulder. I see her every day. Elizabeth shared a smirk with Chad. Apparently, Grandma was too cool to be impressed by an alligator with a seeing-eye dog. I think there's a story there. Chad lowered his voice so that only Elizabeth heard him. Elizabeth leaned closer, enjoying the scent of the water in the air and the cologne on his skin far more than she should. They were joined by the receptionist, a pretty woman with a purple streak in her dark hair. "Are you curious about Sweetie?" Elizabeth nodded. She smiled wide and said, "The Palms was built over 20 years ago, but it was bought 7 years ago by one of the wealthiest men in America." Grandma sighed, indicating they didn't have time for this. Elizabeth gave her a pleading look. It wasn't every day that you got to hang out with an alligator, at least not in her life. Chad's eyes hadn't left the new woman since she started talking. An unfamiliar feeling clawed at Elizabeth's stomach. She didn't like it, especially when she realized it was jealousy. David Moreau is one of those billionaires that you'll never hear about in the news. But he goes about doing good in many different ways. Apparently, his father-in-law suffers from a heart condition and needed a place to retire. When he mentioned that he enjoyed the Florida beaches, Mr. Moreau made it his responsibility to find or create a retirement center that would be a good place for him. Mrs. Bell Moreau spent most of her time during renovations converting the conservatory out on the island into a library. Elizabeth's interest grew at the idea of a conservatory turned library, and what was that about an island? "I'd love to see that. Thank you for your time," Grandma said to the receptionist. "But we're late for a class." "Oh. Have fun." She waved them off, completely unfazed by Grandma's quick departure. Elizabeth must not have moved fast enough for her, because she hooked their elbows and pulled her along. "I can show you the library later." Chad kept up with them, his long legs making it easy. Not that she'd noticed his legs. "Do you remember Library Tuesdays?" Elizabeth blurted out, the memory catching her off guard. Grandma softened and her footsteps through the dining hall slowed enough that Elizabeth got her feet under her and was able to walk with some dignity. "I loved Library Tuesdays." The fondness in Grandma's voice said so much more than her actual words. "You adored unicorns." Elizabeth's face flushed and she prayed Grandma would stop talking before she got to Jolly Ginger Snaps. "I don't think we need to." "Nonsense. You loved her." Grandma flapped her hand behind her. When she made contact with Chad's arm, she pulled him alongside them. Jolly Ginger Snaps was Elizabeth's imaginary unicorn best friend. Chad looked over the top of Grandma's head, lifting one eyebrow. "Really?" Elizabeth covered her face. "Kill me no." Grandma laughed. She was so insistent that Jolly Ginger Snaps was real that we had to set a place for her at the table. Mom made her eat in the mud room, Elizabeth grumbled into her hands. And every night she made a bed for her on the floor in her room, Grandma continued as if Elizabeth wasn't mortified in front of a hot guy. Perhaps Grandma had been able to see past his perfectly sculpted chest, but Elizabeth wasn't that evolved. Maybe when she turned 50. "Whatever happened to her?" asked Chad, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Just you wait," thought Elizabeth, her ability to embarrass people doesn't stop with her grandchildren. "I don't quite recall." Grandma looked at her, expecting an answer. Elizabeth sighed and stared at the ceiling as she said she had to go to a special boarding school in Switzerland because they were the only place that accepted unicorns. "That's very practical." Chad teased her over the top of Grandma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. They made it through the doors, across the pool deck, and to a gathering of people. A large pond stretched out before them. Probably one of the draining pools they had to make in order to clear enough land for the palms. Off to the left was a boathouse. The door was flung open and all she could see over the heads of the group was a few life jackets hung on the wall. Someone was talking up front, but she couldn't make out his face. Oh good, they haven't started yet. Grandma looked at Elizabeth and then Chad and then back again. Don't wander off. She drew in a breath and then stepped forward to join those waiting for instructions. Elizabeth's hand went to her heart. That was the sweetest thing, seeing her gather courage and step forward like that. Her heart swelled knowing she'd given her at least a little boost. She smiled at the other residents who were also standing around in swimsuits and sundresses or cover-ups. Several of them had slathered zinc oxide across their noses, and most of them wore big floppy hats, even the men. Chad's phone dinged and she glanced at him. He checked it and then whispered, "Someone named Jennifer demands to know who I am." Elizabeth held out her hand. "Let me talk to her." She called Jennifer and explained the situation. "Sorry, I didn't think to warn you. It's temporary." She smiled at Chad, who was glaring at the front of the group. A woman with a floppy hat and hot pink flip-flops broke off from the crowd, hauling a paddle board behind her. Elizabeth stared in horror. "If that's okay with you," Jennifer paused for her reply. Elizabeth watched another woman in a baseball hat and blue flip-flops head out to the water with her board. This was actually happening. "Elizabeth? Sorry. I just stepped into my worst nightmare." "Paddleboards?" Jennifer confirmed. "Yep. Give me Chad." Elizabeth handed over the phone. "She wants to talk to you." She was in such a daze that she didn't pay attention to their conversation. She just kept watching the pile of paddleboards get smaller and smaller as participants hauled them down to the lake. "Please don't let there be enough," she begged the good Lord. When he hung up the phone, Chad chuckled. "She makes it sound like you're unbalanced." He tucked his phone into his swim pocket and made sure the Velcro shut. Elizabeth grabbed onto his arm. "I am," she hissed. "I'm so unbalanced." His eyes widened. "Okay." He patted her fingers as they dug into his arm. "Wait, so what?" She nodded. "I'm hopeless. Always have been." She glanced down. "We don't know why. It's nothing medical, I just have to have 2 feet on the ground or..." She lifted her arm at a 90-degree angle, whistled the sound of a tree falling, and slammed her palm down. "See you on the water." Grandma Nancy moved out of their way, pulling a board behind her, and nothing stood between her and the cursed boards. "Welcome to paddleboard yoga," announced the instructor. Elizabeth groaned. "Wait." The instructor squinted at them. "Chad?" Chad nodded and turned to look at him. "Stefan?" Waves of animosity rolled off Stefan and smacked Elizabeth in the face, even though they weren't aimed at her. "You two know each other?" Elizabeth was grateful to have something else to think about. Maybe, if she wasn't in the process of churning her breakfast bar into fish food, she could calm down enough to figure out a way out of this disaster. "We went to high school together," Chad offered up. He puffed his chest up. Stefan tried to do the same, but it was like watching a puppy pretend to be tough while sitting next to a lion. "He took my spot on the surf team." Chad scoffed. "I earned a spot during open tryouts." Stefan snorted. "Why are you here, Chad?" He said Chad's name with a sneer. He glanced at Elizabeth for help and it clicked that he wanted to impress this guy. He'd helped her get Grandma to class this morning, being a huge good sport about it too. The least she could do was make him look good in front of his high school rival. "We are here to visit my grandma." She pointed to Grandma Nancy, who was putting her board in the water. It wasn't the best timing, considering the merger with Germtech Pharma and all he has to do. He's so busy these days. But Chad's always put family first. She slid her arm around his middle and cuddled into his side. Good heavens, his skin was warm to the touch and she fit against him as if they were made from two halves of the same mold. Family? Stefan's eyebrows lowered. I thought your parents died. Elizabeth barely managed to contain her gasp of surprise. Chad was smooth though. His hand found her hip and rested there, causing her pulse to thrum. All the more reason to cherish the ones you have. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Stefan accepted that with a shrug. She may have looked calm on the outside, but inside Elizabeth was freaking out. His parents had died? When? How? Her whole heart desired to wrap him up and hold him tight. He couldn't be alone in the world. That was unthinkable. Also, had he just kissed her? On her hair, no less. Nothing said I adore you like a kiss on the head. Be still her ever-racing heart. If she wasn't careful around him, she'd end up wearing the organ out. Stefan flexed his arms. There's one board left. If you're joining my class, you'll have to share. He stepped closer to them, looking up to glare at Chad. Don't forget, this is my class. Chad lifted a hand. You can have it. Stefan pointed at him and then spun around and headed for the lake. Chad pinched the bridge of his nose. Thanks. With a start, Elizabeth realized she was still tucked against him. The spot was so comfortable that she'd settled in there as if she belonged. She needed to get out more. Pulling herself away was like fighting a wave. No problem. She forced a smile. If their closeness had affected Chad, it didn't show. He probably had women plastering themselves against him on a daily basis. Chad considered her. You're not still worried about the pond, are you? She glanced over her shoulder. No, I'm sure it's a nice, soft place to land. He laughed. Come on. I'll help you stay on board. She smirked. You have no idea what you're up against. I sort of do. He glanced around her at her backside. Did you get all the sand out? She smacked his arm and laughed. Stop it. He grabbed one side of the board and headed across the grass. Grandma was on the water already. She smiled and waved her down. Elizabeth sighed. If Grandma needed her, then there was really no question as to where she should be. The edge of the water was littered with shoes and towels as if the owners had kicked them off in their haste to join Stefan's class. Chad put the board in the water, stepped on it as if it was solid under his feet, and reached out his hand. Come on, he encouraged her. She hesitated. He glanced over his shoulder. If Zinc Lady can do it, so can you. She peered past him to the woman who'd slathered her whole face with zinc oxide. She looked like a character from a horror movie with her face white and the rest of her 4'6" frame leathery from sun exposure. Let's get into position. Stefan glared at them hard enough that several others looked to see who was holding up the class. Not wanting Stefan to have a reason to embarrass Chad, she hopped on. Her feet slid out from under her and her legs buckled. She braced herself for a hard landing in the pond's silt, but was stopped by a strong arm around her middle. I feel like I should read a manual first. The board rocked, but Chad's footing was sure. He pulled her flush against his front and looked into her eyes. I won't let you fall. You can count on me. Her mouth went dry and she could only nod in reply. When he released her, he kept one hand on her middle as she spun around. He used an oar to push them out to the group where Grandma didn't look at them. She had a sly smile on her face that made Elizabeth extremely conscious of his hand on her side. She didn't dare ask him to move it though. Oddly, that one point of contact was enough to steady her as the board moved or tipped. And as they cruised forward, she worried that they were going to run into the gentleman with the potbelly and the comb-over and knock him down. The closer they got to him, the higher her anxiety spiked. She was standing fine now, but a bump could be the thing that threw her into the water. She glanced down at the green liquid below. It wasn't the kind of tropical green of the ocean. It was dark green like pond scum, and she shuddered. Washing sand out of her unmentionables was bad enough, she didn't want to think what slimy creatures she'd find down there. She shouldn't have worried though, because Chad was able to stop them in the water several feet away from the other boards. His control over the board was impressive, and she turned around to tell him so, only to be cut off by Stefan. "Wow. This is our biggest class yet. I guess word is getting around about your hot new instructor." He winked at a woman who had to be in her 80s. She flapped a hand at him. When his eyes moved off of her, she stuck her tongue out. The lady next to her giggled, which made Elizabeth giggle too. Grandma's shoulder shook with silent laughter. Despite feeling like she was balancing on a tight wire, Elizabeth was glad she'd come. "I guess that's job security for me, am I right?" Stefan asked the man next to him. He was large and muscular, unnaturally so for someone his age. Heck, he was fit for someone her age. His hair was silver and his bearing military. "Get on with the class, cadet," the silver-haired man barked. Stefan grumbled as he moved into the middle of their circle. "Before I do that, I just want to throw out a plug for the water aerobics class. We could use some fresh faces. All the ones in there look like they've been sitting in water too long." He laughed at his own joke. Alyssa shifted uncomfortably as the mood on the water went from happy anticipation to slightly offended. She gasped when the board wiggled under her. Behind her, Chad muttered something about Stefan being on a roll complete with a sarcastic grunt. She smiled to herself. Her gut instincts about him had been right, he was a good guy. "Because of our visitors," Stefan threw a look at her and Chad. Elizabeth's eyebrows flew up because he was singling them out. "We are going to start out with some easy moves today." Stefan lifted both arms above his head, palms touching, and then swooped down to touch his toes. "Remember, it's not about how flexible you are, but about relaxing into the pose." Elizabeth followed his movements. When she bent forward, her whole world topped the same direction. At the same moment, Chad removed his hand and she lost all sense of balance and fell face first into the pond. Chapter 10. Chad stared in wonder at the spot Elizabeth had fallen into the pond. How did she manage to fall in so fast? He wasn't too worried about her, she wore a buoyancy belt like the rest of the class. He got on his knees and reached for her just as her head came up. Her arms flung about wildly and he had to duck back to avoid getting smacked in the face. "It's cold," she gasped. Chad abandoned trying to grab one of her hands and instead dipped his arm under the water behind her and hauled her whole body on board, rolling onto his back as he did so. She hardly weighed a thing, even sopping wet and with pond gum in her hair. She lay sprawled across his chest, breathing heavily and soaking him. The water was really cold, but in contrast to their skin that had been warmed by the sun, it probably was a shock. She looked down at him, her hand splayed across his chest, and something shifted. The sun created a halo of light around her chin-length, blonde hair, and her cheeks were flushed. Or, that could be a blush. He reached for her face and she leaned into his hand. The unexpected move caused his already pounding heart to go wild, straining against his rib cage. He grasped the piece of pond grass and pulled it away. Her eyes widened and she scrambled off of him. Shoot. She'd thought he was doing something romantic when he was just removing the pond grass, and now she was embarrassed that she'd been caught up in it. He didn't mean to embarrass her. But wait. She'd leaned into his hand. kind of like she appreciated or wanted his caress. Sure, he was attracted to her, but she was his boss and in town for a brief time. It wasn't like anything could really come from the two of them chasing after that feeling. Could there? The board shifted and he sat up quickly and held Elizabeth's arm. Good thing too, otherwise she would have gone over the other side of the board. She mumbled a thank you without looking at him. Chad berated himself for crossing a line. Now he'd made Elizabeth uncomfortable. He scrambled for a way to make this right with her. Before he had a chance, Stefan hovered over them. You two are distracting the class. Chad glanced around and found at least 5 pairs of eyes staring at them. As soon as they realized he'd noticed, they looked quickly away. He checked Miss Nancy, and she was pointedly looking the other direction. He was filled with chagrin. He and Elizabeth would be gone after this weekend, but Miss Nancy would have to live among whatever happened in class today. Sorry, Elizabeth said a little louder. I'll try to stay on the board. Chad glared at Stefan. It wasn't Elizabeth's fault that she fell. Her shoulders curled in and she hugged herself. Chad's heart went out to her. She was obviously out of her comfort zone and her mistake had been called out by the instructor. He wanted to punch Stefan in his smug little face. But the bigger part of him only wanted Elizabeth to get her confidence back. The woman was smarter, braver, and more competent than Stefan in every other way. She should shine even if she was covered in pond water. He got to his feet and then cupped both her elbows to help her to hers. Have you ever done yoga before? He asked quietly. She nodded. I'm actually not bad in a classroom. I've never done it and have no idea what the heck my heart center is. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. So I'll help you balance if you help me keep up with the poses, and we'll dominate this class. She finally smiled, the relief reaching her eyes. I'll do my best. Of that I have no doubt. Elizabeth wasn't the kind of person to do things by half. He liked that about her. As she stood in front of him and moved into a runner's lung, he decided he liked a lot of things about her. He kept a hand on her hip as he did the same pose, slightly behind her. The necessity of always touching her meant that their bodies had to touch in several places. His heart rate had calmed down, but his awareness of Elizabeth increased by 10 times 1,000. You, in the green, Stefan called to one of the class members. That's excellent form for a 70-year-old. I'm 67, she snapped at him. Elizabeth made a face at Chad and he groaned. Good for you, hang on to your 60s, Stefan encouraged. And we're moving into Warrior 2. Elizabeth scooted back a little so her hip touched his inner thigh and then she lowered her arms and twisted her body. Chad followed her movements, tuning out Stefan and just focusing on their board and Elizabeth's body. He could almost anticipate the moment when she would need his hand or leg for balance. Their breathing synced up and the rest of the world dropped away. The shift between them raced across his skin like a salty breeze on a warm day. Their gazes met and held. She seemed to be asking him if this was real. He responded with a resounding yes. Hey, you too. Cold water splashed across him and Elizabeth. She shuddered against him and he moved to wrap her in his arms, moving instinctively. When he was halfway there, he stopped. He'd been in this place once before, falling for a woman without watching where he was going. He dropped his arms knowing Elizabeth would be steady with her back to his chest. Even that much contact was almost too much. He leaned back to put a quarter-inch between them. She wobbled and he placed a hand on her side. A current thrummed up his arm and he tightened his jaw in an effort to hold his feelings back. He refused to fall for Elizabeth, and he especially refused to fall for her in one day. What was wrong with him? Was he so love-starved that he turned into a puppy when a woman paid him attention? He suddenly felt pathetic. Downward dog, Stefan pointed around him to the rest of the class who had moved on to another pose. Stop pestering them, said Miss Nancy. Her commanding tone rang out across the lake. Stefan bristled. Listen, lady, I have to keep order in class. We're not a bunch of 13-year-olds, griped a woman close to Miss Nancy. And if these two lovebirds want to snuggle up, I say more power to them. Her words brought a cheer from the class and a full-body blush from Elizabeth. We're not, she started to protest. And I'm no lady, added the women. She seemed to rethink her outburst. Well, I am a lady, but I've been in this class for 3 months. My name is Rosa, and you should have learned that by now. Several other people murmured in agreement. I've been here 3 months too, said Zinc Lady. Do you know my name yet? Stefan stared at them all as if they've gone insane. It doesn't matter if I know your names or not. I'm here to teach yoga. The guy with all the muscles paddled forward. I don't appreciate your tone, young man. You will address these women with respect. Stefan blustered. Thank you, Dawn, said Miss Nancy. Chad ducked his head to hide his smile. Elizabeth watched the whole thing with a mixture of horror and awe on her face. Your hostility is killing my good vibes. Stefan accused the older man. His face darkened and Stefan leaned away from him. I quit. He started paddling toward the shore. And good luck finding another instructor. The class clapped as he left. Good riddance. Won't miss you at all. I'm 67. Chad snorted a laugh. She's going to hold a grudge for that, isn't she? He asked Elizabeth, trying to get her mood to brighten. She hung her head and sank down to sit crisscross on the board. He squatted in front of her. Hey, he said softly. What's with the long face? You look like Jolly Gingersnaps just went off to boarding school. He moved to touch her shoulder in a comforting gesture but pulled back at the last second. He wasn't trying to put the moose on his boss, and he wasn't going to feed the attraction between them by giving in to it. A smile ghosted across her lips and then faded quickly away. I ruined the class. She sniffed and continued almost whispering. I wanted Grandma to make some friends, but now that the class is cancelled. She twisted her hands in her lap. Chad glanced over at Miss Nancy and then ducked to catch Elizabeth's eye. I don't think you ruined anything. He pointed over her shoulder. She whipped around and they watched together as several people paddled past Miss Nancy's board, congratulating her on standing up to Stefan. In fact, I think this might have turned out better than you could have planned. She turned to face him, her brown eyes full of hope. You think so? He nodded. Not only is she the hero, well, her and that guy with the muscles. But now the class doesn't have to put up with Stefan. He shuddered dramatically. Her eyes turned thoughtful. He was a jerk, wasn't he? Always has been. A piece of hair fell across her face and he resisted the urge to tuck it behind her ear. She called to him as surely as a siren on the reef. But this time, he was aware of the danger of giving his heart away too easily and he wouldn't end up crushed on the rocks. Let's get you two dried off, said Miss Nancy. She paddled toward shore, the last, lonely board on the lake. Elizabeth noticed too. She moved quickly and ended up in the lake. Chad stared at the spot she'd gone in. How did she manage that one? She popped up a couple of feet away. I'm swimming to shore. You sure? He asked, remembering her aversion to the dark water. She nodded. It's safer that way. He chuckled and kept his comment about alligators in all water in Florida. If they were here, they were too small to cause problems. Although, now that he thought about it, the blind gator in the fountain might mean that this pond was a gator reserve, which meant wild gators were promptly removed. He'd have to ask the receptionist about that. Elizabeth got to shore before Miss Nancy and offered her a hand as she stepped off. They talked earnestly for a few moments. Chad was impressed with Elizabeth's care for her grandmother. There was something very attractive about a woman who valued her family like that. She'd come to help, despite her busy schedule. Before he could spend too much time thinking about how attractive she was, he made his way towards shore. It was better not to contemplate those things when he had to save his company. Besides, the last time he'd let his head wrap around a woman, she'd nearly run him out of business. He couldn't afford to make that kind of mistake again, which meant that until further notice he was out of the market for a relationship of any kind. Chapter 11. Elizabeth glanced around the dining room of the community center. She and Chad had rinsed off the pond water in the pool accommodations instead of going back to Grandma's, since Grandma wanted to get lunch before her painting class started. Elizabeth didn't feel good about leaving her alone, after the people who had congratulated her during class wandered off without inviting her to join them. She shuddered as she remembered the green slimy things that had slid off her body. She'd rinsed out her swimsuit as best as she could, shaking it like a dog with a chew toy before putting it back on. Nothing that went down the drain moved of its own accord, and she took courage from their harmless appearance. The sight of her shoulder-length hair in the mirror was enough to make her want to cry. She didn't have any natural curl, and it hung down the sides of her face like curtains. One of the women in the locker room offered her a hair tie, and she'd created a messy bun on top of her head. Messy being the operative word. She sat on a towel so that her wet swimsuit didn't soak the chair. She wore the cover-up that looked like a dress, but she still shivered when the air conditioning turned on. Chad, of course, looked completely at ease in his dry suit and t-shirt. He hadn't fallen in, twice. If she wasn't so grateful for his assistance, she would hold a grudge against him for looking so good. Their time on the pond was something out of a dream. The way their bodies moved together, their breathing synced up, and how they anticipated one another's moves was surreal and wonderful and made her insides all gooey. When the woman, who wasn't a lady but was, had called them lovebirds, she realized how far she'd fallen under his spell. She only half-heartedly tried to correct them because she'd enjoyed her time with Chad as a woman and not a boss. But something had changed since then, and she didn't know what it was. They were humming along, and then Chad suddenly pulled away physically and emotionally. Had she been too forward? She didn't mean to be. It was just that being next to him, moving with him, had been so natural that she didn't stop to think about it. She should have thought about it then, because doing so would have saved her the chagrin now. Normally, she was in control of herself, a woman with too much dignity to fall all over a gorgeous man. Yes, she behaved as if she had every right to lean against his chest and soak up his musky beach cologne. It was a mistake to allow herself to relax that deeply. Despite her appearance, she wasn't here on vacation. Helping Grandma fit in was as much of an assignment as any other she took on. Chad was a blessing in many ways, but he wasn't her boyfriend, he wasn't even a friend. She needed to remember that as they went forward. She brought herself back to the dining room, her stomach rumbling. Who knew paddleboard yoga worked up such an appetite? They'd sat on one side of the room opposite the kitchen doors. Several empty tables circled them. Past the odd ring of deserted space, the room was practically bursting with residents, and happy chatter rang through the air as they greeted one another and talked about their morning golf game or their latest craft project. Elizabeth's heart sank to think of Grandma eating over here all by herself, where there was so much going on just 10 feet away. No wonder Samantha was concerned for her. She strained her neck to look for the activities director. Does Samantha work weekends? She asked Grandma. Grandma scanned the dining area. Sometimes. Why? I'd like to chat with her is all. Elizabeth did her best to sound vague and unconcerned. Several people looked away quickly when she caught them staring at their group. Elizabeth couldn't tell if they were curious or if they were worried that she or Chad would sneak over and steal their chocolate brownie when they weren't looking. Grandma didn't seem to notice. Perhaps it was normal for visitors to draw a crowd and bring questions. Sitting on the other side of her, Chad tucked into his meal. His chicken Alfredo disappeared at a regular rate as he typed on his phone. Thank goodness his phone was waterproof and she hadn't brought hers, it would be at the bottom of the pond. By the time they'd dragged their paddle boards back to the boat shack, she had 27 emails. Chad sorted through them for her, giving her time to chat with Grandma about the class. Several of the regulars were thrilled that she'd chased Stefan away. Apparently, they'd been complaining about him and his derogatory comments for months, but without a replacement, management didn't want to fire him. The loudest table on the other side of the room was a group trying to find their own replacement. The good news was that someone had a granddaughter they thought would be perfect for the job. She was headed for the Olympics though, so it might not work out. Chad's phone rang for a video call and he was startled. What's this? He turned his phone around. Elizabeth laughed. It's a request to video chat. She was about to tease him for not knowing when she remembered what Stefan had said about Chad's parents being dead. From everything she'd gathered, Chad didn't run in the corporate world, and if he didn't have family to video chat with, then he probably wasn't familiar with the technology. Which seemed strange, considering how often she used it now. Jennifer's smiling, beautiful profile picture filled his screen. Elizabeth had a cramp of jealousy again, and she watched Chad's face for any sign that he was interested in her other personal assistant. He gleamed down at himself. Now? She secretly thrilled at his hesitation. Yes. She motioned for him to answer it. She wouldn't video chat if it wasn't important. He tapped the green button and held the phone out awkwardly. Elizabeth found herself smiling at his bumbling approach to the call. He really was sweet. And protective. And able to balance on 2 feet, which was a requirement for any man she considered as a candidate to father her children. She mentally rolled her eyes at herself. After this morning, Chad was firmly on the list, but in her defense, she'd had this list since she was 14 and so was Chris Evans, Michael Ealy, Chris Hemsworth, and Tom Holland. Hello. Jennifer paused and Elizabeth could imagine her taking in Chad's strong jaw, Roman nose, and blue eyes. She said, a little more friendly. You must be Chad. That jealousy cramp went viral in Elizabeth's stomach and it was all she could do not to snatch the phone out of his hands. Yes, he was gorgeous. He was also competent at his job and capable of paddleboard yoga, not just a piece of good-looking surfing surf and turf. Chad gave her a smirk. You must be Jennifer. Elizabeth couldn't stand to see him smiling at her all friendly like, and she leaned over so that she was included in the screen. She leveled Jennifer with a look that said, let's keep this professional. Jennifer straightened up and dropped the doe eyes. Elizabeth swallowed down the big old bite of hypocritical pie and it scratched and clawed its way down her throat. If anyone needed a lecture on maintaining professionalism, it was her. After all, she had just laid across him during a paddleboarding yoga class, so apparently those lines were blurred where she was concerned. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at Grandma and got a smirk in return. So Grandma had noticed. Her cheeks heated. Of course Grandma noticed them out on the water, moving like dance partners and too close for a legal pad to squeeze between them. Chad thrust the phone in her direction. I think you need to hear this. Elizabeth took it from him, her fingers brushing his in the process. The spark that ran up her arm should have shorted out the phone, but she seemed to be the only one affected. Chad certainly didn't seem fazed by their close contact. For all she knew, he did paddleboard yoga with several ladies a week. He taught surfing, didn't he? Did he share a board with other women? Ugh. None of that was any of her concern. She narrowed her mind down to focus on Jennifer's face and words and nothing else. What's going on? Jennifer tugged at the long braid that hung over her shoulder. I just got an email from Mr. Scott Accountants. They want to see our cash flow analysis for the last 2 years. So they finally came up with a test. She smiled to herself. This was hardly a test. They should be easy enough to find on the server. Yes, except this quarter. She dropped her braid and leaned forward. It hasn't been compiled yet. I called Mr. Germain, but he's not answering. I moaned. His wife is having a C-section this morning. My head accountant was a father of 2 with surprise baby number 3 on the way. Or baby number 3 was here and the small family was gathered in the hospital room to welcome their new addition. Do you want me to track him down? Jennifer's hand poised over her keyboard. Heavens no. I glanced up to see Grandma hungrily following our conversation. I love doing cash flow analysis. Let me take care of this. Her fingers twitched. It's only 1 quarter. I can have it done in a matter of hours. Elizabeth smiled at her enthusiasm. No doubt Grandma was already planning spreadsheets and her business-loving brain was running through a field of numbers where rainbows painted the sky. If she let Grandma back into the company, even for one little accounting exercise, she'd weasel her way through that crack and neck deep in no time. Sorry, Grandma. She patted her hand. Doctor's orders. I'll handle this one. Grandma wadded up her napkin. You get to have all the fun. I barked a laugh. There are only a handful of people on the planet who would call this fun. She deflated, lifting one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. Grandma may not like it, but keeping her out of this was for the best. She was an addict, and if given a nibble, she'd slide right back into her old ways, and then she'd be gone. Elizabeth faced Jennifer once again. How soon does he need him? If she could just get through this weekend, she could do most of the work on the plane ride home and present it all to Mr. Scott with a bright red bow on Monday. Tomorrow morning. Elizabeth's hopes for an easy wrap-up to this sank. She could call in several of the lower-level accountants to take care of it, but this test was too big to trust to anyone but Mr. Germain or herself. The partnership was riding on it and the whole company held their breath. Slacking off even a little, at this point, would not only be catastrophic but irresponsible. The contents of the analysis didn't worry her. The company was solid and in a great place to expand, and all that would show up in the report. However, there was more to the test than calculations. Mr. Scott wanted to know if they had what it took to perform under pressure, if they would follow through, if they were willing to give up their weekend sacrifice for the goal. Of course she was. But this was the worst timing. She glanced at Chad, who was following her conversation with Jennifer as he ate. A wave of gratitude that he was here filled her. Even though the bulk of the work would be hers to do, knowing he was going to be right next to her helped her feel less alone. With a start, she realized how incredibly lonely she'd been since taking over the company. Grandma was retired. Her sisters, aunts, and uncles had their own lives. Her mom was caught up in her new husband and the wedding. And she didn't have anyone to hold her at night. While she thought she was fine, and often fell into bed exhausted, the empty apartment echoed with air every move. How much easier would it be to shoulder all that she had to carry if she had love? She glanced at Chad from under her lashes. Falling for him would be so easy. Not only did he have all the looks, he was kind, thoughtful, generous, and intelligent. They already worked together like a team, and that was after only a half day. She reached over and took Grandma's hand and gave it a squeeze of thank you. Grandma's face held a line of knowing in that made Elizabeth blush. There was no way Grandma had read her mind, but she looked like she understood a lot more than Elizabeth's meant to say. Cash flow analysis? Are those all that important? Chad asked. Both Elizabeth and Grandma Nancy's jaws dropped open. Run, Chad. Jennifer teased from the phone. Just run as fast as you can. Grandma Nancy practically crawled across Elizabeth's lap in her urgency to the benefits of cash flow analysis for any business. Elizabeth snagged Chad's phone and managed to hold it higher than Grandma's back so she could talk to Jennifer. There was no point in interrupting Grandma once she got started on an education chit-chat, as she liked to call her lectures. Give Nancy a hug for me, Jennifer smiled softly at the screen. Elizabeth melted a little bit. Everyone loved Grandma Nancy. The reminder of how much Grandma was missed was also something of a stab. If Elizabeth left the company tomorrow, she wasn't sure how many people would actually miss her. She really did try to be like her grandma. She just didn't have the history with the employees nor the brain space to remember their individual family trees. And free time to learn it all? Huh. That was as likely as Jolly Ginger Snaps parading into the dining hall with a bag of gold for every table. I will. Can you send me last quarter's cash flow? I want to match the layout so comparing them is seamless for Mr. Scott's team. Of course. Thank you. And thank you for calling. I appreciate your diligence in getting the request to me quickly. No problem. Although. She trailed off. Elizabeth tipped her head, curious as to what would cause Jennifer to pause. What? If I'd known you were with a hot guy. She smiled knowingly. Elizabeth felt her face flame. Stop, she warned Jennifer good-naturedly. I have work to do. Yeah, well, if you're out and about and see something, or someone, I may like, feel free to bring him back to the office. You have great taste. She winked at the camera. Elizabeth laughed lightly. Actually, she whispered, Grandma hired him. Jennifer clapped her hands. Remind her I'm here, would you? Single as a Pringle. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, said goodbye, and hung up. Is why most companies fail within the first 3 years period. Grandma Nancy leaned back in her chair, a challenging look on her face. Her face was flushed and her eyes on fire. Elizabeth turned to Chad to see what he thought of her grandmother's lecture. She expected to find him shell-shocked and checking for the nearest exit. Instead, he was busy jotting information down on his napkin and nodding his head. Well, if that wasn't the sweetest thing she'd ever seen. He paused and she held out his phone. This time, his fingers brushed hers and he held her gaze. His blue eyes were so intense, so unguarded, that her tongue fainted and rolled to the side, completely useless. The feelings he stirred inside of her with just a look were so intense she had the urge to run away and gather herself. She glanced at the napkin to see the basic outline of a cash flow analysis sketched out as well as notes off to the side. He was a quick study, she'd give him that. Grandma Nancy glanced up and looked beyond them. There was a woman walking across the lobby. She had on a flowing, tie-dyed top and hot pink capris. Grandma jumped to her feet. I have to go talk to someone before my painting class. She rushed off, leaving Samantha and Chad at the table. Samantha's head wanted to work on a to-do list but continued to sidetrack to Chad. He seemed awfully interested in how running a business worked. Maybe he wanted to start one of his own one day. The idea of a startup sent a very professional thrill through her. Probably an inherited trait. She understood Grandma's compulsory desires and need to go cold turkey more than anyone else in the family. Thankfully, she'd inherited her heart from her no-good paternal side of the family. No matter how slimy her father was, he had good physical genes. Chad folded his napkin and tucked it inside the case of his cell phone. She chuckled at him. "What's so funny?" he asked easily. She liked that he didn't take himself so seriously. It was an attractive, confident move that made her want to stare at him dreamily and sigh gustily. Instead, she laced her fingers together and sat taller. "You could have just taken a picture of the napkin and thrown it away." He smiled ruefully at her. "Or, I could save the napkin." But, her mind whirled. What if you lose it? The idea made her feel anxious. "You should take a picture as a backup." He tipped his head to the side and looked at her for a moment. "You know there's more than one way to do things, right?" She tucked in the grin that tried to surface. She held up her hands to tick off her short list. "Yes. There's a right way and a wrong way." They held gazes for just a moment before they both cracked a smile and relaxed. "You're right. It's your napkin, and if you want to risk it, then that's your business." He leaned over in his chair, bringing him closer. His warm breath brushed her collarbone as he spoke. "If I lose it, I'll call you for a refresher course." She swallowed thickly. If she turned her head, their lips would be oh so close. Did she dare? "You'd call me?" She barely breathed the words out. She turned to face him, ready to have him satiate the desire, quickly building inside of her, to feel his lips on hers. Their gazes met for a long, stretched out, heated moment where she could hear herself breathe. Suddenly, something shifted in his eyes and he pulled back. "Of course." He cleared his throat and swiped his lips with another napkin. "I wouldn't dare call Miss Nancy. She'd have me enrolled in an accounting course as punishment." "Yeah." Elizabeth blinked at the sudden change in him. "Everything's been arranged." Grandma Nancy clasped her hands together in front of her chest as she approached. Elizabeth held back her groan. "What's been arranged?" "You two, of course." Elizabeth exchanged a confused look with Chad. "I wasn't aware we needed arranging." She prayed Grandma hadn't caught their almost kiss before she arrived. Or, if she had, that she wouldn't bring it up, ever. Grandma put her hands on her hips. "You can't just show up to a painting class, there are supplies to acquire." "But, I talked to the instructor and we've worked it all out." "That was kind of you, Miss Nancy," said Chad. Elizabeth was suddenly hit with the realization that he'd rejected her. She'd offered up her lips like a chocolate brownie on a plate and he hadn't taken so much as a taste. Her eyes narrowed. "Don't just sit there. We need to get going." Grandma waved for them to join her. "Leave your plates. The staff takes care of everything here." Elizabeth painted on a smile. "That's a nice perk." Grandma linked her arm. "It is. When I researched retirement communities, a dining room was one of my main requirements. I'm too old to wash dishes and make dinners." "Too old my foot," said Elizabeth. Grandma's laughter filled the elevator bay. Elizabeth enjoyed the full sound and decided to let go of her anger at Chad. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense, and she had to give him credit for being level-headed. They were, at least for the weekend, working together, and romance and work shouldn't mix. Once on the second floor, they made their way to the art room where a dozen easels circled an open space where a bowl of fruit or bouquet of flowers would pose for the class. Several people were already there, talking in a small group. They glanced at the newcomers, but then went back to their conversation. The room was toasty, and she found herself warm, despite the continued dampness in areas she couldn't mention. She was already warm, but that could have something to do with her server-turned-assistant who looked so good in his t-shirt. No man should be that attractive. She put up a mental wall in an effort to block out any more thoughts about Chad that didn't have to do with his job. She blamed Diamond Cove and its laid-back feel for her lack of focus and attention. The class members put on smocks and added paint to those board things. She had no idea what they were called and wished she'd paid a little more attention to the Bob Ross videos she'd binged one Sunday afternoon. One man wore a beret, as if he was some famous French painter. He took his paint placement on the board very seriously, frowning when two colors ended up too close together. Another woman, the shortest in the room, and possibly the oldest though she moved with grace, studied her openly. She smiled and gave her a small wave. She waved back and then looked pointedly at Chad. Elizabeth shook her head quickly. No, they were not together. In response, she waved her paintbrush like a fairy godmother and then winked. If Elizabeth wasn't so embarrassed over what happened in the dining room, she would have laughed out loud. The instructor breezed into the room. Sure enough, Elizabeth recognized her as the woman with the flowing blouse and hot pink capris. Her salt and pepper gray hair was cut short and she wore so many bracelets that she had to compete with the noise they made to be heard. Welcome! 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 We have a special treat for us today. Everyone please welcome our new models Elizabeth and Chad. Elizabeth reached out and grabbed onto Grandma's arm. Models, she hissed. Oh, please don't let this be a nudes class, she begged the good Lord. Chapter 12. Chad swallowed hard, sure the sound could be heard downstairs. Hinky, he whispered to himself. Elizabeth must have heard him because she was totally aghast. Grandma. I'm not doing this. Elizabeth gripped the top of her swimsuit cover up in her fist and held it close to her neck. Little Miss Button-Up didn't like having someone else call the shots. He chuckled inside, the feeling dying off quickly as he contrasted it to what had happened in the cafeteria. He hadn't meant to get so close, but had been drawn into her, thinking about how soft her skin looked and wondering if it felt the same. She'd turned to him, and if he wasn't mistaken, would have let him kiss her. That kiss would have led to a candlelight dinner on the beach, and more kisses, and then what? What would have happened after that? A long-distance relationship? The idea seemed ludicrous. It was only the thought that they'd met less than 24 hours ago that held him back. Was she playing a game? One minute she's ready to lock lips and the next she's acting scandalized. She could have asked the same question of him though, and the thought filled him with shame. He wasn't playing games. He just had a hard time keeping his head on straight with beautiful women around. Perhaps he was a sucker for a pretty face. He always thought the phrase was cliché, but it couldn't be if he was living proof that people like that existed, and he was one of them. The short lady in a floral muumuu caught his eye and wiggled her fingers at him. He gave a two-finger wave back. I'm Betty. She smiled widely at him. Hay introduced himself and a few of the other class members added their names to the introduction. You'll be fine. Miss Nancy patted Elizabeth's arm. Learn to loosen up a little. She made her way behind one of the easels and began preparing for class. Elizabeth glanced at Chad out of the corner of her eye. You would be completely within your rights to ask for a raise at this moment. He held back his monetary shock. It seemed she was trying to re-establish their boundaries by reminding him of their professional relationship. On the one hand, he wished she wouldn't. If he got the chance to kiss her again, he'd take it. That's how weak he was. On the other hand, he was grateful she was willing to sweep it all under the rug and move forward. Honestly, if you want to quit right now, I wouldn't blame you. Her hesitancy to do this made him pause before making any decisions, which was a lot easier to do when her lips weren't within an inch of his. What exactly do we have to do? She gave a tight smile. I hope it's just to stand here and let them paint us. But Grandma's acting strange. He glanced at Nancy, who wouldn't look at either of them. She wasn't talking to anyone else either, but staring at the blank canvas in front of her as if it held a masterpiece. He considered the offer to leave and found that he didn't want to. Which was strange, because nothing pulled at him like surfing. Ever. Yet, leaving Elizabeth wasn't even an option. I'm good if you are. She slumped. I'm not exactly good. I can't stop thinking about all that I need to get done. But I came here for a reason and I can't walk out now. She dropped her eyes to the floor. It might mean working while she sleeps tonight, she warned him. He felt for her and the struggle she faced. He'd never been torn between his business and family, didn't know what that was like. But he did know how much he'd loved his parents, and how much he longed for the surf shop to succeed. Choosing between those two things would be impossible. He touched her arm, then realized that his heart had skipped a couple beats, so he pulled it away again. I'd love to spend the night with you. She gave a small gasp and he realized how his comment sounded. Not like that. He waved his hands in front of him. I mean, was there any way to salvage this? I'd be happy to keep you awake. Her eyes grew wider. He growled at himself. I mean, I'll work late. Work. All night, work. She blinked away her shock. You would? She asked incredulously. He nodded. He opened his mouth to tell her about his shop and all the ideas that poured into him since he'd met her, but the instructor bustled over to them and he clapped his mouth shut. I'm Marguerite and you two are beautiful. Her hands went to her cheeks. Goodness, you're going to be a stunning couple for us to paint. Elizabeth blushed furiously. We aren't a couple, he stuttered, feeling it was his responsibility to set the record straight. Elizabeth muttered something he didn't catch. Well, then. Marguerite fluffed her hair, completely offended. I know a couple when I see one, and you two have got all of the chemistry. I only hope that we can properly capture it on canvas today. Chad stifled a groan. He'd hoped that his attraction to Elizabeth was hidden better. He didn't walk around with his tongue hanging out or anything, especially since entering this room. But he didn't have to wonder what she meant by chemistry. That he could feel himself every moment they were together. Okay, artists, Marguerite clapped her hands. How would you like them to pose? Back to back, said the guy in the beret. Marguerite motioned for Chad and Elizabeth to go to the middle of the room. They did so, although it was probably slower than she wanted them to. Come on back to back. She was insistent, as if she was used to getting her way. Nevertheless, Chad and Elizabeth turned back to back and stood there. Perhaps lean against one another. Marguerite put her palms together. They both leaned back in an awkward way, his shoulder blades digging into the top of her shoulders and her head knocking his spine. No, no, no. Betty shook her finger at them. It must be a lover's embrace. Chad stood up quickly and Elizabeth fell against him, off balance. One of her arms flew out to the side. He held back his laughter. She was hopeless, but also adorable in her clumsiness. He thought he saw Nancy wink at Betty, but he was so overwhelmed with the idea of posing and lover's embrace with Elizabeth, and not being drawn into her charms, that he couldn't be sure. His heart beat furiously and his mouth went dry. And for heaven's sakes, take your shirt off, added Betty. Several of the ladies in the room clapped their hands and hooted. "Kill me now," mumbled Elizabeth. "You? I'm the one they want half naked." Chad muttered out of the side of his mouth. "I have half of mind fire you right now, so I don't get sued for this," Elizabeth whispered back. Chad had to cover his laughter with a cough. "If he's taking his shirt off, she's gonna drop a shoulder of that cover-up," said the man in the beret. Marguerite wrapped a long paintbrush against an easel. "This class is PG. If you want one with a higher rating, you'll have to take it up with Samantha." She turned in a slow circle, giving them all a warning glare. "Let's not embarrass ourselves the first time we get live models, shall we?" Several of the class participants ducked their heads. While her back was to them, Chad met Elizabeth's gaze. He lifted both his eyebrows. She did the same. He wiggled his, and she giggled. As a compromise, Marguerite inclined her head toward Betty. "We will do a fully clothed lover's embrace." Grandma Nancy dropped her paintbrush in the silence and scrambled to pick it up. Elizabeth shot her a curious look, but she feigned innocence. Chad began to wonder what was going on with Miss Nancy and this art class. Was she really a student, or had she worked this all up to keep Elizabeth around for another couple hours? He didn't have very long to contemplate her motivations though, because his arms were soon being wrapped around Elizabeth by the teacher, one hand pressed firmly between her shoulder blades and the other gently settled in the small of her back. Her palms automatically came to rest on his chest, and he prayed she couldn't feel his heart racing. He was such a sucker. "Oh my." Marguerite fanned her face. Chad closed his eyes and grit his teeth. Elizabeth began to tremble in his arms. His eyes flew open to see if she was laughing at him. But her eyes were closed too. "Are you?" he began to ask if she was all right. "No talking please. And hold as still as possible." Marguerite pressed her finger over her lips. "Let the genius commence." Elizabeth continued to tremble and refused to look at him. The longer they stood there, the harder it became to remember why he couldn't have Elizabeth. He did all the mental exercises, including comparing his ex to the woman in his arms. There was no comparison. Elizabeth came out on top in every category. She had her own thriving business and wouldn't want his. As far as he knew, she didn't even know his shop existed. So she wasn't a threat. And yet, he couldn't get over how much his overwhelming responses to her were just like what happened to him before. Except Elizabeth wasn't baiting him with cook's looks nor plying him with over-the-top compliments. In fact, she'd talked about firing him. But that almost kiss had taken him off guard. Was it possible that she was actually interested in him? No. The thought was insane. She was this sophisticated, though slightly clumsy, woman with a multi-million-dollar company in hand. What would she ever see in a surf bum like him? He studied her, looking for a reason. Her lashes and eyebrows were medium brown even though her hair was light. Her skin was fair with a hint of rose, and her nose had a slight upturn that begged him to trace it with his finger. He did not. He also noticed that her ears were the perfect size and the lobes didn't dangle, but were attached. There were things about her he didn't want to notice, but couldn't help. For example, he could feel her shoulder blades, which told him she didn't eat enough. Probably because she was too busy most days. The curve of her lower back was the perfect kind of arch for him to wrap his forearm into and lift her off her feet for a deep and satisfying kiss. He was sorely tempted. Her breath was warm on his neck, and he continually fought his lungs to bring in air and let it out at a regular rate. Several times during his study, he forgot they had an audience and almost gave in to the thrum of his pulse. Inevitably, someone would cough or tap their brush against the glass jars used for rinsing, and he would be brought back to their current situation. By the time they were released, he'd given up trying to figure out what he had to offer her because he was so caught up in the cloud of energy that radiated off the two of them. Chemistry? If that's what this was, he would have studied harder in high school because the feeling of holding her in his arms was incredible. Chapter 13. Elizabeth hadn't spent that much time in a man's arms since college. And after that experience, she wasn't too keen on doing it again because the guy turned out to be such a jerk. Right before Marguerite put his arms around her, she'd had this feeling that Chad would leave her with a completely different impression. And he did. His embrace was strong and even supportive at times when her legs were tired. He seemed to be able to read her body language and shifted his weight to help her out. She wished she could have done the same for him, but was afraid she would end up toppling both of them if she had tried. When he first held her, she'd trembled with the attraction that surged through her veins. Some part of her, some very instinctual Garden of Eden part of her wanted more of him. But the evolved, modern woman she professed to be argued that even a fling with an employee was a very bad idea. When their hour was up, she and Chad were invited to tour the paintings. Despite the residents' desire to see Chad without his shirt on, and her bare shoulder, they have turned out some impressive artwork. Each person had their own style. They seemed to layer thick paint rather than wait for things to dry. Probably because they only had 2 hours allotted for class. Not all of them were gallery-worthy. But there was definitely some talent in the room. What had shocked Elizabeth the most was Grandma Nancy's painting. It was really good. When she had told her so, Grandma had brushed away the phrase saying it was only a hobby. Elizabeth felt bad that she couldn't get her grandma to understand the value of doing something so creative. If the subject of her art wasn't so embarrassing, Elizabeth would have taken the painting for her office. When class was over, they made their way down to the atrium. Elizabeth checked the fountain for the alligator, but didn't see snout nor tail of the beloved amphibian. She breathed a sigh of relief. Even knowing he was muzzled, it was hard for her to feel comfortable around an animal that would like to eat her. Grandma Nancy checked her iWatch. A look of being torn crossed her face. My crochet class starts in 10 minutes. She glanced back and forth between Elizabeth and Chad as if she didn't think she should leave them alone. Whether that was because she worried they'd end up recreating their pose for art class or something else, she wasn't quite sure. But Elizabeth was a grown woman and, even though her emotions were in turmoil over the man who held her as if she was prized above all others, she had too much work to do to get lost in his blue eyes. At least, not again. Elizabeth lightly touched her arm. You should go. I need a proper shower and a change of clothes. She glanced down at her flimsy swimsuit cover-up. If I had known I would be spending all day in this, I would have insisted on pockets. I feel naked without my cell phone. As soon as the words naked left her mouth, she wished she could call it back. The reminder of what she thought was going to happen made her ears burn with embarrassment. I don't want to leave you here, but my instructor offered to teach a special class for a few of us who are new. I'd feel bad missing it since I'm one of the reasons she had to come in today. She stepped away but turned back, looking at them as if they were lost children. Elizabeth shooed her off. We'll be fine. I know the way back to the cottage, and if I get lost, Chad here can give me directions. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Turn right at the second palm tree and go straight on till morning. Grandma shook her head at his teasing. Don't go far, you too. She headed back towards the elevators and was soon gone. Elizabeth put her hands on her hips. She felt like stomping her foot. She acts like we're 12 years old. Chad smiled thoughtfully. I get the sense that wanting to control things runs in the family. He cuffed her shoulder. She feigned indignation. I'll have you know, she added, an air of snobbery to her voice, that we come from a long line of people in charge. She couldn't help the smile that broke through by the end of her false offense. It felt so good to be back on even ground with him, even if she was anything but even on the inside. They headed towards the glass doors to make their way back to Grandma's bungalow. Chad checked his phone for the time. How long do you need to shower and change? Elizabeth thought of her hair's stiffness, only obtained by pond water residue, and said, 6 months. She gave a huge sigh, but I may have to settle for about an hour. Will that give you enough time? She was curious about his get-ready routine. Was he the type of guy who stole all the hot water with a long soak, or was he in and out in under 2 minutes? Sure. I can even surf for a while and still meet you back here. So he was a 2-minuter then. She grew warm inside knowing this little piece of trivia about him. Yoga this morning, statue training this afternoon, and now you want to surf? Where do you get the energy? She scanned her body and was surprised to find that her ankle didn't bother her anymore. She'd effectively walked it off. Yeah. Surfing doesn't take energy, it gives it. We'll see who has energy at 3 in the morning. She silently berated herself for the way that sounded. They had already made it clear that they were only doing business tonight, but it still sounded suggestive. I bet I'll outlast you. Her inner clown roared with laughter. If he only knew how that came across in her current state of mind, he'd be running for the waves. Men always turn things into a competition, she quipped as they made their way up Grandma Nancy's front walk. It was sweet of him to walk her all the way to the door. But it made today feel so much more like a date than a business meeting. She shouldn't have had him come at all today. That was her first step across professional lines. However, she'd had no idea what they were going into. As soon as she turned the knob, he faded backwards a few steps. 1 hour from right now. He tapped a button on his phone and turned it around to show her the timer. I won't be late. You'd better not be, she warned. As far as I'm concerned, there are only 2 times. Oh, she turned around to watch him walking backwards. On time or late? She warmed all over at his teasing. You got that right. She heard her phone ringing from inside the cabin. Giving him a hasty wave, she made a dash for it. As fun as her day had been, surprisingly so, she shouldn't have left her phone behind when there was such a big contract on the line. She prayed Mr. Scott hadn't called in another test. Instead of Jennifer's name on her screen, it was her mother's. She drew in a deep breath and composed her features. Grabbing Grandma's yarn off the couch, she set it on the table and sat down. Mom? I don't think you're supposed to call your children when you're on your honeymoon. Isn't there some kind of law against that? Mom rewarded her with a throaty laugh. One that sounded like it came from a soul who was truly happy. Elizabeth's heart warmed. Mom had been through the ringer for the last 5 years, first Dad's affair, and then his nasty behavior during the divorce. Elizabeth and her sisters were so disgusted with him they refused to answer his phone calls. It was about time that Mom was able to laugh so easily again. Her new husband was a decent guy, he came from an old money family who were big on new ideas. As far as she'd seen, his children and siblings were as happy with the match as Elizabeth and her 2 sisters. She had no idea what Christmas would look like this year with their blended family, but it didn't matter because love was all it took to put that laughter back into her mother. Where are you, darling? I keep thinking I'm hearing an echo from the ocean. Elizabeth moved off the couch to close the open kitchen window. I'm in Diamond Cove visiting Grandma. She wondered how much to say about her grandmother's current situation. Mom had another 2 weeks of honeymoon before she was due home. And she didn't want to say anything that would hasten her return. Is she okay? Has she had another episode? Ralph, how soon can we get a flight out of here? Mom. Calm down. You know I detest when you tell me to calm down. Elizabeth smirked to herself, thinking of her conversation with Chad about coming from a long line of people who like to be in charge. Fine, be stressed out, but stay where you are. I have everything under control. I thought you had a partnership to facilitate this week. Of course, Mother perused her emails on her honeymoon. She wasn't as compulsive as Grandma or Elizabeth, but she was the most responsible of her siblings. For a brief moment, Elizabeth wondered what she would do on her honeymoon. Would she be able to let all of this go for 7 to 10 days? Or 3 weeks? Maybe if Chad took his shirt off. She threw her hands over her eyes in an effort to block out that stunning vision. You aren't giving me enough information to make a decision, said Mom. Elizabeth decided to just bite the bullet. I was told that Grandma is having a hard time settling in. She really needed to have a face-to-face with Samantha. I came down here to evaluate things on my own. And? Mom prompted. Elizabeth thought over what she had observed this morning. It's kind of strange. It's like Grandma has the plague or something. No one talks to her. Is she going to the classes and activities? I made sure that they had an assortment of things she was interested in. And we signed her up for several before the wedding. Elizabeth turned bright red as she thought about the activities she'd attended with Grandmother that morning. If word ever got out that she had done yoga on top of her assistant, she would never live it down, especially within her family circle. Her baby sister alone would enjoy every moment of rubbing that in her face. It wasn't her fault that she was generally the responsible one out of the three. Although that didn't give much credit to her sister, who was only 2 years younger than her, she'd been on the right track and life has thrown a freight train at her. Have you checked in with sister lately? She asked Mom. The subject change was abrupt, but she didn't want to talk about things here, for fear she'd say something about Chad. And, since she was with Grandma this weekend, she couldn't do her usual check-in with SIS Dollar. I talked to her yesterday. She'd just gotten back from walking dogs at the shelter. That's good. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief that her sister was continuing with her schedule even without somebody there to push through her. Perhaps she was making progress. Back to Mom. Mom wasn't one to be taken off course so easily. Do you think we should talk to her about moving to another retirement community? The idea seemed impossible. Grandma had personally chosen this place. And she was stubborn enough to stick it out. Let's put that idea on the back burner and let it simmer. I haven't spoken with the activities director yet, and I'm going to try something new at dinner tonight. She wasn't quite sure what she was going to do, but sounding like she had a plan was better than sounding hopeless. You know, this is good practice for when you become a mother. Elizabeth barked a laugh. Yeah, like that's gonna happen anytime soon. She hadn't meant to sound so cynical. I think being a newlywed is clouding your view of reality. Silence hung between them. Sometimes I think I failed you. Failed me? How? She demanded. If anyone dared suggest such a thing, she would have set them straight in 1.2 seconds. I don't think I taught you the importance of connection. Images of all the places she and Chad connected today flashed through her head. Nothing was. What was the word he'd used? Hinky. However, all of it made butterflies in her stomach flutter with giggles. Mom, it's not that. I would love to find someone. I'm just focused on other things right now. I know. That's what worries me. If you start talking about my eggs, I'm going to hang up. Mom was quiet, which made Elizabeth think she had actually planned to bring up Elizabeth's ovaries. Ralph said something in the background. Mom spoke quickly. I have to go now. Please keep me up to date. I'll expect to see something, if not from you then from your assistant, before the end of day tomorrow. Elizabeth couldn't help but smile at the deadline. Yes, she definitely came from a long line of women who knew how to get things done. She also took a huge amount of satisfaction knowing that an email with Chad's profile picture would send her mother into a fit of curiosity. Tomorrow's Sunday, she reminded her. How would it be not to know the day of the week? That was a real vacation. Then you. Love you. Bye. Love you too. Elizabeth hung up and let out a yelp. She'd lost 15 minutes of her 1 hour. She pulled the hair tie out with one hand and tugged open the cover-up with the other. When Chad arrived right on time, his phone alarm beeping, she was both impressed with his promptness and embarrassed that she was just finishing up her hair. The time it took to talk her mom off an airplane had cost her. Come in, she called over her shoulder. The door opened and closed. She hurried to finish the last curl around her face and ran her fingers through the lot of them. You're very punctual for a surfer, she called down the hallway to let him know where he could find her. Chad's footsteps sounded on the wood floor and echoed in the hallway. The sound was oddly homey and gave her a rush. She unplugged the curling iron and shoved her brushes and combs into one of the drawers, not paying attention to where they all went. The tide waits for no man. He appeared in the doorway, using up all the space. He folded his arms and leaned against the doorway. Be still her heart, he smelled like beach cologne. Despite all her warnings to herself, she fell right into flirting with him. Heck, it was easier than falling into a pond. Thankfully, her trip would end tomorrow and she could stop the torture. So I guess that means you're an early riser too? She hoped he was. There was one thing on her husband's checklist. She needed somebody who was a morning person. I can't sleep past 6. Even on the weekends. Punctual. Morning person. Handsome to a fault. Could he be any more perfect? What? Do I have toothpaste on my shirt? He glanced down and brushed his hand across his clean blue button-up shirt. She looked him over and gasped. You're wearing khakis. She nodded her head, impressed. I kind of wondered if you owned anything past the knee. He tipped his head back and laughed. The sound echoing off the white tile and filling her with warmth. I can understand where you would get that impression. He held out his arms and motioned down himself. Did I pass inspection? If he meant was he totally yummy looking? The answer was yes. But she had a feeling that he was asking more about dinner tonight and the wardrobe requirements in the dining room than he was about her desire to lick his neck. You look great. Which plays right into my plans. She rubbed her palms together. She'd oscillated between arguing with herself about liking Chad and working over Grandma's situation and how she could improve it. We're going to find my grandmother a friend tonight. If that means we have to sit by other people and force them to eat with us, then so be it. He considered her proposal for only a moment before agreeing. Do you want to split up or stick together? She appreciated his willingness to go with the flow. Another check in his favor. Let's stick together and stick to Grandma Nancy. She leaned back against the sink and folded her arms. You know you're probably the most chill person I've spoken to in years. If it makes you feel better, you are not the most stressed out person I've talked to in years. He gave her a lopsided grin. That would be my accountant in case you were wondering. Ah, the accountant stress. She nodded sagely. I've seen it before. He nodded his head at the same slow agreeing rhythm as she did. Speaking of being chill, did you sign a non-disclosure statement? He blinked, surprised by her change of topic. I'm not sure how those two things work together. She opened her palm as she explained, "If you sign the non-disclosure, then I can let you deeper into corporate documents and be chill about it." Ah. When you say it like that, it makes complete sense. You'll find that I often make perfect sense. She flirted back, adding a bout of her eyelashes. I believe you will find a signed non-disclosure agreement in my personnel file. He bowed slightly at the waist. Perfect, let's get started on this report and then go make my grandma some friends. He stepped back and motioned for her to lead the way. Elizabeth was surprised that Chad, a surf instructor, turned out to be the best thing that happened to her this weekend, professionally speaking, of course. Standing in the bathroom and chatting like a regular couple didn't feel at all wonderful. And the look in his eyes when he saw her with her hair down and lip gloss shining was worth the rush to pull herself together. She mentally scanned her calendar, hunting for her next opportunity to come to Diamond Cove. Next time, she planned to take that surf lesson because when she was with Chad, she felt more whole. The difference between the hour apart from him and the 5 minutes spent in his presence was enough to convince her she wanted him in her life. No more debating. No more arguing. If she had to wait for him, she would. With her mind made up, all the turmoil washed away. Now all she had to do was prepare the paperwork for Mr. Scott, sign him as a partner, and then get up the nerve to wear a certain blue bikini to her surf lesson. A lesson she needed to schedule. One thing at a time, she told herself as she opened her laptop. Chad held out her chair and she melted into it. Waiting was hard. Chapter 14. Chad and Elizabeth made their way over to the community center for dinner with Miss Nancy. Chad was continually surprised at the lack of barriers between him and Elizabeth. When he first saw her on the beach in her business suit, he thought that he'd be working for somebody who was stiff, and he hated to admit it, but shrewish. Elizabeth couldn't be farther from that first impression. Sure, she liked things her way and panicked when things didn't go the way she thought they would, like when she thought Miss Nancy had signed them up to model nude. She hadn't voiced the fear, but the way she clutched her dress to her said enough that he was able to read between the lines. Not that he would have gone along with stripping down in front of a bunch of retirement folks. It was just, for some reason, he liked seeing Elizabeth flustered. Despite her misgivings, she'd proven that she could roll with things. Part of him wondered though, if under her dress-clutching outer shell was a passionate tigress waiting to be freed. He instinctively knew that the only way to let her out would be to put a ring on her finger. The prospect wasn't as scary as it should have been. Not that he was anywhere close to proposing. He enjoyed his time with Elizabeth quite a bit, but it would take a miracle to heal his heart and put him in a place where he could trust someone again. He hadn't even told her about his surf shop. Which seemed silly on one level, considering the amount of money her business brought in. It's not like she would need to steal from him. However, she had the means to buy his business right out from underneath him. Which was a whole different threat than his ex. On one level he understood that his mistrust was unfounded. Elizabeth had no interest in surfing or surf shops or owning his business. She was busy trying to take her own family's company to the next level, and he was ridiculous for feeling threatened. His ex had been charming, fun and calculating, each trait contained a shadow he hadn't seen until it was too late. Elizabeth was all those things in a positive light. He couldn't deny that he had a thing for bright, intelligent women. Which only meant that he couldn't trust his instincts in this and needed to maintain a level head. Not that any of that mattered, because Elizabeth wouldn't look twice at him as a romantic option, not when she ran with the likes of billionaires, millionaires, and successful college graduates. She probably dated brain surgeons. He'd been so deep in his own thoughts that he was surprised to see the community center appear in front of him. The back wall was made up of panels that could be turned and then pushed along a track to allow the fresh air to flow into the dining room. The staff was busy setting tables and taking drink orders. Only an eighth of the spots were taken as they were a few minutes early for the meal. From what Chad had gathered, meals were served over an hour-and-a-half time period. Residents could wander in at 1 minute to the end and still be served. The chef was talented. That chicken Alfredo for lunch was the best he'd had in the States. And the brownie. He'd take a job here just to be able to eat those once a week. His stomach growled in agreement. He rubbed his belly. What are they serving tonight? He took a deep breath, drawing in the aroma of pot roast. Elizabeth giggled. How can you be hungry already? He shrugged a shoulder. I'm a bachelor. Most of my meals come from pizza place. Elizabeth nodded. I hate to admit that I'm the same way. For me, it's all about convenience. And not sitting alone in a restaurant. He made a face. It's the worst, she agreed, rubbing her hands up her arms as if she were chilled at the very thought. Everyone trying not to look at you, but totally feeling sorry for you. He grunted and rolled his eyes. So bad. Their eyes met and they both smiled. He wanted to offer to be her plus one when she came to town, but that felt like a commitment. Granted, a small one, but a commitment nonetheless, and he was determined to get out of this weekend without acting like a fool. Elizabeth turned from him and gave herself a shake. Which is why we're here tonight. Our goal is to meet people Grandma can eat with. And stuff our faces with pot roast. She sniffed. Is that what it is? He rubbed his palms together. I hope so. Big fan, eh? He laughed. My mom loved using a slow cooker because she hated being stuck in the kitchen. She'd load that thing up with a roast, potatoes, and carrots. He closed his eyes as the memory of coming in from the ocean, his feet coated in sand and his suit dripping on the tile, lifting the lid and stealing a potato. So yeah, I'm a fan. Elizabeth placed a hand on his arm. I'm sorry for your loss. He wasn't usually emotional when people mentioned his parents anymore. It wasn't that the world was right without them, but that he'd gotten used to it. Like jumping into cold water, the temperature didn't change, but you adapted because you didn't have a choice. Perhaps it was the memory of Mom's cooking, strengthened by the scents floating around him, that made his voice catch. Thanks. He cleared his throat and did his best to push the memories away too. We should find a seat before she gets here. Right. Elizabeth walked ahead of him. She wore a wrap dress and open-toed sandals. For a brief moment, he had a vision of her walking along the beach, the sandals dangling from her fingers and the sun behind her, outlining her beautiful body. He quickly brushed the image from his mind. She veered to the right, headed for a table with familiar faces from their art class. He had to give her points for bravery and hurried his steps to be right next to her by the time they reached the table. Are these seats taken? He pointed to the 4 empty chairs. It was only then that he realized the woman closest to him was Miss Betty. He mentally groaned. She was the one who'd tried to get them to kiss, and her painting had a big heart behind them. Needless to say, Sully wasn't her strong suit. They should have picked a different table. The one with the scary muscle guy would do. Or, they could have eaten with the group doing puzzles earlier, they seemed safe. Miss Betty smiled up at him and winked. Great. She remembered them. He hoped she wouldn't say anything more about him and Elizabeth locking lips. Especially since he would probably lose his head if their lips actually did touch. He had this feeling that the two of them had the kind of chemistry that exploded when mixed together. The safest way to deal with that was to keep a physical distance. Which was surprisingly difficult considering the ridiculous situations they continually found themselves in. Peter, the man with the beret, indicated that they should take their seats. Betty wiggled her fingers in a nice welcoming wave and smiled knowingly at the two of them. "How are our romantic models doing?" Chad bit the inside of his cheek. Elizabeth threw him a look that said maybe this wasn't the best place to sit after all, but they'd already committed. He wasn't surprised that she'd come to the same conclusion as he did. That happened a lot with them. He jolted with a sudden realization. That had happened a lot with his ex, but it was only after he'd voiced his thoughts. She would jump on board and agree, throwing in some compliment about how smart he was to boost his ego. Elizabeth didn't do that. In fact, most of the time, they didn't have to say anything at all. Did that mean that what they had was real? She had no reason to put on a show for him. She had all the power in their relationship. If anyone was going to suck up, it would be him. And he wouldn't. "Much better now that I'm out of that wet swimsuit." Elizabeth answered their questioning stares. "I must apologize to all of you for the pond smell that will no doubt permeate your art room for the next couple days." She'd earned a light chuckle from the group, putting them all at ease. Chad pulled her seat out for her and motioned for her to sit down. "I always like to see a young man hold a chair for a woman." Miss Betty nodded approvingly. "Gentlemen are hard to come by these days." She glared at Peter. Peter glared back at her. "You try pulling out a chair while pushing this thing." His hand went behind him to a blue walker with big wheels. Betty flapped her hand in a light show of disgust. Grandma Nancy appeared behind Elizabeth and put her hand on her shoulder. "I have a table for us over here." She motioned to the empty side of the dining room. Chad held his breath, wondering how Elizabeth was going to handle this. "I thought we could sit with the people from your art class, Grandma. I'd really like the opportunity to get to know them better." She smiled hopefully at Miss Nancy. Chad had to hand it to her. She was diplomatic in her word choice. There was a balance she continually strived for between helping her grandma and not overstepping her bounds. "Won't this just be lovely?" added Miss Betty. She patted the empty seat next to her for Nancy to take. Chad jumped up and pulled it out for her, making it all that more difficult for her to say no. She glanced reluctantly over her shoulder at the empty tables and then tucked in. The last person at the table was a small woman with large glasses that made her eyes look 3 times larger than they were. She had her nose buried in a book and didn't look like she wanted to participate in any of the conversation. That was okay with him. Keeping up with Peter and Betty's banter was enough of a challenge. Servers came out with plates of smoked salmon asparagus salad and a bowl of fruit, which they placed at the top of each plate. They also had drinks for everyone. It appeared that Miss Betty was a Diet Coke fan, while Peter preferred fruit juices. The servers asked Elizabeth and he what they like and then went to fetch them. "Which one of you is Nancy's grandchild?" Betty began the conversation. Elizabeth draped her napkin over her lap. "Not that I want to brag about it, but I'm Grandma Nancy's favorite granddaughter." Elizabeth grinned at her grandma. Miss Nancy winked at her. There was a current, a familiarity, in the statement that said they'd made this joke before. Miss Nancy lifted her chin. "Elizabeth is my protégée. She was the one who followed me around the office as a preschooler. In high school, she was already dissecting monthly sales reports and looking for patterns in consumers' buying habits based on seasons." Chad noted the glow of pride on Nancy's face. It was one he had seen often with his own parents. Having it in front of him right now made him realize that these were really good people. It didn't matter how much money they had, they were just really great people. People he would like to be around. Most of the time, Chad was able to hide how lonely he felt in this great big world. But every once in a while it reached its creepy long bony fingers out of his chest and scratched down his heart. What would it be like to be part of a family again? He'd always thought that creating his own family would be the only way back to that feeling, but perhaps he'd missed the writing on the wall. He glanced at Elizabeth as she chatted with Miss Betty and her grandma. She had an easy way about her with people. A way that left them anticipating the next time they would be around her. Or maybe that was just him. They continued to talk and make conversation until after the pineapple upside-down cake with giant dollops of whipped cream had been devoured. The sun was still out, and if Chad wasn't working as a personal assistant, he would have taken this evening to catch a few waves. Even if he had the chance to go tonight, he would have turned it down to be here. He leaned back and rubbed his stomach. Miss Nancy, if they cook Saturday night dinners like this every week, I may have to arrange a standing date night with you. You don't want to hang out with a bunch of old people like us, scolded Miss Betty. You two should be out on the town, dancing, bowling, riding a tandem bicycle along the path by the beach. Chad chuckled at her version of out on the town. Elizabeth smacked his leg under the table and they shared a secret smile. Nobody does those things anymore, Betty, snapped Peter. If they weren't here, they'd be sitting on their phones and ignoring each other. He scowled, clearly displaying his disgust with the state of young people's free time these days. That's not true. Just the other day my grandson took Coco on a canoe trip. Betty dabbed the corners of her mouth with her napkin. Grandma Nancy cast Betty a warning look. It was quick, but Lucas caught it. Whatever's going on with those canoe trips may not have been on the up and up. Trust me, we're all glad that he's keeping Coco happy. Peter shoved the last bite of his cake in his mouth and then pressed his fingers to his lips and made a kissing sound. Wait, Coco works here? Chad asked. Grandma Nancy leaned towards them and said, her grandson is dating the pastry chef. Miss Betty's eyes brightened. Nancy dear, you should join us for the dive-in movie. Elizabeth's face brightened with hope. Don't you mean drive-in? She asked when Nancy hesitated. Peter shook his head. It's called a dive-in because they put the screen up by the pool and we all lay around on inner tubes while we watch the movie. What do they serve for snacks? Swedish fish? Chad joked. Elizabeth smiled at him. I think gummy sharks would be more appropriate. He grinned back. Really? Not goldfish crackers? She narrowed her eyes, picking up the gauntlet he'd thrown down by upping her game. Banana boats? In unison, the heads around the table bounced back to him. Oyster crackers. Sushi. Nice one, but it gave him another idea. Fish sticks. She squeezed her fists together and closed her eyes tight, thinking so hard. She was so adorable, he could have kissed her. Do you give up? He teased. Never. She tapped her fingers to her forehead. Her eyes flew open and she cried out, clam chowder. The spectators turned to him. They held their breath. Tuna salad, he said low. Oh, Miss Betty clasped her hands in front of her. Chad had to force himself not to laugh at how serious this little competition had become to those around them. He arched an eyebrow. If you can come up with one more, you win. He was fresh out of ideas. Elizabeth moistened her lips, drawing his eye to them. Shrimp. She popped the P on the end. Miss Betty, Peter, and Miss Nancy all clapped for her. The woman with the large glasses kept her nose in her book. Chad added his own applause and a slight bow, yielding to her in this game. Honestly, it was just fun to have somebody to joke around with. Elizabeth accepted their congratulations, and when their eyes met, he realized that his own enjoyment, his intense attraction to her, and his hesitancy to do anything about it, were all reflected in her eyes. The knowledge was a revelation. What do you say, Nancy? Do you think you can trust these two on their own while you take in a movie? Betty elbowed Nancy lightly in the side. Nancy scowled and reluctantly agreed to join them for the dive-in movie. You should. We're just going to work. Elizabeth motioned back and forth between her and Chad. He liked being included in her we. I'll go change and meet you back here. Miss Nancy got up slowly, as if she wasn't sure about this at all. It'll be fine, dear. Miss Betty patted her hand as she went by. Chad and Elizabeth said goodbye to their new friends. They walked slowly back to Grandma Nancy's bungalow. I thought you'd be in a bigger hurry to get started on this report, Chad observed. Elizabeth's hand brushed his, and the awareness that he'd been so careful to tuck away roared to life again. I'm just trying to savor these few moments of peace before I have to turn on that part of my brain. She gave him a rueful smile. And I ate way too much tonight. She put a hand on her stomach and laughed. Looks like we found Miss Nancy some friends. He smiled down at her. Her cheeks had taken on a rosy glow from being outside this morning. She lifted her shoulders and let out a happy sigh. I think so. They're a funny group. I hope she can relax and have fun with them. Chad touched her elbow to steer her out of the way of an oncoming golf cart. I have a question. He lifted one eyebrow at her in a challenge. Their game naming snacks for the dive-in movie was fun and he wanted to play again. Go on. She wasn't hesitant. Instead, she leaned toward him slightly, ready to take on whatever he had in mind. His stomach swooped out from under him. What do you think they're playing tonight at the dive-in? Chad asked Jaws. He gave her a satisfied look. Her cheeks lifted into a broad smile and her eyes sparked with an intent to win. Waterworld? That was a good one. Titanic, he countered. She came back with Poseidon's Adventure and his stomach did this funny wiggle thing and then warmed all the way through. Though he would normally spend Saturday night riding the waves, he found that he didn't miss them at all. Not with Elizabeth here. As hard as he tried to talk himself out of falling for her, and falling fast, he was a man, walking with a beautiful woman at sunset. A woman who, at every turn, proved she was the one he'd been waiting his whole life for. Chapter 15. I think we need a break. Elizabeth looked up from where the words blurred together on her laptop. Chad was standing next to her with his hand out. It took her brain a minute to switch from. They'd worked through the report at a steady clip. He had a lot of questions, which slowed her down, but she found that discussing things with him gave her the ability to see things she wouldn't have seen before. For example, she'd explained the difference between a direct method and indirect method and that they'd chosen to use the indirect method because they had production facilities that appreciate over time and machines that depreciate. This reminded her that several of their buildings were due for inspection soon and she sent off an email to Jennifer to prepare for the inspectors. She didn't want to think about what would have happened if the inspectors had shown up and they weren't ready for them. This partnership took up a lot of headspace. She made a note to consider hiring someone to take over a few of her regular duties. It made sense because the germ bomb wasn't her only brilliant idea. She glanced at the clock over the stove. It was 9:30. I should stick around for when Grandma Nancy comes home. But if you want to go, I understand. His hair was still in place, but his eyes showed weariness. He probably wasn't used to spending as much time in front of a screen as she did on a daily basis. Chad shook his head. The longer you sit here, the slower you work. A quick walk on the pier will revive you enough to go another couple hours. She couldn't argue with that logic. Her limbs felt stiff and her head muddled. If I'm going to work from this office, I'll have to buy an ergonomically correct seat. She placed her hands on her lower back and arched it, enjoying the release. Is that something you would consider? being here more often? Chad glanced quickly away, and she realized he was still waiting for her to take his hand. His question had a heavier feel to it than just curiosity. If she was reading the signals right, he would be interested in spending more time with her. Which was something she was open to as well. Not just as an employee, but as friends, maybe even a little more than that. Or a lot more than that. I'd like to, she replied, knowing that her answer was just as heavy as his question. He turned to meet her gaze, and his wonderful blue eyes warmed. She took his offered hand, enjoying the buzz that always accompanied his touch. She would have thought spending an art class wrapped in his arms would have desensitized her to him. Instead, it only brought her more in tune with his movements, his mood shifts, and just him. If anything, it strengthened the attraction pulling them together. Perhaps that's why she didn't pull her hand from his. She hoped it was the same reason he held firm to her. They'd been thrown together this weekend, and she was out of her element in so many ways. They went out the back door, crossed the small patch of grass, and found the boardwalk. Chad angled them toward the pier and they started walking. Elizabeth took in a deep breath of salty air. This may have been a good idea, she teased. Already the muscles in her neck and back were starting to relax. I can see why you're so chill. This place has a magical feeling about it. Diamond Cove, where all your worries drift away. Chad waved his hand in the air as if painting the words across the sky. The sky itself was a beautiful salmon pink color. There's not a lot of city lights, I bet you can see stars out here. She tipped her head back trying to see if Venus was on the horizon. She couldn't remember where she'd heard it, but somewhere someone said that that was always the first star to appear. Except it wasn't a start, it was a planet, but she wasn't going to be picky or split hairs tonight. Chad also tipped his head up and took in the sky. We do have our fair share of stars. If we walk slow enough, maybe you'll be able to see some. She leaned into him, surprised at how comfortable she felt with the physical contact. It was hard to believe that she had only known him 24 hours, because part of her felt like she'd known him forever. So is this a normal day in the life for you? Working late, mooching food off of old people. She whacked his arm with her free hand. I was not mooching food. He laughed. Well, I didn't pay for dinner. Guests of the residence are always welcome to a meal. At least that's what she thought. Elizabeth had a moment of panic where she decided she was going to have to check on that policy. She didn't even know where she came up with that. Hopeful thinking? Or something she'd read online? But really, what do you do? Do you always work this much? She nodded slowly. Yes, it's so glamorous to be a CEO. Saturday nights spent in the office. He looked off to the water. I don't know about glamorous, but it is interesting. Elizabeth studied his profile, looking for something to tell her he was mocking her. All she found was an earnestness that helped her feel safe in a way she hadn't with a man before. You really think that? He drew in a deep breath. I've absorbed a year's worth of business school in a day. She laughed out loud. Has it really only been one day? She mumbled as she settled deeper into the cocoon around them. They were the only ones on this part of the beach. The other side of the pier was the public area. This side was for the Palms residents and therefore deserted as the dive-in movie was a hit. Maybe just one day, but we've accomplished so much. He winked. She gave him a dubious look. Truly we rid the place of Stefan, a noble deed if ever there was one. We inspired several works of art that I hope will never see the light of day. She snickered. They reached the pier and started out across the thick wooden beams. Their footsteps were silent. The sun dipped below the horizon, bringing a new intimacy to their world. And, he continued, we're 2/3 of the way through the report that's due tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. On top of that, we had 2 great meals, which I'm still not sure we didn't steal. And now we've had a leisurely stroll along the beach. Sounds like a pretty great life to me. They stopped at one of the posts, and Chad leaned against it, drawing her closer to him. She went easily and willingly into his arms, for once not thinking about anything except for this moment and the way that his beautiful green eyes stared down at her. He smelled like the sea with a hint of cologne, and his body was welcoming. Below them, the waves crashed in a steady rhythm. The soft glow of one lamp lighting the end of the pier cast Chad's face in half shadow, half light. Breathtaking. You left out the part about making Grandma a new friend. I am not sure about Miss Betty, something about that woman tells me she has things up her sleeve. The woman did seem to have a certain twinkle in her eye. Maybe she has a crush on Peter. You're just nervous because she wanted to look up your sleeves, she teased. He chuckled and his skin grew warm under her touch. Elizabeth trailed her fingers up his arm and over his shoulder. Oh my, but he had some wonderfully round shoulders. Chad gently traced her cheekbone. The tenderness in his touch woke up something inside of Elizabeth that she had forced down long ago. A need for love that made her feel vulnerable in the world. Before she could gather her wits about her, Chad's lips pressed against hers. She gasped as his kiss was like a shockwave blowing through her entire body. It melted her, and she fell against him, unable to support herself on weak knees. Every day, she put on her business suit as if she was putting on armor and preparing to go to war. She stomped her feelings deep inside and used logic, reasoning, math, accounting, and every other part of her brain to outthink, outsmart, and outmaneuver the competition while staying ahead of her department managers. But one brush of his lips and her heart sprang to life. It pounded against her rib cage like the ocean waves against the shore, happy and strong and steady. He buried his hands into her hair and lightly massaged her scalp. She moaned in pleasure as she succumbed to the feeling of being cared for. She wasn't used to this, wasn't used to being seen and cherished, being so important to one person, not because of what she could give him but because he wanted her. Just her. The realness and depth of her feelings frightened her, and she pulled back quickly. The moment their lips broke contact, her brain came screaming forward. Or maybe it had been screaming the whole time but was drowned out by the thrumming beat of her heart. I shouldn't have done that. For 1,000 reasons. Opening her heart meant that she had to figure out how to put everything back inside of it, everything that he had pulled out with a kiss. A magnificent kiss. The kind of kiss that moved a soul, and hers was no exception. I'm not sorry. His green eyes flashed with intensity. She leaned against him, resting her head on his chest and feeling it rise and fall beneath her cheek. This is where she wanted to be every moment of every day. Right here. Except, that wasn't possible. She wasn't free to pursue this, or him. She had responsibilities to stockholders and her company and her family and her grandmother. The reasons she shouldn't be here piled up inside of her like too many groceries in a bag, straining at the seams. She couldn't drop her life away and chase after Chad. She forced her feet to step back. Just one step. Then another. I really shouldn't have kissed you. He gently cupped her face. Don't say that. Tears stung and brought a new level of clarity. She had to get away from him, had to do what was best for the company and for her family. They relied on her. She was Grandma Nancy's prodigy. There was no backup if she failed. I can finish the report by myself. You should go home and get some sleep. She turned and told herself, one more step. Another. Another. Elizabeth? His footsteps sounded behind her. If he caught up to her. If he touched her once more, she wouldn't be able to pull away. "I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't be late," she called over her shoulder. His footsteps stopped and she continued on. For a brief moment she wished he'd chase after her. That he would grab her by the shoulders and pull her to him, burning away all her sensibility with his firm and luscious kisses. But then her better sense kicked in and she realized that out of the two of them he was the one with the level head. When she got back to the bungalow, she took her laptop into her room and shut the door. Half an hour later Grandma snuck in and went straight to her room. Elizabeth was grateful she didn't have to explain or talk to her at all. Because she wasn't exactly sure what was going on inside of her. Her heart kept squeezing painfully, telling her she'd made the wrong decision. It was too late to go back now. Chapter 16. Nancy hummed as she made her way into the kitchen Sunday morning. The dive-in movie was fun. It was good to be surrounded by her friends and not have to ignore them. They'd watched Crocodile Dundee while floating in the pool with blow-up alligator pool toys, which spawned a debate on the differences between crocodiles and alligators, which in turn had Betty calling Aaron to come over and answer their questions, which in turn brought Coco and a platter of her sweetie-shaped sugar cookies. Win-win-win. Those residents who weren't part of the Secret Seven were told that she wanted some time alone with her granddaughter. They respected the fact that family came first and kept their distance, even dispersing quickly after the paddleboard yoga class. Those who were part of the Secret Seven were in on creating the illusion that she was a lonely old woman who needed her granddaughter to help her adjust to retirement. The best part was coming home to an empty bungalow. No doubt Elizabeth and Chad had wandered out to the beach to enjoy a romantic stroll. She was floating on the waves of a successfully executed plan that crashed over her when she found Elizabeth sitting at her desk in the kitchen, staring out the window. Her eyes were rimmed with red and underlined in black. "Elizabeth?" she asked, drawing the girl out of her thoughts. "Is everything all right?" Elizabeth nodded. "Yeah. I just sent in the report and it's been delivered." Nancy moved to put on the kettle. She liked organic peppermint tea in the morning to help her digestive system. "Did you stay up late to finish?" She tried to hide her smile as she asked. If the lovebirds were out late, Elizabeth would have pushed herself to complete the analysis before turning in. Since she had on a pair of pajamas, Nancy assumed she'd spent some time with her pillow. Elizabeth sighed. Not too late. She put her elbow on the desk and then laid her head on her arm. Nancy considered her out of the corner of her eye. She didn't look like a woman in love. In fact, she acted more like a woman who'd been dumped. "What time is Chad coming over?" "He's supposed to be here at 9, but..." She plucked at the edge of a sticky note pad. Nancy's hands went cold. "But what, dear?" "Nothing. I should just text him not to come." Her phone dinged several times and she turned it over to check messages. The kettle whistled and she pulled it off the heat and poured the water over a tea bag. Something was off. Very, very off. See, this is why she shouldn't have listened to Betty. Time alone together, her foot. After seeing Elizabeth and Chad together, she was even more certain they were meant to be. If they didn't screw it up. Why did their generation make everything so hard? She took her mug and rushed to her room where she found her cell phone charging on the nightstand. Thankfully she'd set up a proper group text. Although, on a Sunday morning, she wasn't sure who would have their phones handy. "Nancy, Mayday. Mayday. The birds have flown the coop." "Dawn, what?" She strangled her phone, took a deep breath, and began typing. "Nancy, something happened last night. Elizabeth is sulking in my kitchen. She's been crying too. Walt, where's the boy?" Nancy, not here. Polly, is he calling? Texting? She paused and looked at the doorway as if she could see all the way through the house and then on to the beach. None of the alerts from Elizabeth's phone had brought so much as a spark of interest to her eyes. Nancy, that's a negative. Polly, it's a sure sign that something's wrong. Did they have a fight? Nancy, I don't know. I was watching Paul Hogan take on all of New York. Walt sent a gif of Crocodile Dundee holding a blade that said, "That's not a knife. This is a knife." Nancy burst out a laugh. Nancy, funny. But not helpful. Rosa, get your granddaughter to church. We'll take care of the rest. Nancy startled. Nancy, church? Rosa, yes. And you all had better be there. We need bodies. Dawn, roger that. Polly, I was going anyway. Walt, I can make it. Rosa, I'll check in with those who haven't answered. Nancy, your job is to make sure Elizabeth comes, but don't arrive until 5 minutes before it starts. Nancy, okay. Already feeling better, Nancy put her phone on vibrate and tucked it in her robe pocket. She picked up her tea and headed back to the kitchen where she found Elizabeth in the same spot she left her. A few of the ladies last night were talking about the local pastor. She paused and took a sip from her mug. What do you think about taking in the 9 o'clock sermon? Elizabeth dragged her eyes away from the view. You want to go to church? She did, actually. I do, actually, she parroted her thoughts out loud. I went when the girls were younger, but as the business grew, I had less time. She glanced down, thinking about all the other things she had put off, because she was so busy. She didn't feel bad about being a success, but she wondered if she could have done things differently at times. I miss it, she admitted quietly. Elizabeth came and stood before her, cupping her hands around Nancy's. It's a good thing you talked me into that second sundress. She smiled encouragingly, but the joy didn't reach her soulful brown eyes. Are you sure? I don't want to take you away from work. And Chad. Where was that boy? That's why you hired Chad, right? The sadness in her eyes deepened, and it was all Nancy could to not to gather her into her arms and soothe her broken heart. Elizabeth had put up walls where Chad was concerned. She just needed a chance to see that he was a good guy. What better place to find that out than church? Rosa was a genius. That's right. She smiled brightly to hide her worry. I'll shower and be ready to go. No rush, Nancy reached out and caught her arm. We don't need to be early or anything. Okay. Elizabeth shut down her computer and picked up her phone before leaving. Nancy glanced up at the ceiling. I know I've done my own thing for a while, but if you want to get in here and make a miracle happen, I won't complain. She waited a second and then decided to finish her tea before selecting a dress for church. And a hat? Did women wear hats to church here? That was a fashion statement she could really enjoy. Then, when things worked out, because they just had to, she'd talk to Elizabeth about including some of those darling hats the British princesses wore for the wedding party. She threw a glance back up at the ceiling. I'm trying not to be disturbed by your silence. Because, when it comes down to it, no matter how much planning I do, you're still in charge. What if, after all their planning and hard work, Elizabeth and Chad didn't end up together? The thought was painful. Not only would her granddaughter's heart be broken, as evidenced by her red-rimmed eyes, but the Secret Seven would be devastated. They might even give up all future matchmaking. She shook her head and tossed her lukewarm tea into the sink. All she needed was some positive thinking and a reminder that she wasn't alone. She had her friends. And, after she poured her heart out in church, she'd have the Lord. With that combination, and Chad's charm and good looks, Elizabeth's walls would have to come down. Chapter 17. You're still trying to force it over the crest. Chad called from his surfboard. The early morning light glinted off the water, making him squint to see Rick roll back onto his board. He'd wiped out, again. His biggest issue was that he relied on his bulk, thinking he could muscle his way through a tough spot. Rick lifted a hand in the air to let him know that he'd heard as pushed the water out of his face with his other hand. The sun had been up for a half hour, though Chad was up long before that. Actually, he didn't know if he'd slept much at all. He kept playing through his time with Elizabeth, and their kiss, oh what a kiss it was. The whole world faded away, and all he could see was her, all he could feel were her lips and her fingers at the back of his neck. He'd drowned in her, happily and completely. He meant what he'd said, he wasn't sorry about the kiss. How could he ever be sorry about something that was so right? There was a feeling he got when he was alone on the water. It was this calm connection with the ocean that filled him up and rebalanced him, like touching the divine. He'd felt all that and more when Elizabeth returned his kiss. And she had returned it. There was no mistaking not only her willing participation but her enthusiasm as well. He knew that what she said, "I shouldn't have done that," was very different from "I didn't want to do that." "I shouldn't have done that" implied that she wanted to. Which meant she might want to do it again if given the opportunity. He hoped for an opening today. He laid on his stomach and paddled over to where Rick relaxed on his board. This was the first of several lessons scheduled to pay for Rick's accounting services this month. Chad wanted to see some progress in his form. If you just wait a few seconds more, maybe consciously count to 3 before you shift your weight, you'll be able to get through that transition with ease. I'll try it. Rick glanced behind him looking for the next wave. There wasn't much this morning. How's that temporary job working out for you? Chad thought about how Elizabeth had run from him the night before on the pier. It's up and down. Rick's shocked face had him rethinking his answer. Actually, I am learning a lot about running a business. I would like to put together a cash flow analysis for the last year as well as do some projections for the upcoming season. I think I can be smarter about when and how I order, which might allow for more payments to the sharks. Rick considered him. I'm up for all of that. It'll just cost you more mornings like this. Chad never had a hard time being out on a surfboard. Then let's do it. We'll get started as soon as Elizabeth leaves. His stomach twisted at the thought. If he didn't have the opportunity to talk things out with her before she left, he might never see her again. Who knew how fast Jennifer would lock him out of the company? Nancy's niceties was efficient in that area. Elizabeth? Rick eyed him. Either she's a casual employer or you two got pretty chummy pretty quick. Chad wasn't normally the kind to kiss and tell, but he was flying high on the buzz created by Elizabeth's kiss. As far as he was concerned, she was his match in every way. We did get close. I'm going to talk to her today about pursuing a relationship and what that would take. There's things to consider, like water splashed in his face, and he sputtered. What was that for? He glared at Rick. To wake you up. Rick splashed him again. This time he ducked. You just met this woman. Rick yelled. The hardness in his face spoke of his disapproval of Chad's actions. Chad shook his head, sending water flying. I know, but it feels so right when we're together. Even now his arms felt empty, as if they weren't doing what they were made to do, which was wrap around Elizabeth and hold her tight. I always thought you had a good head on your shoulders. But after the whole ex-girlfriend thing, and now you're repeating the pattern? I'm starting to wonder if you are not just love-starved. Rick rolled his eyes. Chad frowned as he took an honest look at himself. He'd fallen hard and fast for Karen's charms. Maybe he was love-starved back then. But that didn't mean he was now, did it? He started to think back over his time with Elizabeth and how his heart raced every time they touched. Was that because those situations were rare in his life? Maybe his desire to be with Elizabeth was nothing more than a way to satiate the hollow feeling of loneliness inside of him since his parents died. Was it possible that he really didn't feel the things he thought he did when he was around her? He reached down and scooped up a handful of water, splashing his own face. Rick sighed. "I'm begging you not to jump into another relationship." Gentle waves came up underneath them and then rode to shore. Rick had let it pass, showing how important he believed this conversation to be. There were several things that were different about this situation. "I understand why you're concerned, but the difference between Karen and Elizabeth is that Elizabeth doesn't need my money." And Elizabeth ran away after kissing him instead of deepening the kiss. Man, he wished she'd deepened that kiss. Rick looked at him like he was an idiot. Just because someone doesn't need the money doesn't mean they won't take it. I've seen it time and time again, the richest people are the ones who have the stickiest fingers. Chad looked down his nose at him. "You don't paint a very good picture of humanity. Finances bring out the ugly in people. I get a front row seat to it every day. I just can't see Elizabeth doing what Karen did to me." "You didn't see it coming from Karen either." Chad sank deeper into his slouch. "Look, maybe she's not going to rob you, but are you really willing to jump head first into a pool without checking the depth? Take it slow. Give her time to show her true self." Chad considered his words. He'd seen Elizabeth show kindness to her grandmother, courage in the face of fear by getting on a paddleboard, determination to succeed despite her own weak ankles, the ability to laugh at herself, and consideration of others. Was it all a show? When she walked into her office, did she turn into a dragon? Or was her apartment a hoarder's keep? He had no idea. "I can see you're having a hard time with this. So I'm just going to ask you to promise me not to give her your credit card information." Chad grunted he would never live down that act of stupidity. "You're right. I can't go into this blind. I need to slow it all down." Rick let out a relieved sound. "You scared me there." Chad gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm older and wiser now, no worries." He glanced behind them. "Here comes a good one. Remember to count to 3. The anticipation of riding a great wave distracted Rick from lecturing Chad any further. He didn't need to though, his words had put a fear inside of his head that couldn't be denied. The worst thing Karen had done to him was break his confidence in his decision-making abilities. For a month after she left, he couldn't pick a sticker design for their decals. Barbie finally chose him. Then the credit card companies started circling and he'd had to pull his head on right and figure it all out or go broke. Perhaps he was just a typical male who needed his ego boosted by a beautiful woman. Maybe all the things he thought he felt during their kiss, all the possibilities that had laid out in front of him including family home and a life full of love and laughter, were just his hopes rising to the surface. Like dead seaweed. His phone dinged and he pulled it out to find a text from Elizabeth. His heart leapt and he told it to knock it off. "Elizabeth, Grandma wants to spend some time together this morning. Please go through my texts and take care of what you can. Forward the others to Jennifer. I'll meet you at 11 at the bungalow." The all-business tone of her text said that she wanted to forget the kiss that had happened between them and move forward. She didn't even have to say those things, he could read between the lines just like he'd read her expression so easily. Did that count for something? That he knew her so well, or was it just him imagining it to justify his desire to rush right over there and escort the ladies to church? He scanned the text twice, But there was no mention of the report she had to turn in this morning, and he was dying to know what she'd gotten it done. Who was he kidding? Of course she'd finished. This was Elizabeth. Normally, he would man up and talk about the elephant in the room. But since this was just a temporary position and he may never see Elizabeth again after she left the cove, he wasn't sure that was the right path to follow. Leaving a door awkwardly open was better than getting it slammed in his face. He ran his hand down his face. What he really needed was some time in a church pew. The only reason he didn't plan to go this morning was because Elizabeth said she wanted to meet at 9. That did it then. He'd attend a service and then head over to the bungalow, hopefully earning himself some much-needed insight and grace, because he had a feeling he was going to need it. Chapter 18. I don't understand why you had to stop for fresh squeezed orange juice when we're barely going to be on time. Elizabeth climbed out of Grandma's car and put her purse on her shoulder. Her phone said they only had 3 minutes before the meeting started. They'd left in just the right amount of time to get here according to her GPS. She'd hoped for a few minutes to talk to the pastor and to make sure Grandma felt comfortable enough to come back without her, but they'd be lucky to sneak in the back at this rate. All because Grandma saw a sign for fresh OJ and veered off the road like an addict. The sign said it was the best in the state. Grandma pushed the button to lock her car. This is Florida. How could you not want to try it? Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Made of brick, the church had a steeple with a pointer and a ball on the top. The front doors were made of thick wood with windows on both sides. People milled about in the entryway, but most were already in their seats. There were a few small families, some couples, and more singles. She checked her sundress to make sure it wasn't twisted or lying funny. It was a pale blue number with stunning lines and a flared hem. She felt beautiful. If only she had someone to wear the dress for. Her heart flopped to the side, sad and flat without chat around. Why did doing the right thing have to hurt so much? Grandma Nancy caught up to her and they walked toward the front doors together. Elizabeth looked her grandma over, amazed that she always looked like $1,000,000. She once told Elizabeth that if you can get your hair done every day, people think you're put together. Well, her hair was done, but she didn't feel together at all because she'd been completely undone by Chad's kiss the night before. She meant what she'd said, she shouldn't have kissed him. But her regret this morning wasn't based on her unprofessional behavior. It was based on the fact that now that she had sampled his lips, she couldn't think of anything else. She tried a new tactic. Instead of reliving the moment, she compared him to the man who had kissed her before him. There was no comparison really. The other guy had fish lips, slimy, slippery, and wiggly. Poor guy. She hoped he found a woman who enjoyed his style of kissing. Everyone deserved to find their happily ever after, even fishes. She scolded herself for being so dramatically romantic. If she didn't stop, she'd end up crying again, and she certainly didn't want to cry in public. It was bad enough that she'd cried over the unfairness of the situation half the night. Why did she have to find such a wonderful man now? Couldn't he have waited 2 years when she foresaw a lull in her calendar? They walked through the doors and the entranceway and on to the chapel. The chapel itself could seat about 50 people, which didn't seem all that much. There were 2 rows of pews with a row down the middle and both sides. The fire marshal would be so proud. The sign out front said that there were 2 times for worship services each Sunday, which was probably due to a lack of seating. Her business brain kicked in and added that it was good business to do a morning and an afternoon service because you would be able to draw in both those who were early risers or had other activities scheduled for their Sunday and those who wanted to sleep in. Divine inspiration, she chuckled to herself. God was the ultimate planner. She felt a little anxious about being inside of a church again, but also excited. One of her roommates in college had given herself to Jesus and taken Elizabeth to church with her several times. Elizabeth always found the experience uplifting and inspiring. The building here had much the same feel to it that the one by her campus seemed to radiate. Soft contemporary Christian music pumped through the speakers. There were several people in the seats up front and a few stragglers farther back with many empty pews. She hoped the afternoon session was more popular. "Follow me." Grandma marched forward with the confidence of a woman who knew where she was going. Elizabeth was content to let her lead the way, and her brain fuzzed into that place where she was numb again. She'd have to shake herself out of the funk before she went into work. However, there was no reason to push today. She had every right to be disgruntled with the way things worked out. It wasn't until she was sitting down and putting her purse next to her that she realized there was a body on the other side of Grandma. She leaned around to introduce herself to their seatmate and gasped. "Chad," she blurted. "Hey." He gave her a hesitant wave. She faced forward and 1,000 thoughts rushed through her mind. What was he doing here? Why didn't she pay more attention to where Grandma was going? Had she hurt him by running off last night? Who was she kidding? Of course she hurt him, at the very least she embarrassed him and herself. She sank lower in her seat, wishing she could slide under the pew and disappear. A woman appeared next to her. "Nancy?" she asked. "Come here. Come here. Let me hug you." Elizabeth looked up to see a dark-haired woman smiling broadly. She wondered where she'd been all weekend, perhaps out of town visiting family. Her open friendliness gave Elizabeth some hope that Grandma would find a place here. "Rosa. How wonderful to see you." Grandma stood up and pushed past Elizabeth to hug her friend. A man stood just behind Rosa, his hand on her lower back. "Can we sit with you?" Rosa asked. "Of course." Grandma motioned for Elizabeth to scoot over. She suppressed a groan. With an apologetic look she moved so she was next to Chad. He adjusted so there were several inches between them. The small space felt like a giant canyon. A familiar-looking man sat down at the end of the row on Chad's side. He had silver hair and broad shoulders. Oh yeah. He was the muscle-covered guy from paddleboard yoga. He gave a brief nod of hello to his seatmates and then pulled out the program to look it over. Before he had a chance to read the first sentence, two ladies arrived, motioning for him to scoot in. He did, and Chad was forced to sit right next to Nancy. "Is there room for one more?" asked a man. Insert Walt S. description $. "Yes." Rosa's husband answered. Everyone shifted to make room. Grandma lowered her eyebrows. "Can you?" She nudged Elizabeth's leg with her own. "Only if I sit on his lap," she hissed. "Well, do it," Grandma insisted. Elizabeth would die of mortification before she sat on Chad's lap. They were already so close together that she could feel him shaking with silent laughter. She glared at him. "Can you spare an inch?" He lifted his shoulder. "From where?" he whispered back. Upon inspection, she found that he was wedged as deeply as she was. "Sorry about this." She shifted her arm. Her whole left side was pressed firmly into his. Grandma nudged her with her hip and Elizabeth grunted. Chad let out a long-suffering sigh and lifted his arm, draping it across the back of the pew. Elizabeth took a deep breath, feeling as if she'd been released from a corset. Of course, now she had a completely different problem. Anyone looking at them would think they were a couple, a tight, loving couple. "This is a really friendly congregation," she observed. She turned her head to find that there were several empty pews behind them. Chad furrowed his brow. This group might be this friendly. But I don't usually have this much company. It appears we've been accepted into the tribe, she joked in an effort to lighten the mood between them. The awkwardness didn't feel right, and she wanted to get back to the place where they could easily talk about anything from business to the proper color of a beach bungalow. Grandma's pink house was growing on her, while he seemed to believe that blue or gray were the only acceptable colors. The fact that she knew this about him sent a pain through her heart. At least Grandma has friends here, she whispered in his ear. Dang. He smelled so good. Like sand and sea and sandalwood soap. I guess you can leave town with a clear conscience, replied Chad. He glanced at her once and then kept his green eyes forward as the pastor started the meeting. Elizabeth wanted to sink after his verbal jab, but the only place to go was deeper into his arms. If she'd never met Chad, she'd feel relieved and ready to get back to her old life. After all, she dedicated her life to Nancy's niceties, just like her grandma before her. But she wasn't excited to leave Diamond Cove. Stronger than that was her desire not to leave Chad. Especially with things unsettled between them. The only way to get rid of the elephant in the room was to talk about it, and she wasn't sure she had the strength to do that and walk away. Maybe they were two ships who passed in the harbor. Even as she tried to grab onto that thought and hold it as a life preserver, her heart told her that she was missing out on the best thing that would ever happen to her. If only she was free to take a hold. Chapter 19. Chad had never been so grateful to say amen in his life. He'd gone to church hoping to find clarity, and instead he'd ended up awash in Elizabeth's perfume and his desires to hold her close. He did get to hold her close, thanks to their tight quarters. Unfortunately, she didn't relax the whole time, and his hopes that they could talk things out evaporated. After church, Nancy insisted they both follow her to a crochet class for remedial students, her words, not his. Elizabeth kept him busy with emails and small projects, things she could have done in a wink but took him longer because he had to search out files on the server. It was her way of keeping him at arm's length, which was just fine by him. Rick was right, no one could be perfect all the time. Elizabeth's Ice Queen routine was a side of her he was glad he got to see before handing over his heart. He finished an email regarding a partnership that would allow them to expand into foreign markets. A broker offered to connect them with an earth-friendly company already established in China. Chad longed to ask Nancy about it, to discuss the pros and cons and see how her mind turned over the information. Partnering with them would be a good move, but it would also mean taking things slow as the other company would be overbuilding new production facilities. Was Elizabeth okay with moving slower? Was it worth it to her to work with an eco-friendly company? Or would she choose another, bigger business? He tried to wrap his mind around that kind of a life where he would jet off to China to discuss a partnership and tour facilities. His little surf shop seemed inconsequential in comparison, and yet he loved it. He loved talking with customers face to face and hearing their feedback on everything from surfboards to beach chairs. I think you're too tense. Chad's head whipped up at the announcement. He was tense about how things stood with Elizabeth. They both stepped around the alligator in the room, and he wasn't talking about Sweetie the blind alligator who'd wandered through the reception area not too long ago. He was talking about the attraction between them. The kiss. This thing between them was stronger than just a physical attraction, though. It was a mental attraction. He had never found anyone as interesting as he found Elizabeth. His mind focused on the instructor. She was talking to Elizabeth, who was doing well at making a chain, but it could have stretched across the whole community center. She hadn't figured out how to turn and put on another row. Your stitches are really tight. You need to be able to let the yarn glide through your fingers while you're crocheting. She showed Elizabeth and Nancy what she meant, The yarn did indeed seem to glide right through her pinky finger and onto the project. There is something therapeutic about taking your work apart and starting again. One thing I love about crochet is that if you make a mistake, it's easy to fix. She handed the project back to Elizabeth and then picked up Nancy's. Elizabeth stared at all of her hard work. "You mean I have to undo all of this?" She interrupted the instructor. The instructor nodded happily. "This isn't concrete. You can pull it all out and start again. It's pretty forgiving." She continued to stare at the chain in shock. He could practically read the thoughts running across a screen in her mind. "It's the time, isn't it?" Her beautiful eyes lifted to meet his. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry under her scrutiny as he realized this was the first time they'd talked about anything except work in over an hour. "You feel like you've wasted all this time." He picked up the end of the chain that she was working on and removed the hook. He began pulling out stitches. "What?" he asked with innocent eyes. "Does this bother you?" He continued to pull the two tight stitches, and a satisfactory pop 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 whispered through the air. Elizabeth put her hand over her heart. "I can't watch." She closed her eyes and turned her face away. "Are you being dramatic, or do you really feel attached to this yarn?" He paused in his undoing. Elizabeth chewed her lip. "I was taught to do things right the first time, so you don't have to do them again. Time is the one commodity that you can never get more of." She glanced at Miss Nancy out of the corner of her eye. Chad could imagine her learning such lessons at the knee of a giant. Miss Nancy leaned toward them. The instructor had moved on to another student. "Can I tell you a secret?" Both Elizabeth and Chad leaned in. "I threw away my first project because I couldn't bear to undo it. I'd rather see it in the landfill than have to pull those stitches out." She glanced at their instructor, who was helping a woman work through the heel of a sock. "I told everyone that I hated the yarn anyway. I needed something new." She leaned back to sitting straight. "If you tell anyone about that, I will deny it with every fiber of my being." She pointed her crochet hook at them and glared. Elizabeth chuckled. "Retirement has turned you into a rebel grandma. A rebel and a churchgoer." "I feel like I'm trying to find myself again." "What do you mean?" Chad asked. Talking with Nancy was much easier than talking with Elizabeth. Nancy grew thoughtful as she continued to work on her stitches. The yarn was sliding easier now, and it looked like she might be able to keep this row. "Well, everybody goes through that stage of finding themselves when they're in their late teens, early 20s. Eventually you settle into who you think you are. And then life starts to happen. You struggle through relationships, heartbreaks, disappointments, stupid decisions, and eventually in your late 30s you get a good look at what you've become. And then in your 40s you relax a little." Her eyebrows drew together as she worked on the last stitch of a line and turned her project. She had to focus to get the hook through the small loop. "Well, just when you think you have it all figured out, you retire. And you have in your head that retirement is gonna be this thing where you feel fulfilled every day just because you get to wake up." They sat there in silence for a moment. Chad kept thinking Miss Nancy was going to start talking again, but she didn't. "So what does crocheting have to do with all this?" Elizabeth finally asked. Chad had to force himself not to look at her, not to make eye contact and have one of their silent conversations. It almost tore him in two. Nancy stopped crocheting and reached for one of the cards on the side table. She handed it to Elizabeth. Chad leaned over so he could read it too. "Baby blanket drive for Africa. Give a mother a blanket and save a child." There are women who have to take their babies home from the hospital in a newspaper. Nancy's eyes flashed with purpose. "Newspapers. I could give money, and I have, to help this charity. But I wanted to do something, use my own two hands to help these women. Because of my heart condition, I can't travel to this orphanage and help them, but I feel a calling to do this. Her eyes grew dark. But I am never going to send so much as a square if I can't get the thread to just slide through my pinky. She lifted her project and shook it as if she was strangling it. Chad didn't think to stop himself, and his gaze collided with Elizabeth's. She loved her grandmother, loved her and admired her for her desires and efforts and humility. It was breaking her to see Miss Nancy struggle so much. A need to alleviate Elizabeth's pain filled Chad's chest. He tucked his phone away and moved so he sat next to Miss Nancy. I think it would help if you had more give here. He pulled some of the yarn off of the skein. You see, your tension has been tight because you've been trying to pull it off the ball at the same time you're crocheting. But if we pull some out so that you have slack there, everything should flow easier. Nancy sniffed back the tears that had formed. If you think it will help. She began crocheting again, this time having even loops. Well, more even loops. Elizabeth touched his arm. He chanced a look at her, and she mouthed the words "thank you." He inclined his head before going back to focusing on helping Miss Nancy. If only fixing things between him and Elizabeth were possible. If only he could trust his own judgment enough to let himself fall in love with her. It wouldn't be that far of a fall. But he couldn't take that chance. Not now. Maybe not ever. Chapter 20. After crochet class, Elizabeth found herself in the dining hall, a plate of chicken and wild rice untouched in front of her. They were surrounded by the group who had sat with them at church, plus a few more. Grandma's network of friends had blossomed overnight. Perhaps she'd just needed a little confidence to dive in. "What's the matter?" "You've hardly touched your lunch," commented Winnie. She was a sweet woman with a disposition of honey and sunshine. She constantly scanned the group to make sure that everyone was happy. She lived in the X-dollar-colored bungalow just a few doors down from Grandma, and Elizabeth was grateful to know that they had become friends. "I'm not used to eating as well as you eat here." She smiled to herself. "My usual lunch is a yogurt on the go." Winnie looked horrified at the thought. "I'm a firm believer in eating every calorie you are allotted." She scooped some whipped cream off of her fruit cup and winked as she ate it. Elizabeth laughed, though the sound came out hollow. "Of course, I never seem to have a problem finding a room for whipped cream." She too scooped the dollop off of her fruit cup and ate it happily. Her eyes moved of their own volition to watch Chad as he listened to Dawn. The muscle man extolled the latest workout machine in the gym. "If you're ever interested," Chad offered, "I'd be happy to give you a couple free surf lessons." Walt leaned into their conversation. "I used to be quite good at surfing. All of us space guys were back in the day." Elizabeth remembered watching a documentary on Buzz Aldrin and the other Apollo astronauts. They used to enjoy their time on the beach as a chance to get away from the pressures at NASA. Not that Walt was that old. She would have liked a chance to ask him about his life, see if he would name drop. Winnie's attention was drawn away from her by her husband's comment about the church service this morning. And Elizabeth was left to her own thoughts. Rather than ponder a sermon she'd only heard bits and pieces of because her attention was continually drawn to the man sitting next to her, she contemplated what they had talked about this morning in crochet class, how just because you invested time in something didn't mean you had to be satisfied with the way it came out. She had invested a lot of time and effort into talking herself into saying goodbye to Chad today. But maybe it didn't have to be that way. Maybe she could offer him a job at her company. And then she wouldn't have to let him completely out of her life. And who knew, one day, when her world slowed down, maybe she could see if there was something more between them. It was a grasp for strings instead of the whole ball of yarn that she could have had, but it felt like more than she deserved. She saw her opportunity to talk to him as the meal wound down and decided to go for it. "Chad, would you mind going for a short walk? There's something I need to go over with you." Her heart hammered loudly, and she was sure that everyone at the table could hear it because they all stopped talking and turned to look between her and Chad. If Chad had the same sense of being in a fishbowl, he didn't show it. Instead, he stood and came around to pull her chair back for her. Elizabeth glanced questioningly at the expectant faces around her, and they quickly resumed conversations while watching her and Chad out of the corner of her eye. In order to quell any thoughts this group may have, she smiled and leaned down to give Grandma a kiss on the cheek. "I need to run over my notes for the meeting tomorrow. I'll see you back at the bungalow? Don't worry about me interrupting." "I'm going to stay for a while," Grandma Nancy replied. Elizabeth's stress over her grandmother released. She'd settled right in, talking with everyone as if they'd been friends for a long time. "Take your time," she said easily. Several of the ladies giggled. Elizabeth decided to let them think what they would. They'd see the truth soon enough. Chad held the door open for her, and they were hit with the Florida heat. They exited the building. "I can see why you spend so much time on the beach," Elizabeth offered up as a safe topic while she worked up her nerve to ask the question that was building inside of her. "I hardly notice the heat at all, to be honest." Chad ran his hand over the back of his neck. Elizabeth drew in a deep breath. "I think it's just different here, because we're right by the ocean and there's so much salt in the air and moisture." "Probably," Chad answered. She wished he would just talk to her. She racked her brain for something to ask that would lead to more than a one-word answer. "Where did you learn about crochet? You were like a pro in there with Grandma Nancy." She threw her thumb over her shoulder towards the community center. "My mom." "Oh." She let the subject drift off. "This is going to sound weird, but I feel like they're watching over me." He paused and then started again. "Well, I used to." "Used to?" He shrugged. "I don't know. I guess if I had guardian angels, life would be a little easier, you know?" She hated to think that she had anything to do with him doubting his parents. "I don't know. Maybe it could have been worse?" He twisted his lips as he considered her question. "That's a disheartening thought." His shoulders slumped forward. Just how hard was his life? Movement out of the corner of her eye brought her head around. "What in the world?" Sweetie the blind alligator and her service dog, Bear, came up the path. They wore what looked like costumes. She squinted. "You asked if angels were weird." Chad chuckled. "Aladdin and a genie," he pronounced at the same moment it occurred to Elizabeth. The odd pair trotted/slithered toward them without a glance in their direction. Chad touched her back and they stepped off the path to make room for them to pass. Chad harumphed. "They look good." Elizabeth laughed, feeling lighter than she had since running from him on the pier. "Whoever made those costumes has some serious skill. Not to mention courage." He made a face. "Since they were brave enough to dress an alligator." Elizabeth snickered. "Okay, name someone brave enough to dress an alligator, and go." She held her breath, waiting to see if he would play their game again. "Peter Pan," he replied easily. "Crocodile Dundee." "Thank you, dive-in movie poster," she thought. "Dora the Explorer." "Dora?" Elizabeth hooted with laughter. The feeling that came with it was such a release. "What?" She was brave enough to put rain boots on a monkey. He shrugged. "I figured that had to count for something." She didn't argue with him, grateful that they were on even ground again. She'd proved many times over the last day that she didn't do well with uneven ground. But not being connected to Chad was worse than tripping over a sandcastle or falling off a paddleboard. They'd made it to Grandma's bungalow, and Elizabeth unlocked the door and let them both in. When the door shut behind Chad, her courage suddenly surged, and she reached out to touch his arm. "Come with me," she blurted out. She held her breath as she waited to see what his response would be. "Where?" He looked around the room as if he was going to find a clue there. She silently chastised herself for not communicating well. "I mean, come back with me." "To the office." His brow wrinkled in confusion. "For how long?" Elizabeth's hands shook and she tucked them behind her back and clasped them together. "I'm kind of making a mess of this." She drew in a deep breath. "I'm going to be really open right now. I feel like there's something between us." Shoot, she was going to spew it all over him. Hopefully, he could handle it. "Ever since our kiss last night, I've had a hard time thinking about anything else. But I'm not at a place where I can jump into a relationship and turn my life upside down. So I was hoping you would come back with me while I get things figured out." "So you want to just put us on hold until it's a better time for you?" Elizabeth groaned. "I know that's how it sounds. But this comes from a place where I just don't want to say goodbye to you today. And I'm trying to figure out how to be me and do all the things I'm supposed to do and still see if there's an us." She looked down at her shoes and then back up at him. "Is there a chance for an us?" She felt like she was standing in the middle of the boardroom completely naked. Whoever said being a strong woman was easy? She felt like she was going to throw up, swoon, or any number of other things at any second. I don't know." Chad paced 2 steps to the right and then 3 steps back. "I'm just coming off of a really bad relationship. Really bad. I'm not even sure if I can trust myself to make this big of a decision." Elizabeth's mouth fell open. "What relationship? Who?" She immediately regretted asking those questions and didn't want to know the answer. "Not right now anyway. Maybe one day." "Don't answer that." She waved her hands. He sagged with relief. She pressed the bridge of her nose. "I get why you would hesitate to upend your life. We haven't known each other for that long. Maybe I was jumping the gun." She couldn't backpedal fast enough because she couldn't find the right words to save face after putting herself out there like that and getting an "I don't know" in reply. She'd been so sure after their kiss last night that Chad felt the same thing she did. But maybe she had made that all up in that desperate attempt to have someone in her life. No, not someone, because not just anyone would do, it would have to be Chad. He was the only one who made her feel like she was perfect just the way she was, and that she didn't need to carry him. She carried so many responsibilities. It was a dumb suggestion. "Forget I said anything." Elizabeth marched over to the small office desk that Grandma had set up for her in the window and began packing her things. The faster she got away from this awkward moment, the better off she'd be. Chad followed her, moving much slower over the wood floor. "Elizabeth," he began. Her shoulders went up to her ears. She knew that tone. The "it's not you, it's me" tone, and couldn't stand to hear him give the speech. She whipped around, needing to protect her heart from further damage. "It's fine. In fact, I think I'm going to head back early. Grandma seems to be settled, and that's what I came to accomplish. You're free to catch the waves this afternoon. I'll have my secretary make sure that the deposit goes into your account. Thank you very much for your time this week, and I appreciate all that you've done." She turned back around facing the window and kept her hands moving even though she couldn't see a thing that she was doing through the tears gathering thickly on her lashes. Chad stood there for a few moments. She could feel him watching her move, and she didn't slow down. The more determined she looked, the less likely he'd be to try and infiltrate her heart again. "Thank you, Elizabeth. I learned a lot this weekend, and I know that I'm better off for having known you." With that, he turned and let himself out of the cottage. When the door clicked shut, Elizabeth fell forward with her elbows on the desk and her head in her hands. She was still there crying when Grandma Nancy came through the door. Sniffing quickly and using her shirt to wipe her face, Elizabeth did her best to clean up. Grandma loudly banged her shoes on the floor as if she was worried she was interrupting something. Elizabeth snorted to herself since the situation couldn't be farther from the truth. "I'm home," she called. "In here," Elizabeth called back. She glanced at her haphazard packing job and began straightening the contents of her laptop bag. She'd have to do the overview before her meeting on the flight back to the office. It was only an hour, but it would be enough time. "What's this about?" Grandma Nancy asked cautiously as she stepped closer and peered at her face. "Have you been crying?" She wrapped an arm around her and Elizabeth melted into her embrace. The last thing she needed to do was stress Grandma out. She wouldn't cry, but she would soak in Grandma's loving embrace. Grandma had no idea what was going on between her and Chad, or not going on, as the case may be. If she knew, she'd just worry. Just pre-meeting jitters for tomorrow. Grandma rubbed her arm. "You're going to do great. After overhearing you and Chad this weekend, the two of you are a dynamite duo." Tears rose quickly and she blinked them back quickly. "He did a really great job this weekend. So when are you coming back?" Grandma Nancy's voice was so full of cheer that it knocked into Elizabeth's sorrow like a sledgehammer. "I don't know. Maybe in a couple of weeks? I will bring you some yarn for a new baby blanket. You should have the one that you're working on now done by then." "But I thought you and Chad." She shook her head sadly. "He'd rather surf than work as an assistant anyway." The words came out as if coated in sand, gritty. "I need to pack my bag. And call the pilot and tell him to prepare the plane." She moved towards the hallway. Grandma Nancy was right on her tail. "What happened?" Confusion reigned through Grandma's tone. Elizabeth shook her head. Grandma had picked up on things after all. She should have known better than to try and hide it. "I took a shot and it didn't pay off." She hurried into her room and shut the door behind her, not wanting to answer any more questions. She hated the thought that Grandma Nancy would see her as a failure in anything. Even bigger than that was the knowledge that she shouldn't care this much about Chad. They've known each other for 48 hours, maybe a little more. It shouldn't hurt so much to be rejected by him. Except that it did hurt like a hot poker to the heart. One kiss, the best kiss she'd ever had. One embrace, that lasted 45 minutes. If it was only those things, perhaps she could write it off, but there was more. There was the exchange of ideas and the feeling of finding a partner, a true partner, and somebody who would honestly listen and care as well as offer tenderness and excitement and kisses that could melt her very core. She knew enough to know that you didn't find the man like that on every beach. And that if you did find him, you weren't supposed to let him go. Except he'd been the one to let her go, which hurt even worse. She rummaged through the drawers for her clothing. The swimsuits were staying, especially the blue bikini she never got to wear. Grandma could donate them to a local charity because even if she came back to Diamond Cove, she would never set foot on the beach again. Because she wouldn't be able to look at the sand, the sea, or an abandoned sandcastle without remembering that she messed up her one chance at true happiness. Chapter 21. Chad stared at the balance sheet for the surf shop on the screen in front of him. He'd come home and gotten started on understanding his business on a deeper level right away. It kept his mind off of Elizabeth. The lines blurred together and the numbers didn't make any sense. He blinked. What was he doing? "That'll be $175.24, Barbie said happily to the 20-something customer. He handed over a Visa card and the transaction was soon complete. Barbie handed him a bag full of swim trunks and sunscreen with a smile. Have a great time on the beach. Oh, we will. He left with a jaunty wave over his shoulder. Rick came through the door. He took one look at Chad and veered to the counter. He leaned over it talking to Barbie. What happened to him? Barbie smirked and said, he won't talk about it. Chad did his best to ignore them both. When he'd come in from being dismissed by Elizabeth, Barbie knew right away that something was up. She'd asked a half-dozen questions, trying to figure out why he dragged along like an octopus, all floppy and unenthusiastic. He thought it was a woman's intuition, but perhaps he was just that obvious. I don't want to talk about it. He ground out the words and then tried to focus harder on the information in front of him. Just tell me what the damage is? Rick gently prodded as if he were talking to a small child who had broken a window with a baseball. There's no damage. Except my pride. He wanted to be angry, but he was afraid that everything he said came out sounding like he was almost ready to cry. He cleared his throat. He would not cry, he was stronger than that. I only knew her for 2 days. And it wasn't like we had much of a chance. Brandy exchanged a look with Rick. Sometimes that's all it takes, she said very gently. Why don't you tell us about her? Rick rolled his eyes. What you need to do is get out there on the surf and ride until you're not thinking of her anymore. Chad scoffed. There's not enough waves in the sea for that to happen. He closed his eyes and let Elizabeth wash over him. She's funny. I don't think I've laughed as hard as I haven't with her. And she's smart, I think about things differently when she's around. Is she pretty? Asked Barbie. The memory of her thick, gorgeous locks running through his fingers and her plump lips responding to his washed over him. She's beautiful. Oh man, you've got it bad for this girl. Rick banged his fist on the counter. So why do you look like a shark just took a bite out of your favorite surfboard? Because I did the smart thing and let her leave town. Barbie smacked his arm. Please tell me you at least got her number. He glanced at his phone. As far as I know, I'm still in all of our accounts. I don't just have her number, I am her number. He closed his eyes, wondering how long before that connection was severed, probably first thing in the morning when Jennifer got to work. Wait. Are you telling me that she gave you access to her phone? Rick stared at him with an open mouth. Yeah, her phone, her email, her company files, all of it. What did she trade you? He narrowed his eyes. Nope. That's unexpected. Rick continued to stare off into space as if he had just seen an alien and was in shock. What does that matter? Chad asked. That's a lot of trust. He shook his head in disbelief. If I'd known that. What does that change? Brandy asked, curiously. Don't you see? He talked to Brandy instead of Chad. The last girl he dated took everything. But Elizabeth Mabel Matthews. Chad enjoyed saying her full name. Rick gestured towards him, acknowledging her name. Gave him access to everything and asked for nothing in return. Yeah, all I had to do was sign a non-disclosure agreement and give her my social security number so she could pay me, Chad quipped. Rick considered this. Even so, I feel like she put a lot more out there than she asked for. You think I should have? The front door banged open and the three of them jumped in surprise. How could you? Miss Nancy glared at him with her hands on her hips. Her short hair was mused and she had a fierceness that had all three of them shrinking back. I can't believe you let her leave. She stormed across the aged wood plank floor with all the fury of a hurricane. My granddaughter is the best thing that ever happened to you. She glanced around the store, her sharp eyes missing nothing. And if you don't go after her, you're the sorriest excuse of a man ever known. Also, what is going on in this place? Is it a surf shop or a beach shack? Hear, hear. Barbie clapped in agreement. About your granddaughter, I mean. Miss Nancy offered her a high five and Barbie smacked her palm with her own. The two ladies folded their arms and glared at him. Chad stared at Barbie. Traitor. She's right, you should go after her. Brandy shot back at him. You were just saying how much you missed her. Miss Nancy scrutinized him. Is that true? Rick answered for him. He was just lamenting that he hadn't gotten a chance to really get to know her. Now Rick wanted him to be with Elizabeth. Now he trusted her? Chad searched his feelings. Ever since Elizabeth left, he'd been in a funk headed toward an all-out depression. More than that though, he felt like he'd been on the surf, in that space where everything flowed and lost his balance, falling face first into the water. If I leave now, I won't make it back in time to open the shop tomorrow. Who will watch the shop? Barbie and Rick looked at each other. Rick had a full-time job outside of being Chad's best friend and Brandy had school. Miss Nancy lifted her hand into the air. I'll do it. Chad rubbed the back of his neck. No offense, Miss Nancy, but have you ever run a surf shop before? Miss Nancy shrugged. I can be trained tonight. She eyed the place up again. And as a bonus, I will do a business evaluation and have it typed and ready for you before you get back. She pointed to Rick. Who are you? I'm his best friend. And his accountant, Brandy added. Nancy nodded once. Perfect, find me a time slot tomorrow when you can come in and we'll have a discussion. Chad jumped off of the stool and faced off with Miss Nancy. I can't leave my business right now. It's not in a good place. Nonsense, there's nothing here that you can't leave for a day or two. Chad swallowed his shame and said, my ex-girlfriend ran up my credit cards and I'm deeply in debt. I have to be here to make sure this shop succeeds. I don't have the luxury of having even one day off. Miss Nancy's lips pressed together. I will help you, but you have to swear not to tell my granddaughter. Chad wasn't about to make that agreement. If there's going to be a relationship between us, I have to be honest with her. Miss Nancy put her hand over her heart. Okay, you're forgiven in advance. But I'm still going to help you. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed. Jeffrey, oh, it's wonderful to hear your voice too. Yes, retirement is divine. Listen, I have a small favor I'd like to ask from you. A friend of mine is having trouble with the credit card company, fraud something or other. Do you think you can look into it? I'll send the information over to you within the half hour. She hung up the phone and looked at Chad. When a man named Jeffrey calls you, give him whatever information he asks for. Before she got a response from him, she had her phone to her ear again. Sam. How's the new house? It sounds lovely. I'll have to find a time to come see it. Yes, I have a surf shop in Diamond Cove that I have taken an interest in. How would you feel about doing a whole website social media workup on it? I can't afford that, Cash gasped. Miss Nancy cut him off by turning her back on him. Wonderful. And be sure and send the bill to me. Oh, you're such a love, let me know if there's anything I can do for you. She walked over to a clothing rack and picked up the tag. Before any of them could contemplate what was going on, she had another person on the phone. Jenny Nancy Matthews here. Yes, that was a wonderful conference, I agree. I wanted to see if you could negotiate some prices for me on clothing for a surf shop near my new home. Yes, I'll send you the brand names. Thank you so much for your help. Nancy hit the end call button, turned around and smiled at all of them. Seems like your business just got a boost and you have the freedom to have a bad day. Chad moved around the counter and headed for the door. If he drove straight through, he could get there in. You're not going dressed like that? Nancy asked, appalled. For the love of all that is professional, put on a suit and try to impress her a little. Chad burst into laughter. She was right. Maybe not about the suit, but about trying harder than just showing up. He walked over and pecked a kiss on her cheek. Thank you for this chance. Miss Nancy hugged him fiercely. Stop by the $X bungalow, Winnie has something for you to wear. Don't mess this up. I'll stop by. I promise. He gulped. And I'll do my best to make the most of this chance. He didn't have to stretch to make that promise, because he was going after the woman of his dreams. Chapter 22. Elizabeth watched her top salespeople woo Lucas Scott and his associates as if she were in a bubble and the world existed around her. Her part in this should have been one of broad smiles, confident handshakes, and a declaration of the amazing future ahead of all of them in their partnership. As it was, she was having a hard time focusing on the biggest meeting of her life, and it was happening around her while she watched from the sidelines. We're going to take a few minutes break and come back to go over some of the particulars, said someone she didn't identify. She sat in her chair at the head of the table and stared at the doodles on the page in front of her. She'd drawn a palm tree and an ocean and a flamingo. Although anyone would be hard-pressed to know that that was an actual bird. Disgusted with her own lack of artistic ability, she flipped the cover closed on her notepad and tapped her pen against the leather case. You seem distracted today, Mr. Scott said from his seat next to her. She hadn't even noticed that he was still sitting there. Feeling repentant, she gave him a humble smile. I'm sorry, I'm very excited about this merger and I'm looking forward to working with you. Mr. Scott waved off hyperbole. There was a time. I had that look once. Distracted by someone who was far away. A smile played at the corners of his handsome face. Elizabeth blushed. She reprimanded herself for blushing like a schoolgirl in front of the man who could make or break her billion-dollar deal. She ducked her head and did her best to compose herself. Here's your herbal tea, Miss Matthews. Elizabeth's head jerked up at the deep voice she never thought she'd hear again. She stared into the most beautiful set of green eyes she had ever seen. Shocked that Chad was standing here in her boardroom, words failed her. He wore a beautiful dark suite with a crisp white shirt underneath and a tie with a surfboard pattern. Mr. Scott glanced back and forth between the two of them. He stood up and held out his hand. I'm Lucas Scott. He shook hands with Chad. And you must be the distraction. Chad's face clouded with worry. I didn't mean to. He stepped back as if he was going to run away. Elizabeth came half out of her seat, ready to race after him. It didn't matter that he'd interrupted her day. It didn't matter that she was in the middle of all this. All that mattered was that he'd come. Mr. Scott chuckled. There are moments when we must look after what is the most important. He rapped his knuckles on the tabletop to punctuate his words. Elizabeth looked for any sign of displeasure, discomfort, or anger that her personal life had invaded her professional life. However, all she found was kindness and a spark that told her Mr. Scott understood the workings of the human heart and that they didn't always follow the agenda. Maybe there was a lesson for her in that smile. Mr. Scott had a family. Grandma had a family. Could it really be possible to prioritize her personal life and still succeed? The idea was as exciting as it was unnerving. Take your time. He winked at Elizabeth and then moved away to talk to his lawyers. Elizabeth scrambled to her feet and pushed Chad out the boardroom door ahead of her. Once they were out of sight, she grabbed his hand and pulled him into the nearest empty room, which happened to be a broom closet. She wrinkled her nose at the smell of the mop. That smell was not Nancy Niceties approved. Perhaps there was an opening in the janitorial market for something that would take care of that. Another brilliant idea, but it would have to wait while she sorted her heart. "What are you doing here?" she asked Chad, all the while running her hands over his arms, his shoulders, and then his neck and his cheeks, to convince herself that he was really standing in front of her. "I'm sorry about the whole work for me thing. That was dumb. So dumb." He grabbed her hands, whether to hold them still or make sure that she didn't run off on him, she wasn't sure. "It wasn't. I get what you were trying to do. We met at a hard time, for both of us. I had to come, because I'm an idiot." She tried to pull her hands free. "You came to tell me you're an idiot?" She stared at him. If he didn't want to be here, why had he shown up? "No. I mean, I was an idiot to say no when you asked me to work around your schedule." He took her hand and kissed her palm, sending tingles all throughout her body. "There are so many things I never told you." "Like what?" "Like I own a surf shop on the beach. I bought it with my parents' life insurance money, and it's floundering because I made a bad decision with my heart and I lost a bunch of money." His face twisted as if he was thinking hard about something or slightly confused. "Although that may be fixed now, I'm not sure." He shook his head as if he was erasing those thoughts and moving on to a different train. "The important thing is that when you left, I realized that I should have said yes. I'm not sure how any of this is going to work out, but I want to try. I want to try us." That was a lot of information to take in. "But if you own a shop there and I live here, how are we going to make this work?" Chad shrugged. "I don't know. It sounds hard. But if there's one thing I found in my life, it's that just because something is hard doesn't mean it's not worth trying or working towards. And if there's anything I am, it's a hard worker." He was. She'd seen that firsthand. And if he put his mind to romancing her, he'd get it done. Of that she was certain. "Don't you teach surfing for a living?" she teased. Chad laughed. "Yes, but I'm the hardest working surf instructor you'll ever know. And I'm completely aware that it sounds like an oxymoron." "You're right. I know. Surfers aren't usually considered reliable and responsible. It's a stereotype that is partially earned." She laughed. "No. I meant you were right that making a relationship takes work." She settled into his arms, throwing caution to the wind and deciding to trust him. To open herself up to the experience of finding love. "The important thing is that we give this, whatever this is between us that's so incredibly right, a chance. Because I don't think I could live with myself, I let you get away. So we're doing this?" He framed her face with his hands. Her heart rate picked up as his eyes devoured her. "We're doing this." "Good, because I can't wait any longer." His lips claimed hers and she sagged against the wall, overcome by the feelings rushing through her. His hands were strong and tender, his body warm, and his lips told her she'd made the right decision. As she ran her fingers up the back of his head, she fell into this moment where she and Chad didn't care about anything except the kisses they shared in a broom closet. Chapter 23. The day of the grand reopening had arrived and Chad was beside himself, trying to be everywhere at once. The front of his store had a brand new coat of paint and a sign, a new logo, thanks to one of Elizabeth's talented business friends who were more than happy to take surf lessons in exchange for their creative work. She was good at making deals. Elizabeth wasn't too happy to find out Miss Nancy had stepped into his business and promptly kicked her back out. Once in a while Miss Nancy stopped in to check on things, but Chad was aware that his acceptance into the family would be in jeopardy if he put Miss Nancy's health at risk. Besides, he cared about her too much to overtax her at all. She was allowed to come to the grand opening as a guest and had invited all of her friends from the Palms too. Chad couldn't believe how much he'd learned about running a business in the last 3 weeks, although he and Elizabeth tried not to discuss business when they were face to face. That was reserved for much more enjoyable activities. Even though she'd had 5 private lessons, she still couldn't balance on a surfboard to save her life. She didn't seem to mind though. Paddling out and just being on the water calmed her mind and body enough to really relax, which was something Miss Nancy expressed her approval of on many occasions. As promised, he took at least one meal a week with Miss Nancy in the Palms dining room. She liked to invite him over when they served pot roast because she knew it was his favorite. He enjoyed talking to the residents and hearing their stories. Getting out of the shop was good for him, and if Elizabeth wasn't around, at least he could spend time with people who loved her too. He sucked in a breath at the thought of how far he'd fallen for Elizabeth. Turned out, what he thought was love for Karen was a shallow wading pool compared to the ocean of love he and Elizabeth shared. They'd managed to make their long-distance relationship work, but he hoped it wouldn't be needed for much longer. He was ready to give his heart and pledge his life to her. "Did you get the snack table set up?" he asked Barbie. "Yes." She rolled her eyes at him. "And the flyers have all been handed out. Will you chill?" His only employee had been promoted to manager when he hired 2 more teenagers to the roster last month. Barbie was headed off to college at the end of the summer, but she'd have these 2 whipped into shape by then. Elizabeth breezed into the shop, a large bouquet in her arms. Chad hurried forward to take the huge vase from her before she toppled over. With his arms full, he was helpless to defend himself against her barrage of kisses. Not that he would ever really try, but a guy had to put up some protests every once in a while just to keep things interesting. "You keep kissing me like that, and I'll drop this just so I can hold on to you," he murmured against her lips. She giggled before pulling away from him and bouncing over to the counter. "I thought these would look beautiful right here." He set them on the spot she indicated and then dragged her into his arms. "You look beautiful right here." She arched an eyebrow at him. "I thought you said I looked beautiful on the ocean this morning." "That too." He kissed her neck and then nipped at her ear. "I'm rewriting the agenda for the grand opening," she murmured softly. "Oh?" He continued to kiss her collarbone and then neck. "Yes," she said breathlessly. "They're all going to do that out there, and we're going to do this in here." "All day?" he asked. "All day." "Fine by me." Barbie moved a bunch of metal hangers around so they clanged together. "Oh? Did that interrupt you?" she said, all innocent. "Not really," Chad murmured as he captured Elizabeth's lips. Barbie huffed and stormed outside. Chad and Elizabeth laughed, breaking the kiss. The door flew open again and Rick stuck himself halfway inside. "Will you stop smooching and get out here? People want to buy surfboards, and I'm an accountant, not a salesman." "We're coming." Elizabeth slid her hand down his arm and grasped his fingers. They moved slowly to the door, both knowing that the rest of the day would be a busy one and wanting to savor the last few moments of peace. "My mom called. The new facility passed inspection today." "That's great." He kissed her cheek. "Congratulations. I know you worked hard to get it ready on time." About 2 weeks after coming home from her honeymoon, Elizabeth's mom breezed into the office and demanded a job. Made from the same cloth as Miss Nancy and Elizabeth, her mind screamed for problems to solve and numbers to crunch. Elizabeth was more than happy to carve off a large portion of her CEO responsibilities and give them to someone she trusted. As Miss Nancy would say, win-win. As they were about to reach the door, Chad tugged on Elizabeth's hand and she tumbled back into his arms, just as he'd imagined she would when he thought about this moment. Before we go out there, I need to say something. Elizabeth's face softened and she pressed her palm to his cheek. He'd told her everything that happened with his ex, she had understood and even encouraged him to take on the credit card companies. In the end, he'd had to pay 1/10 of what they originally tried to make him pay. He didn't mind though, because it was a good lesson to learn. And if he hadn't experienced a bad girlfriend, he may not have recognized Elizabeth for the gem she is. His heart hammered in his chest. These words, though made up of only 8 letters, were the biggest words he'd ever said. Elizabeth Mabel Matthews, I love you. Elizabeth's eyes shone with tears and she threw her arms around his neck. I love you too. Chad didn't know how much fear he had in putting himself out there until the relief flooded him. Relief and an understanding that he was going to marry Elizabeth one day. If it was up to him, he would marry her tomorrow. But there was also a beauty in every moment they spent together. Like this one where his heart expanded to hold her and he felt her heart wrapping him up in her love. He may have taken a rocky road to get here, but the arrival was worth it. Epilogue. Nancy tapped her pen on the table to get everyone's attention. I think we can pat ourselves on the back. She smiled. Chad came home after his mad dash to claim Elizabeth's heart with a huge smile on his face. Polly cheered. Rosa clapped and Walt clapped. Dawn nodded once as if the outcome was a given from the start. Harry smiled broadly and Millie ducked her head and smiled at the drawing in front of her. She'd worked out a dress design for Samantha using the same surfboard material she'd made Chad's tie out of. Samantha breezed in carrying a tray. Sorry I'm late. I swung by the kitchen to commandeer a platter of celebratory eclairs. She set the tray in the middle of the table and a stack of small white napkins next to it. She handed Walt an envelope and went to take her place at the other end of the table. Dig in! Nancy exclaimed and everyone reached for a treat. Once they had a chance to taste Coco's eclairs, she cleared her throat. I'd like to go over a few of the things that went right with this project. She smiled at Rosa. Your quick thinking about getting them in a pew was inspired. Hear, hear. Harry lifted his half-eaten eclair in a toast. Everyone around the table followed his lead. And paddleboard yoga was a great start to the weekend. It really took down their barriers to get them in such close contact. She nodded toward Walt for recommending the class. Is there anything you think we could improve on? Silence descended. Maybe arrange for them to have more time, offered Polly as she glanced around. Not everyone falls in love so fast. Heads nodded and Nancy made a note on her legal pad. Agreed. When no one else came up with any suggestions, she said, let's move on to the next item on our list. She glanced down and then back up again, a giant smile on her face. Who wants to go next? Small conversations broke out. Nancy let them chat for a minute, waiting to see who would step forward. When the murmurs died down, Walt's hand lifted. All eyes turned toward him. He fumbled to open the envelope Samantha had given him at the start of the meeting. I think I'd like to give it a go. He put the pictures of his granddaughter out on the table and they all leaned in to get a look at them. Nancy's heart lifted knowing they had a purpose once again. At first, setting up Elizabeth was somewhat selfish, a need to be active and take on a challenge. Once she saw the joy on her granddaughter's face, she knew she'd never think of matchmaking the same way again. It wasn't about sneaking around or outsmarting the youngsters who thought they knew it all. It was about love. Just love. And that was a cause she could throw herself behind. Well, Walt, why don't you tell us about them? Everyone settled back as Walt began describing his granddaughters. They would be a challenge, that was certain, but Nancy had faith in this group. Everyone have their assignments? She asked a half-hour later. 7 heads nodded. Good. Then let's get started.
Hi, I hope you had a great time in Diamond Cove and that you're ready for another Diamond Cove adventure. You can find all of the Diamond Cove books on Amazon. They are enrolled in KDP Select, so if you happen to be a subscriber, you can read them for free. It has been a wonderful day going through this book with you, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week and that you remember that you are very loved.